Spanish, so you need the interpretation equipment that you have in your on your seat. So if you're late, understand that I said that you should use now and when you leave for the coffee break. If you're not going to need it, because the rest of the conference will be in English. So if you need it for Spanish, you keep it. If you don't, you just leave it outside when you leave to the coffee break. So I am about to realize a dream coming true that is bringing Joanny Sanchez here. I have been trying to do that for a few years, and finally I got her. So we're gonna have the pleasure to have Joanny Sanchez here, and I'm gonna introduce you to Janine Warner, who is going to introduce Joanny. Janine is a good friend also who has been working with me for many years, and she's wonderful, and she, whatever.
Muchas gracias por esa amable presentación.
Thank you for that great introduction. I think I could also introduce Rosenthal with the same warmth because he's such a great person. It's been 17 years that I've been coming to participate, and this is a great pleasure because besides seeing all of you here in this conference, which is one of my favorite ones in the world, I am now here with the team of Sembra Media from last year. Last year, it was a great pleasure to be able to launch a project to support startup journalists, and we named this project Sembra Media and we have 11 members here. We're a virtual team, and this is the first time we actually got to meet each other personally. So thank you to all of them. So, to try and do this right, I've done something like a Sarah Palin, using my friend's code to get into her tablet. A Sarah Palin is when you write notes to yourself on your arm. So I'm going to do it by heart. I am way too accustomed. Joanny Sanchez has been getting everybody's attention through her blog, where she writes about her life in Cuba, Generation E. And for those of you who can't read Spanish, you should know this is being translated into 17 languages by a group of volunteer translators, so everybody can participate. This is somewhat emotional. I have read her blog for years, and it's such a great pleasure to be here with someone who's inspired journalists throughout the world, who has been able to publish a blog about life in Cuba from one of the countries where it is most difficult to live in a world with so few connections to the internet and so little freedom of press. She has met Michelle Obama, Hillary Clinton. In 2008, Times identified her as one of the 100 most important persons and influential persons in the world. It's quite impressive. She's inspired me, and she's inspired journalists throughout the world. It's such a great pleasure to introduce Joanny Sanchez. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for such lovely words. Thank you, Rosenthal, for being so insistent. He's been insisting on this for years, but here I am. Here I want to have a conversation with you, fundamentally about how to be a journalist in difficult situations. How do you do it when you are in a country where censorship, the lack of connectivity, fear. And the limited experience of working in a free press and meet the international standards, how do you do that under those circumstances? And I'm going to dare by starting with a question. What is that you see on the screen? You, Rosenthal, you like technology. It's a pen drive. ¿Alguien más? Someone else? USB, flash drive. Some people call it the Mayan key. I think it's a beautiful way of talking about it. Really? This is much more than just a little piece of technology. This little thing, this little object that fits in your pocket, this is freedom. For many Cubans, this is the difference between having access to information or not, between being silent and having a word, between censorship and being able to be a journalist. Don't forget, we live in one of those countries that has less connectivity than any other country in the world. The only country that has less is North Korea. We are one of the we're the second country regarding these limitations. Only 5% of the Cuban population has access to this large international web. Only 1% is able to access internet through wide bandwidth. We are totally disconnected. We not only don't have access to the internet, we also have other serious problems. Those few Wi-Fi zones, which have just recently become available, which have made headlines throughout the world, they are so expensive. $2 an hour, which in Cuba is extremely expensive. It's very censored. And it has to be in a public place, which is not the ideal place to try and work as a professional or trying to do any journalism. But still, notwithstanding all the censorship, the high prices, the instability of connections, people have massively turned out to these public Wi-Fi access points, and for the first time, many of them have even been able to look at the web. This is a phenomenon that we have just seen in Cuba throughout the last 2 years. And this is really interesting because we were hoping that people would step up and we would turn out and, overthrow the government. But what we've done is turned out to connect to the internet. But at least it's a step. And this is in a world of journalism which is quite complex. For more than 50 years, we have lived in a world of total monopolistic control of the press by the party and by the unions. Every radio station, every TV station, everything, the newspapers are in hands of the government. There is no other source or ability to write journalism or get near a microphone on the radio or even appear on TV if you are not invited by the government or at least a member of the government. That has been our reality for over 50 years. So that kind of control, which managed to exclude all the news that the government didn't want out of the country, that control has now been broken. And it's been broken thanks to these small pieces of technology, the flash drives. That young teenager in 1989, whose name was Joanna Manche, when the Berlin Wall came down, it took me 5 years to be able to see those images, to see the people of Berlin with their hammers breaking down that wall that had split Germany in two. Today in Cuba, practically speaking, it only takes a few hours for the Cubans to find out what's happening in the world. And that is not thanks to the government. That does not mean that the government has become more flexible, is more tolerant, more inclusive. That's not what it means. This is fundamentally due to this technology.
Este es el periódico Gramma de hoy.
This is the Grama newspaper today, and this is what is published today.
Lo mismo, ¿no?
They're exactly the same, right?
Es el primer día del Congreso, del
Today
séptimo
is the
Congreso del Partido
first
Comunista,
day of the
funcionando por 3 días en
Communist
Cuba.
Party's
Estas
seventh
son las
Congress.
portadas
And these
de la
are
prensa
the
oficial.
front pages of the official press.
¿Qué me dicen?
What do you think?
Qué divertido, ¿eh?
Isn't this interesting?
Qué variado, qué variedad.
Look at all the
Pues
variety.
bien, con eso hemos tenido que vivir
That's
muchos años
what we have lived with throughout
parecía
all these
que el
years.
gobierno iba a poder
And it seemed
simplemente evitar
that
que
the
los
government was
cubanos
going to
nos
be
enteráramos.
always
No solamente
able to
los
prevent us from
importantes de la
finding
historia,
out what's
la
happening in
versión
history,
oficial eliminó por
which
otro,
officially
sino que
were
nos
erased
enterábamos
from our
también de
history,
qué pasaba
but also
junto a nosotros,
what was going on
de nuestra casa, o de
just a
nuestro
few feet
vivir.
from our house or
Lo que
from
pasa
our
es que
lives.
somos un país
We are
donde
a
hemos
country
tenido que aprender
where
a
we have
buscar
had to
todo aquello
learn
que está censurado,
how to detect everything that is censored and prohibited and discovered. We are part of the black market. You buy your milk, you buy your beef, and you buy your medications through the black market. And that's what we've done with information also. It is exactly the same black market technique that starts with a rumor, then is converting information. What we call Radio Bimba, the spoken news, and it has really created the most incredible networks of transmitting information through external hard drives, through CDs, through the USBs, through the floppy. We use everything to share the information. And this has been our liberation. And this has been the infrastructure that has allowed us to break the monopoly the government has had as to access to information. And through this infrastructure, Cubans started to get on the web, and they found something out that they no longer needed to hear the government speech, to be able to give their opinion. You had blogs, you had WordPress, Twitter, and little by little, Cubans started talking about their lives, their complaints, the reports of police harassment, just a little like to questionable information on Facebook. Little by little, we became virtual citizens in a country where we even haven't been able to gain full citizenship. The Internet is the public square where we can all talk about democracy, human rights, freedom. She listens to me. And 3 minutes later, yeah, okay, my head hurts.
But when I tell my mother why she has to pay for 2 days' wages for a pound of boneless pork, she says, this country has to change. This tool, this pricing tool, is conceived with people like my mother in mind, a majority of Cubans. We've lived very intense days recently. March was terrible. Barack Obama came to Cuba, and the Rolling Stones came with just a week's difference. This was really our test of fire in terms of covering news. The enemy finally came to Havana, and then the satanic majesties of the Rolling Stones also played in the capital of Cuba. This has been very important for our small team of writers, and I will take the advantage of saying that you shouldn't hide. We have a group of us here. A number of us are here. Raise your hands.
Hay varios miembros de 14 y medio y
a
también
number
de la
of members
revista
from
dominical
14 and a half,
Convivencia,
as well as
revista que
from
se hace
Convivencia, a
en Pinar
magazine
del Río,
that is
la
done
provincia más
in
occidental
Pinar
de
del
Cuba,
Rio, the
donde
westernmost
todo es mucho
province,
más difícil de
where
ver.
everything is a lot harder
qué?
even than in
Entre
Havana.
Barack Obama
Between Barack Obama
y Rolling
and the
Stone
Rolling
pusieron
Stones,
a prueba cómo una pequeña
these two
redacción,
events
una
really
redacción
put
offline,
our
los que no tenemos
offline
acceso a
press
internet
room
en
to the
nuestra
test.
redacción. Tenemos un diario
We
digital
have a
nosotros
digital
mismos estamos
newspaper,
conectados.
and we ourselves
¿Cómo lo
are
hacen?
not connected. So
Ah.
how do we do this?
La creatividad.
Through
La
very
creatividad es la
creative
capacidad de abrir una ventana
methods.
cuando la puerta está cerrada.
Our creativity is to be able to open a window when the door is
que todo cubano
closed.
tiene que
It's
desarrollar mucho y muy
that
temprano
ability that
para
all
poder
Cubans have to
sobrevivir
develop
en un país donde
early
falta
on
todo,
to be able to
especialmente la
survive in a country where everything is
Pues bien,
lacking,
la
especially
creatividad nos ha hecho
access.
utilizar
So,
herramientas
this creativity has made
sencillas,
us
salud.
use tools that are so simple,
herramientas tan sencillas como el correo electrónico.
such as email.
La mayor parte del caudal
Most
informativo
of the
de 14 y medio
news
sale por correo
stream from
electrónico.
14 y
Y eso nos
medio
obliga
goes out
también
through
a
email.
algunos esfuerzos.
And this also
Por
requires
ejemplo, hay que
certain
despertarse
efforts. We have
cerca de
to
las 3:30 de la
wake up
mañana
generally at 3 and
para
3:30 in the morning
una conexión lenta
to
que no tiene acceso a
use a
internet, solo
slow
mail, el
connection.
periódico Granma del día. Yo leo el periódico
I
Granma
read the
antes que
Granma
Raúl.
newspaper before
A las
Raúl
3:30
Castro
de la
does at
mañana.
3:30 in the morning.
Y eso nos permite pues trazar
And this
líneas
allows us
editoriales
to
a partir
have an
también de lo que
editorial
dice la prensa
line
oficial.
based on what the official press is also saying that
Todo
day.
eso con la llegada de
All of
Obama,
this
con, también
with
con la
Obama's
crisis
arrival
migratoria de
and with
cubanos
the
cruzando
migration
el estrecho de la
crisis of
Florida y cruzando Centroamérica,
so many Cubans
han puesto a
crossing the
prueba
straits to
nuestro
Central
diario
America and
y nos han
to
obligado
Florida
a hacer un periodismo
have
cada vez más
required us
dinámico,
to be ever more
más
dynamic,
enfocado en la realidad,
more focused
con más
on
participación
our
de los
reality,
usuarios.
and with a lot more participation
Una
by
buena parte
our
del
audience.
contenido
A large
de
part
nuestro
of our
portal
content,
lo
of our
envían los usuarios,
portal's
desde
content
dentro
is
y de
sent
fuera de
to
Cuba.
us
Por
from
ejemplo,
within Cuba and without.
esta nota
For example,
tiene un
this
video
report here has a
filmado
video
por unos
that was
balseros
filmed
cubanos
by some
que cruzaron el
balseros,
estrecho
some
de Florida.
rafters who
Comenzaron a
were
filmar.
crossing the Straits of Florida
Los
and
cubanos se han
began
dado
filming.
cuenta que el
Cubans have
gobierno no
begun
va a
to
narrar
realize
su realidad,
that
que
the
tienen
government
que
is not going to
narrarse
tell
a
their
sí mismos.
reality. They have to
Y eso ha
narrate
sido
their
un
own
cambio de
story.
mentalidad
And this has
muy
changed
importante
mentality.
y que ha beneficiado mucho
And it has been
a
an
14 y
important
medio.
mind shift that has
Para
benefited
los que no están
14 y
conectados,
medio.
tenemos una versión
For
en
people who are
PDF
not connected, we have a PDF version that
con lo
we
mejor de
publish
la
every
semana.
Friday, which
Se
has the
transmite
highlights of
como
our week,
al
and it
vivo
is
por
sent
memoria flash,
through flash memory. That's how
a
it's shared.
través de redes ilegales
Through
alternativas de mano a
alternative,
mano.
illegal
El
networks,
gobierno no puede
by hand.
poner un policía en cada esquina
It's not possible
para
for the
saber
government to
quién
put a
lleva una
policeman
memoria flash en el
on
bolsillo.
every corner to find out who's carrying a flash memory or
Eso
a
nos ha
memory flash
permitido
drive in
transmitir
his or her
nuestra
pocket. This has
información.
allowed us to share
También
our information.
transmitimos a
We
través del
also,
SMS,
through
titulares,
SMS,
correo
do
electrónico,
headlines,
noticias en solo texto.
email,
Y
just
poco a
text
poco,
messages,
pues nos hemos hecho
and
una
very
audiencia.
slowly we have built
Pero
an
queremos
audience. But we want a
Este
greater
es el año en
audience.
que 14 y medio
This is the
quiere
year
dar
in
el
which
salto al
14
mundo
and a half,
audiovisual.
14 y medio, wants to
tener
make the
nuestro pequeño
leap
estudio.
to
Queremos inaugurar
visual
quizás un
means, to
noticiero.
audiovisual means. We
Queremos
have a
llegar
small
a los
studio,
cubanos
and we want to be
por
able to
ese canal
reach
que les importa
Cubans
tanto, que es el material audiovisual.
with audiovisual
Por ese
material
canal que llega a tanta
through
gente,
this
que
means,
es la
this
imagen
media
y la voz
that
combinadas.
reaches so many
Ese es
people,
el gran
which is
reto de
combining
14 y medio
visuals with
para
voice.
hacer.
That's our challenge
Otro reto
for this year.
desarrollar el periodismo de datos.
Another
Una
challenge for us
asignatura
is to do data
totalmente
journalism.
pendiente
This is
en el
a
periodismo
wholly
cubano.
unexplored
El periodismo
area
cubano de
in
los últimos
journalism in Cuba.
50 años
Journalism
se ha
over the last 50
caracterizado
years
por mucha ideología,
has been
periodismo gubernamental,
shaped and characterized
por
by
escasa
mostly
investigación de los temas más
ideology,
importantes,
very little
y
research
sobre
on the most
todo
important
por
issues,
el secretismo
and above
y
all,
la falta de
a
transparencia de
secrecy
las
and lack of
instituciones
transparency
oficiales.
of all official
Tocar una puerta y
institutions.
pedir un dato,
To go knock
acceder
on
desde una
somebody's
página web
door,
a una información como
government
el
agency's
salario de un
door, and
ministro,
finding out the salary of a minister is
por eso
impossible.
tenemos como
And
objetivo
that's why
muy
our goal,
importante desarrollar
our
las
important
bases
goal,
para una
is to
escuela de
develop
periodismo de datos futura, que
the
mezcle objetividad,
basis that we would need
profesionalidad y
for a
minuciosidad.
journalism school that would treat
Otro
this with
objetivo,
seriousness and
tener nuestra propia
professional
aplicación.
rigor. Another dream of ours is to have our own app. Imagine in a country with 11 million in population and 3 million telephone lines, with 11 million people and only 3 million telephone lines. This is perhaps the most important channel. We want to reach Cubans, the youngest Cubans, who could share our content, so that one person can go to a Wi-Fi zone and can unload the daily edition, could then share it and repeat it and copy it. That's the most extreme form of viral sharing. We also want to grow our email subscription. If you don't have internet, we want you to be able to read it just in text form. This doesn't mean that we are going to settle or say we don't want to open a portal. We want Cuba to have internet. We want our users to be able to read us on our page or on Facebook. But until that day arrives, we need to be creative. What's the goal of all of this? Why do journalism in such difficult circumstances? Why should we insist on putting together a paper when everything suggests that it would be better in Cuba to be a tourist guide or to do something else, something that would bring us more money, something that would that would be better paid and be less dangerous. But those who will vote and decide on the future of Cuba are our concern. When I'm asked who the next president of Cuba is going to be, I always say, I'm not concerned about that. I'm more concerned with who the future citizens of Cuba will be, and those citizens need information. If they have no information with which to choose, they will continue to choose poorly, badly. They will choose the most populist discourse, the one whose siren song is the most charismatic voice they hear. If they have information of their own, they will be able to choose. 14 Medio wants to be the media of the transition in Cuba. We want to go hand in hand with the citizens of Cuba with this throughout this process. We want to share information for it to be useful. We're not only going to reach them through the pages of our newspapers, we're also going to do so with whatever technology we have available to us. And that technology today is a flash drive. That's why, in the future, when Cuba is a free and democratic country, we'll have to build a monument to the flash drive in a plaza in Cuba. Thank you very much. But I have a small correction, because if you're going to build a monument, I think the flash has to be in your hand. No, I don't want to be on any statue, please. Well, there's a great deal of humility in you. Thank you, and congratulations to the whole team of 14 Medio. It's been very interesting to get to know you. You've said a number of times that your son inspires you very much. How old is he? Teo's 21. And my question is, how does he get his news? Well, Teo is part of a generation for which technology is just practically an extension of his body. So I always ask him what movies he's watching, what information he and his schoolmates are consuming. And it's very interesting, because it's not very different from what is read or what is sought for by young people anywhere in the world. I'm happy to know that despite the governmental restrictions and the censorship, young people in Cuba feel themselves to be cosmopolitan and world citizens like any Austin or Berlin young person. Now then, the information that they're looking for is generally practical information or playful. Many people say that they're apathetic. I prefer that they be apathetic than that they be fanatical, because you can wake up from apathy. I was myself an apathetic young person. And so between that apathy and technology, I think my son's generation, Theo's generation, will be a generation that will wake up. I'm here with a number of entrepreneurial journalists, and there are two Venezuelans, one's from Cucuyo and the other one from Diario Besazo. So what advice do you have for my friends who are also trying to publish information in a country where there are so many press restrictions? I don't want to give them any advice. I want to apologize to them. I am sorry to Venezuela for what we have done to them. Everything suggests that the current situation in Venezuela will continue for some time, and that it is possible that there will be even greater censorship. So my recommendation to them would be to not leave out any possibility, any technological means of communicating, even if it seems minor. I would recommend applications or Twitter, SMS publications, which is how I do this in Cuba. Many people say, how do you tweet? Well, I tweet by SMS and email. I do it blindly. I can't answer tweets. I can't read what other people tweet, but I have been able to broadcast with images on SMS. Someday, I have to come to Austin and give a class on tweeting in difficult situations. I, above all, would say that you need to maintain a discourse for diversity. Firm and closed-mindedness is always easily detectable in social networks. We're not looking to unify a single voice and asking for the same thing. Rosenthal, I think we need to have MOOCs on a flash drive to be able to send them to Cuba. I have a number of more questions, but I imagine there are many people in our audience also who have questions. And if they would like to come to a microphone, and you are welcome to ask questions in English, we'll translate as well. And if you'll just line up. So, you've written a lot about the fact that many Cubans admire President Obama. I understand you can criticize him like others can, but I understand that President Obama's visit to Cuba attracted so much attention. Why do you think his visit was important, or what are your expectations for Cuban-U.S. relations? Obama's visit obviously touched the hearts of Cubans. And this was possible, or this happened, because of diplomatic and political reasons, but also for symbolic reasons. When on a television screen in our country, Cubans saw the arrival of Obama and his family on the plane, it was raining in Obama. Obama came out, and he held his own umbrella, and he covered himself and his wife. Cuban officials who were waiting there, Raúl Castro did not go to the airport to greet him. The Cuban officials had behind them other functionaries of the government who were holding the umbrellas. That very small detail had a great repercussion. Also, you need to remember that we live in an island with a lot of mestizo and black Cubans in our population, but it's been years since that group in our Cuban population has been able to get close to power and sit anywhere near the presidency. So Obama sends a very strong message to that population that is very discriminated, that does not have the possibility of participating in choosing our destiny. And this young president in a country that's governed by 80-year-olds, this president that runs down the airplane's steps, that's a very strong message. He has a family. During decades, Cubans didn't know whether Cuba's President Fidel Castro was married or not, whether he had children or not. That's symbolic. Now, politically, his gestures while he was in Cuba, to be able to speak to young people, to speak about the future, to try to turn the page on the past, that was very bothersome for the official regime. To meet entrepreneurs, to talk about internet. When somebody talks to Cubans about the need to connect to the internet and to take steps to help them, that's music to their ears. What do I think the future holds for us? Well, we have difficult times ahead of us. Cuba's official regime has a attraction and repulsion with the White House. This process has started, it's underway, but they know that it is a dangerous road for the official discourse, because the official discourse is based on the existence of the enemy. You have to have Goliath, because otherwise David makes no sense. I think there are going to be lots of obstacles along the road. The government has given way on Obama's part, but Raúl Castro has practically not budged. All right. I see there are other people waiting. There's a Cuban line for me at the microphone, I can see. Thank you, Johnny, for your question. It was said yesterday that in authoritarian countries, there's not a lot difference between activism and journalism. I'd like to know your opinion about that. In the case of Cuba, what has happened is that the government, particularly Fidel Castro's government, undid civil society. I like to think of civil society as a fabric that has thicker and thinner threads in it. But from the very beginning, from 1959, Raúl Castro made it his task to outlaw parties, to cut those threads of the social fabric, to prohibit associations. And this brought as a result that when Cubans could begin to express ourselves through technology, all those voices that were now silenced, people who had legal problems, people who had been put in jail for economic crimes that can only make sense in countries where everything is prohibited, who argued that their human rights had been violated. When the small window of technology was open, everybody wanted to use that. Of course, that's normal. In an authoritarian and totalitarian country, journalism plays other roles, and journalists must play other roles. The roles of lawyers, of activists, of human rights defenders, of advocates. But for my own peace of mind, as well as yours, these roles begin to be differentiated, again, as should be the case. A broadening of technological access, the greater international visibility for the LGBT movements and other movements, independent lawyers, this begins to allow these groups to express themselves and for journalism to play its own role, reporting on facts, on what is happening, and simply being a loudspeaker for everyone's voices and not just for one sector. Another question. Please, I'd like to congratulate you first off for your effort. It was amazing to see after Obama went to Cuba. He arrived in Buenos Aires, and in Buenos Aires there were protests against Obama, when you might have imagined that there would have been protests in Cuba against Obama. And I was thinking about this and what you commented on about Cuba's youth. That would be my first observation. Secondly, you mentioned Venezuela. I lived in Venezuela for a number of years, and I'm surprised to see that the Cuban exile does not appear to nearly have any effect on Cuba. And in Venezuela, there's been an effort to create newspapers in exile in Miami, where there's been a coexistence for 60 years between Cuban exiles and Cuba. Why do you think that is? And finally, And finally, since I have the microphone, how can we, journalists such as myself, collaborate and help? I'll answer that question first, the last one. The doors are open for you. We have a very flexible editorial line in terms of issues that we cover. We're interested in international as well as national news. We have certain restrictions, no violence. We'll never take verbal violence as a editorial line, but we respect all opinions and the complete spectrum of opinions. We like to publish interviews and reports, so we'll welcome those kinds of contributions, but if they're actually news reports, so much the better. As to your question about why there weren't protests against Obama in Havana, for the same reason that there's never been a protest against the U.S. jail in Guantanamo, even though Guantanamo is part of our island, is on our island. Why? Because you can't protest in Cuba if the government doesn't call for that protest. If the government doesn't promote that protest and invite people to protest or push people to protest, the fear of reprisals, the fear of the problems has paralyzed Cuba's citizenry. It's very sad because a Cuban today prefers to risk his life by crossing the jungles of Central America, by crossing the straits of Florida, full of sharks, than to face up to the political police or the national security apparatus of our country. In terms of the exile community, I would say that Venezuela's exiles have had a much greater visibility thanks to technology and public social networks. Also, the Cuban exiles have maintained their legal status within Venezuela. In Cuba, those who left were nearly, they lost their legal rights. They couldn't vote, even in those sham elections that we have in our country. So this meant a different form of exile. And Cubans have been exiled for more than 50 years, so these are a number of generations that have been born out away from our country. So I think that would be the main difference. Well, we could talk all day with you, but Rosenthal tells me we're almost out of time. I understand others have asked you, why don't you lead a revolution in Cuba? I think the journalists here could be interested in knowing what your answer is. I would prefer for the future in my country to not depend on another revolution. Please, God, no more revolutions. I don't want another leader coming down from the mountain. I don't want another charismatic leader in front of a microphone. No military in uniforms involved. I'm leading a technological and news revolution, a journalistic revolution. I think that's my role. I am not a politician. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to you.
We're moving to the next panel, so don't move. This is a fascinating panel that I've been waiting for.
I would prefer for the future in my country to not depend on another revolution. Please, God, no more revolutions. I don't want another leader coming down from the mountain. I don't want another charismatic leader in front of a microphone. No military in uniforms involved. I'm leading a technological and news revolution, a journalistic revolution. I think that's my role. I am not a politician. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to you.
Our English speaker, you have to give back the devices there. So let's start the new panel. And
ready? Howdy. Wow, that's an incredible keynote to follow up, I have to say. What an inspiring story. So, that was actually a story, I think, a really incredible one of how to use technology, and we're going to switch into talking about how we use technology and how we use media and new technologies that are evolving. People who are really experimenting in the space, building services, learning, making things, and really figuring out what this can be and what it can mean for journalism and what it can mean for media companies. So I'm just going to share a few things that are sort of fascinating. You're going to hear probably a lot more of this today. But this is why there is hype, first of all. The top 4 messaging apps have more monthly active users now than Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram combined. So if you're not, this is kind of an incredible space that has emerged quickly. It's growing very fast. Not only that, but what that means is that you have 60 billion messages a day crossing over those platforms of people talking to each other and interacting with services on these platforms. This is something that started internationally and is now coming to the U.S., and that's why a lot of U.S. media companies see a lot of opportunity. 75% of all smartphone users are using messaging platforms. But I think the thing as media companies and as journalists seeking to build our audiences and in particular reach the segment of the audience that people call millennials. I don't know what the next one is called, and I don't care. But young people. Here's the interesting thing: is that for 18 to 29-year-old people who are using smartphones, 49% are using messaging platforms. 33% are using apps. So there's a lot of text messaging. In fact, you're going to hear about a very exciting text messaging service today. And in particular, Hispanic and African American populations are using messaging platforms even more than everybody else. And so I think it's a really interesting space for communicating with underrepresented groups as well. And lastly, and this is what gets I'm the chief product officer of Vox Media. I didn't introduce myself. My name's Trey. I actually live here in Austin, so welcome to Austin, all of y'all who came to town. I hope y'all are eating mini breakfast tacos and living gloriously that way. I'm in charge of a product team. We're figuring out how do we engage audiences, how do we build great experiences, how do we serve them. The interesting thing is the retention rates in the apps, in these messaging apps, are crazy. Almost 6% higher than any other apps. And in particular, the average daily frequency is 8.9 times a day people are going into messaging apps, which is almost 5% more than any other apps. So that's really important. But so I'm going to set it up. That's why there's a lot of hype. But there's a lot to figure out, and these people that are joining us today, and you're going to hear these presentations, are the ones who are doing some of the best work to figure it out. Because here's the thing, and we'll discuss more of this in the panel, is what we need to figure out is what is the real opportunity here. When I started building websites many years ago, at Texas Monthly, actually, was the first website here in town. The excitement of it wasn't that we could just publish to the internet and send broadcast information out. It was that we were excited about the interactivity of the medium. The ability to have a conversation with our audience and engage them and get information from them and figure that out. I think we've done an okay job at that. I think everybody's still figuring out how we do a better job at that. But I think what's exciting about this is that it almost forces you to sort of engage in that way in this platform, right? The other thing that I think is really interesting is that it makes us rethink the way that we deliver media, the way that we deliver information, the way that we engage, not just in the interaction model, but that we provide a service, and that we can provide a different type of service that makes sense and is valuable to insert in the middle of a conversation with a lot of people. So today, when you hear these presentations, I think these are some of the things to think about. I think there's going to be a lot of media companies where you have, people like, why aren't we building a messaging bot? Why aren't we on these platforms? And it feels a little bit like a time where we're like, everybody needs to have an app. But then they didn't think about why. They didn't think about what would be a valuable app. They didn't think about what was the service and the opportunity to provide here. So today, I think we're going to hear from some people that give you an idea of what they've learned. And I hope that everybody who's going to go back and think about this really learns these lessons, the good and the bad and the ugly and the exciting for what messaging apps can be. So I think we're going to start with Ben. Ben Brown, from who has built a messaging bot called Howdy. He's going to tell you all about it.
Hello. Thank you. Hi, I'm Ben Brown. As Trey mentioned, I run a company called Howdy here in Austin. We are that's me, Ben Brown, on Twitter. Howdy AI is our company. Can you see that? Yeah. So we are a Slack bot that does a sort of group communication productivity service. A lot of you may be familiar with the idea of like an agile stand-up check-in where, a group of people on a product team or a project team will, come together, stand up, and each person on the team gives like a couple-minute update about what they're doing. And it's a very, very formulated thing. You say, what did you do yesterday? What are you working on today? Is anything blocking you? So we look at, and this is a very rote process that happens in thousands and thousands of companies all over the world. And it's the same thing every single day. And I've been a part of these things as a consultant and developer for years and years. And I find them to be useful because you exchange this information, but it's not like directly useful. Like, we don't make decisions or take actions at these meetings. We just spend a lot of time sharing information. So we thought, how can a bot help this? So what Howdy does is it lives in your Slack channel alongside your team, and at 10 a.m. Every day or whenever you want, it'll go out and it'll ask those questions of your team. Instead of doing it in sequence, though, it does it simultaneously, right? So everybody at the same time spends 3 or 4 minutes talking to Howdy in a private channel and answering those 3 or 4 questions. And then what the bot does is it collects all that information, puts it into a nice document, and shares it back into the main channel. So instead of the half an hour that you might spend simply exchanging the information, you spend 3 or 4 minutes exchanging that information. You get a concrete document that lives on, that can be referred back to in the future, that can be shared with people who missed the meeting or who didn't want to be involved in the meeting. And you also get 27 minutes back to take action, make decisions, and discuss the information that was shared. So we find this to be a really valuable thing, and people are getting a lot out of it. This is what it looks like when you actually deal with it. Sorry, should have narrated that a little bit, but you can see there a report about my wife, who's my co-founder, and I having a daily check-in. So this is just a model of how we see this kind of interaction in Slack. There's a ton of different things that you can do that sort of fall into this model. We see people doing everything ranging from like collecting lunch orders, right? Like, hey, what do you want to eat for lunch? Collects the lunch order. The office manager gets a nice formatted, menu of things that people want to eat. They just hand it to the person at the restaurant, and there's the order. But we also see things like content creation and content collection, right? Like, I need story ideas from everybody on the team. talk to Howdy, and the bot will collect that and return it to the editor, or like creating the content for a newsletter, share the interesting links that you've seen this week. So lots of different ways to apply this kind of technique, and this is just the beginning for us. We sort of see ourselves as like the people who make R2-D2, right? Like R2-D2 came rolling off the assembly line. He was like a blank robot that knew how to do a couple of things, like say hello, say goodbye, and receive commands. But what those commands are up to the person who owns the robot. So Howdy is like a open-ended scripting, or scriptable. So lots of different things can happen. A lot of the people who are excited about bots got excited about bots because of Slack. And, why is that? And, Trey was talking about this a little bit, but, Slack launched a couple of years ago. And this is the graph that I used to use when I gave talks, because it was like really cool, right? Like, the growth of Slack was phenomenally fast, and in the first 6 months or 8 months they went from 0 to 500,000 people, right? And this is the graph that they animated it because it was like, whoa, look at how fast we grew. Well, like now this is the new graph, or this is even slightly out of date. So in 2 years they grew to 2 million monthly active users, and the retention rate on Slack is insane. Like, it's like 90%, right? So people adopt Slack, they stay in Slack, the entire organization, one engineer in the back office starts using Slack, and 2 months later, the entire organization is onboarded, and it's a critical daily tool. So this is even out of date. In the first quarter this year, they added 700,000 more monthly active users, right? So they are another half on top of this. It's crazy. So, and never before, people were in chat rooms before in IRC and things like that, but those were like the technical people, right? The server management people. Now we have the marketing team, we have the HR team, we have the designers, we have everybody in the entire organization in chat rooms together. So they'd never had this opportunity to use this kind of software, to have the automation and contextual services just come to them like they can in Slack. But it's not just Slack, as Trey mentioned. Like, messaging platforms are incredibly, incredibly popular and growing faster than any of the other applications. So these are, this is from this Activate consultancy. But look at WhatsApp. Look at Facebook Messenger. This is out of date again. So hold on. Oop, no, out of order here. Hundreds of millions of people inside these messaging applications, and how many, there is a small handful of publications and applications that actually live in these things now, right? It's a wide open space for content and services to be delivered that in a way that it hasn't been happening before, and it's a sort of Wild West, blue sky opportunity for people to be the first in here and figure out what's going on. So we are a venture-funded startup. I apologize for that. And we have like a SaaS product and all of that, and it's going well for us. But more than the productivity tools and efficiency gains that we can get in the workplace, the feedback that we've been getting is like, wow, like you guys, get bots and can help people figure out like how bots work and what they do well, and just help this world of bots actually take root. So in partnership with Slack, we created this open source tool called BotKit, which is a node module. It's free to use, that allows people to very quickly and easily create bot applications. So the goal of BotKit is basically to take care of all the technical details, right? Like when you actually get down into the nitty-gritty of these things, it's a little bit complicated, right? You're dealing with API protocols on Slack. You're dealing with like live web socket connections, which are difficult to maintain and program. And every different messaging platform has its own set of protocols and specialties. We wanted to just abstract that away and give developers and designers the tools that were sort of language-like that allow them to just model human communication and, you know, conversations without having to deal with all that technical details. So, you know, BotKit is great, right? We're powering a lot of the most popular apps in the Slack App Store. There's 1,500 member developer community that we host. You know, on GitHub, it's got, you know, 2,800 stars. I don't really know what that means. But, you know, and we've had 83 merge pull requests so far, which means that 83 developers out there in the world have spent their time contributing, you know, improvements to our code base, and we've merged those into the project so that everybody can benefit. There's like, you know, half a dozen or, you know, 10 plugins that have been built to tie into different natural language processing tools and database storage tools and all sorts of stuff. So it's very, very easy to get started. And then we just launched on Tuesday support for Facebook Messenger, right? There's 900 million people who use Facebook Messenger every day, or, you know, every month. And there are maybe 6 applications that live inside Facebook Messenger so far, right? And, you know, as of Tuesday, that's wide open to every one of us, right? Every single page on Facebook can now have a bot connected to it and have, you know, automated information or services delivered to people. And that's just the beginning, right? Like you can associate people with their cell phone number and deliver messages to them via Facebook Messenger. You know, I really see this being connected to things like commerce and context, where any type of action that you take that might have your phone number associated with it could result in like the beginning of a conversation with a bot. So it's a really, really exciting time. So, excuse me. You know, when you're building a bot, the building blocks you have are words. It is the you know, I find it to be like the most exciting and pleasant design constraint that I've dealt with. You know, I've been building software for 20 years. It's been increasingly complicated and like graphically intense, and you know, just kind of inexpensive and complicated and just a pain in the ass. And when you boil it all, when you are forced to boil it all down to just a few words, it really forces you to understand what you're talking about, what kind of service you're delivering. So, you know, bots hear things, they say things, they ask questions, and those are the building blocks of having conversations. And so, you know, BotKit gives you those tools. This is an entire Hello World bot that fits into a tweet, right? That's like the entire code of an entire bot that connects to Slack, and when you say hello to it, it'll say hello back, right? This is not complicated stuff. The difficulty is in the use of language, the design of the experience, the guiding the user through the options that they have, because we don't have global navigation in a bot. We don't have like a graphic design grid system to show somebody a whole bunch of options. We have, you know, one message, maybe 2 messages to lead them through it. This is like what your average sort of BotKit function looks like, right? So this is just sort of an expanded version of what I showed before. You know, I say hello, the bot replies hello, right? Like, this is code that like your average person hopefully will be able to write. It's modeled after language and conversation. And this is the full code of a Facebook bot, right? So again, like, this is a completely different system underneath the hood of a Slack bot, but it looks exactly the same. You know, this allows you to, you know, say hello, you know, to somebody who greets you on Facebook Messenger, right? Very, very easy, and like we give people like you the tools to actually create the content, create the experiences without having to deal with the code. So this is Dev for Slack. You can join. This is the 1,500 developer community. Love to have anybody there. It's a Slack. It's open. You can sign up yourself. Thank you.
I have to figure out who's next. Actually how it is in the order of the book. All right. So, next up. Thank you. Alistair. Alistair Coote, who formerly of the New York Times, which is going to be talking about a project from that, but is most recently of The Guardian Mobile Lab, which is a Knight-funded new project, which is really exciting, and he's only been there for 3 days. And he was gracious to join us for this anyway.
Hello, does this work? There we go. Yes, as Trey said, I am now at the Guardian Mobile Innovation Lab, but he invited me to talk about one of the last things I worked on the interactive news team at the Times, which was an election Slack bot. So I'm going to talk to you about its birth, its life, and its death. Basically... We'll get to that. So it started off actually as a conversation that we had with the R&D team at the Times, who had been doing a lot of research into group communication and how news could sort of fit into that world. And so we sort of came up with the idea of making an installable Slack bot that basically will bring election news coverage into your chat room. So we thought we'd start it nice and small scale, nice and quiet. We set it up in a way that some friends and sort of some colleagues could maybe install it and play around with it themselves and could get some sort of limited feedback. And then one of the designers at the Times found the entry in the CMS and tweeted it out. And we ended up with more like 450 people signed up for it, which was a lot more than we expected, which was quite intimidating. But if the designer ends up watching this video, I just want him to know I know it came from a great place, Alan. So anyway, he tweeted it out, and the Nieman Lab, who are here somewhere, discovered it, picked it up, wrote about it, and as I said, we ended up with a lot of people tuning in, and we had to work out what exactly we were then going to present these people with. So our first thought was that we would provide some live coverage on election primary nights. And basically just sort of this live stream of news and information as it comes through the newsroom. And we got to thinking of how we would go about actually setting that up on the back end. And actually, as Ben was saying, one of the beauties of Slack or chatbots in general is that they're very simple. It's very text-based. And so our first immediate thought was, well, why don't we use Slack as actually the admin that allows us to create the bot messages as well? So inside the New York Times Slack, we had a room dedicated to drafting out messages that we were going to send through the bot. So this was a really easy, really great way to work because it was this sort of collaborative thing where we could just get a bunch of people in a room and everyone could just start typing. Publishing messages was as simple as adding an emoji reaction to a message. It turned out that was maybe a little bit too easy to publish because that caused what I now refer to as the incident, where I accidentally sent a test message to around about 500 Slack rooms. Since then, we added a couple of extra security layers to make sure that doesn't happen again. But the general principle was still the same, that you add an emoji reaction to a message, and that then gets picked up by our backend, which then fires it off into everyone's Slack rooms. So you can see in this example here, these three messages have had the emoji reaction added to them. And then if we look at the actual output of the bot, you can see those three messages are now formatted, and that's how they were presented to anyone who had signed up for the bot. And you'll notice as well, of course, that this is posting as the bot. So it was myself and Michael Garwood, who works on the social media team at the Times, were drafting through some messages, but obviously we didn't want to send those as ourselves. But that wasn't always the case. So we actually had Paul Volpe, who's the Deputy Washington Bureau Chief on one of the primary nights, so that he could provide some live commentary as well. And we wanted to send things out actually with his name attached. So there's actually a slightly different emoji reaction. You can't really see it here. The colors are slightly different. But when you use that reaction, it would then get pushed through, and you see at the bottom here with an actual attribution next to it. So we managed to be able to send through a mix of different things, some images, some text, and so on. And it worked okay. One of the real flaws in this is that most people use Slack at work. And most primary nights are, well, they're nights. So most of the audience wasn't necessarily using Slack at the time. They would have had to sort of go out of their usual pattern in order to be able to use it. So we got to thinking, in the spirit of experimentation, what could we pivot to next? We had this existing functionality we'd been using called Office Hours that is basically a live chat that runs on the Times website and has a form on the page for readers who are following along to be able to submit their own questions. And we thought, well, why don't we take one of these Office Hours chats and we'll sort of effectively like broadcast that through the Slack bot as well. So as you can see here, the top was the presentation on the website, and we pretty much did the exact same broadcast through of the live chat to everyone who was subscribed to the bot, which worked very well, except that there was one small problem. Well, not a small problem, was that there was a lot of it. It went on for an hour, and some users absolutely loved it, and they loved, sort of like reading along in their Slack rooms. Other users really hated it because it was very noisy, and this was sort of an important lesson that we realized that the Slack bot doesn't really have any clue about context. It can't read the messages that are in the room it's in, which obviously makes a lot of sense for like privacy reasons and so on. But it means you don't really have a sense of what's going on around you. Some people set the bot up to live inside its own room, and so they loved the live chat. It was perfect in there. Other people installed it in their general room, and they hated it. So that was a sort of an interesting sort of mixed success. But one thing that worked out very well from it was that we installed a slash command, which is something that's available when you're making a Slack bot. You could just sort of fire off different custom commands. So we added one called Ask Nate, which was effectively a mirror of what was on the web, where there was a form where you could fill out a question and send it off. And people could ask Nate a question. And that worked fantastically. We got a number of really great questions in from people who were following along. And you can see an example there of, as a user, Mallory submitted the question. We then rebroadcasted that back out to all of the subscribers along with Nate's answer to Mallory's question. So we thought, given that sort of this asking a question model worked quite well, maybe there was something we could look into more there, and sat down again with the R&D team to look at doing some natural language processing in an attempt to automatically answer questions that people have about the election. And we ended up covering 2 areas in the experiment. One was candidate positions, and the other one was scheduling. So you can see these examples here of asking what is Bernie Sanders' position on guns, when was a New Hampshire primary, and those were automatically processed without us having to be involved. And setting that up was kind of an interesting new challenge. It's not something that we'd done before. We used a service called wit.ai, which is actually owned by Facebook now, but is a natural language processing service where you basically take whatever text someone has sent you, you send it over to them, and then they reply with this sort of structured data. But it does involve you setting up a lot of things beforehand. So you can see here in the WIT admin that we've got the various different entities that our bot was using. So we've got the topics for the candidate positions, the candidate names, states, parties, and events. So by sort of combining all of those together, you can see that this is basically how WIT worked. So as we fire in questions, it picks out the appropriate keywords and allows you to combine them as well. So you can say, like, when is the primary in New Hampshire? When is the next Democratic primary in New Hampshire? That kind of stuff. So we set it up, and for the first 5 minutes, it worked fantastically. And then we realized that once you allow people to ask questions, they really don't stop asking questions. And that becomes a problem because we can't really deal with, these are real questions, by the way. It becomes very open-ended because this sort of questioning, this chat interface is an extremely open-ended tool. And so if you have to tell people that they need to define their question in a certain way, then that's actually not really a very good user experience, really. So some of the questions that came through, though, were answerable. Say something about like donations. Now that's a data set that's out there in the same way that scheduling was out there. We could have added some functionality to be able to process that. That's fine. But a lot of the others weren't. A lot of them would require some really deep analysis, some of them even a subjective opinion. And some of them, like say the one there for the Minnesota Democratic caucuses, it's a fascinating question, but it's probably not one that's really going to scale. There won't be too many people asking that question. So even if we had an entire team of people working on this full time, you would probably still not be able to answer all the questions that people are asking. And again, given the open-ended nature of it, for instance, the question here of like, who is Obama's Supreme Court nominee going to be? Is that an election question? I mean, yes, it has an impact on the election, but it's not by and of itself an election question. But you could say, okay, no, we'll let that one go. We can answer that question. But then, inevitably, in the way sort of actual natural conversation flows, someone might then follow on from that and say, oh, well, who are the other potential nominees? And why is he... You know, and then before you know it, it's effectively you end up in this sort of... you're making a choose-your-own-adventure with infinite number of possibilities of choices. And everything will just sort of sprawl out very quickly. So after having seen that and thought about that a lot, we shut the bot down. Basically, I mean, it was only ever intended to be an experiment, and we realized that the resources that would be required to be able to actually provide the experience you would want from this bot would be extremely difficult. If there's anything to sort of take away from this, and this sort of, I think about this when I'm looking at all of the sort of Facebook Messenger bots and all of that stuff that's coming along. It's very, very difficult to make something like this really satisfying for a user. And you need to be very specific about the topic that you're doing it about. You need to sort of really narrow down on something where you can actually deal with a limited number of questions and so on. Otherwise, really, users are just sort of going to be a little thrown by the fact that they can ask one question and not another one. Working in news in many ways even makes it more difficult, because if you think about the way that say Apple works on Siri, they can keep adding on functionality over and over because they've got a set of functionality and they can finish it and it's done. We don't really have that luxury because by November all of the work we would have done in the election bot would be gone anyway, and we'd be back to square one. So it's a struggle because you're going to be constantly iterating on this sort of new stuff all the time. So, as I said, that was the end of the bot, but I was still optimistic. It was a really fascinating experiment, and we're hoping to be able to see where it goes next. Maybe something like the Olympics, who knows?
All right. Now I actually know the order. Thanks, Alistair. Rebecca Harris is from Purple, which is a really exciting political and actually beyond politics news service that's right now delivered via SMS and will be going beyond, but she'll tell you all about it.
Thanks, Trey. Hi, how are y'all? It's so good to be back here in Texas. I actually grew up here. My mom's here today, so that's pretty awesome. I also just want... Thanks. Yeah, give it up for her. Also just want to say I'm so honored to be on this panel with these guys doing such innovative work in this space. It's so inspiring to see. So, as I said, my name's Rebecca Harris. I'm the co-founder at Purple. We're a conversational media platform, which I'll get to later what that means. And I'm a huge politics nerd, which I'll tell you a story about that later. It's important. Also, I figured the best way to for you to see what I'm talking about is for you to actually show you. So I created an interactive version of this presentation on Purple that you can follow if you just text ISOJ to that number. So looking forward to hearing your feedback on that after. So Purple really started out of a problem that my co-founder David and I really wanted to solve, and it's that And today there's such an abundance of content out there that it's really a pain in the ass to stay informed on what's happening in the world, especially if you're not a political junkie or a news junkie. And so, this was the question that kept us up at night. It's like, well, what does that mean for the future of democracy if it's that time-consuming and difficult for people to stay informed? So, let me just tell you a quick story. So as I said, I'm a huge politics nerd. And when I was in college, my friends knew this. So instead of actually reading the news themselves, they would just come to me and say, yo, Rebecca, can you just explain to me what the hell is happening in Syria? I don't have time to read about this crap. And I'd be like, awesome, someone wants to talk about Syria. Yes, I would love to. But David and I were thinking about this, and we were like, wow, why is that such a preferable way of digesting information? And we kind of broke it down. We were like, all right, well, first of all, it's completely frictionless. The abundance of content out there, it's overwhelming. Kind of feels like this sometimes when you're doing a Google search for a question or, searching through a news feed. It's just so much. But when it's a conversation, it's just you ask, I answer, and we just go back and forth. It's just so easy. The second component of it is that, oh, sorry, I think my clicker stopped working, is that it's a two-way conversation. So at any time, if you can help me with that, if at any time, you want to stop me, want me to clarify something, you have another question, you can just ask, and we can go back and forth in that way. It's like how we actually talk to each other. And the really important part is that it's personal. I'm a human being that you can actually talk to, not a faceless source. And most of how we consume content right now is passively. And so this is really powerful. So these are the components we built into Purple. We thought, well, okay, if we can't literally be there in person with you to talk about politics, what's the next best thing? Well, probably text messaging. It's the most common behavior all of us use with our phones already. So what we did is we built a service based off of that. Started out with a pretty simple Google Voice experiment, actually, where I was just texting updates on on a Republican debate to 50 friends, and it sort of grew from there. We built our own system where we basically create these conversational pieces of content that are made to be digested through a conversation via text. So right now you get sort of atomized messages that have capitalized words that are keywords that you can text to get the next part of the story. Users can also text us questions or their thoughts on politics or whatever we're talking about, and we'll always answer. So this is a little bit of how that works. So it really dawned on us when we stumbled onto this, whoa, this is the future of media. I mean, and here's why I think this is the future. First of all, we kind of live our lives in this on-demand way, right? I can order an Uber to take me anywhere. I can order food at any time. I can get my dry cleaning picked up on my phone. And messaging kind of fits that lifestyle a little bit because you can carry on a conversation and learn about something in your own time, over the course of a day or a week or a month while you're doing a million other things. So that's pretty cool. And then, the other thing is that I am most excited about is it really breaks down the wall between publisher and audience for the first time in a really powerful way. I mean, you could argue that social media platforms sort of did that, but they're really not built for this kind of one-to-one engagement that is really a lot more engaging. And the last part is that, it's a conversation. It's personal. I mean, think about how we use text messaging and messaging in general now. It's, you text your friends, you send gifts to your colleagues on Slack. I mean, and it allows you to build these personal relationships with people. And that's really what excites me the most about this, because it allows us as an organization, as an entity, to engage with our users, with our audience, like we're friends. I mean, and people text us like we are besties. So it's pretty cool to see. So, it's no surprised that everyone's kind of flooding into this space as messaging applications are just kind of blowing up. They've far surpassed social media apps now in terms of monthly active users. You know, these messaging applications now boast around 4.8 billion monthly active users. You know, WhatsApp, 1 billion monthly active users. Facebook Messenger, 900 million. So there's so many. This is already, you know, the most common behavior most people use on their phones. 6 out of the top 10 apps are messaging apps. But, you know, what kind of blows my mind is that it doesn't blow my mind. I understand why this is happening, but you know, anytime there's a new sort of platform, a new frontier for media, we kind of all take to it with the mindset of the old platforms. So when the internet was first created, most news websites sort of resembled something like putting a PDF of the front page of the newspaper online. So this is the first New York Times webpage. But then once we really dug into the web and realized like how you can utilize this platform and what the possibilities were, I mean, you see stuff more like this. I mean, it's just beautiful what you can do now. So much more engaging, so much more interactive. And I kind of think that's how a lot of people are, a lot of companies, businesses, brands, media organizations are looking at messaging now is this sort of like this giant new distribution channel. And most people are sort of using it to send push notifications and links to articles, but I really think that's kind of missing the point. So here are my sort of my spiel on how to be successful on messaging platforms. You know, Paul Graham from Y Combinator wrote this essay about building things that don't scale and sort of why it's important to start out that way. And one of the things he talks about is delight. So like delighting your users. So this was the text we sent out the morning of April Fool's Day, telling people basically that Kanye just announced that he was running for president last minute. And you know, this was such a like simple thing, but made such a huge difference. People loved this. I mean, and the reason why this is important is, I mean, this is something that I would personally like text to a friend and we would laugh about. And that's why it's important, because it gives you a voice, and it makes you more relatable and more personal and human to your users, which goes a long way in building that personal relationship with them. So I think focusing on delight, which Paul Graham says, you know, you should always be constantly racking your brain for new ways to delight your users, is really important. The other thing, and this is kind of why a lot of people ask us, like, oh, are you an app, or why didn't you guys build an app? And, you know, we're kind of like, this is sort of our philosophy on this, is that I really think the key to success is going to where users are. And so we build Purple on top of existing messaging platforms, because we kind of want to be where you already live on your phone all the time. You know, I just wanted to kind of close with this quote from Chris Messina's piece on Medium that I'm sure a lot of you have read, where he says, basically, by the end of the year, you and I will be talking with brands and companies on Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, Slack, and we will find it totally normal. And I think we're already starting to see that, and that's really exciting to me. So yeah, boom. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you, Rebecca. Super interactive that you can follow along on your phone while you're here. So next up, Zach Seward from Quartz. Actually, yesterday, if y'all were here and listening, Zach and the Quartz app got mentioned no less than 3 times, probably more like 6 times during many of the sessions. So now you get to see what everybody's talking about.
Awesome. Thanks, Trey. Thanks for having me. So Quartz is a business news organization. We launched in 2012, and when we launched then, we tried to put a focus on everything we did on users on their phones primarily. But as focused as we were on that, we were also fairly vocal, some would say stubborn, about not wanting to create a native app. We thought that the web was the better way for a news organization like ours, starting in 2012, to grow quickly. And 2012 was the year, you might recall, News Corp had experimented with an iPad-only newspaper called The Daily that had just folded at that time. I think a lot of news organizations had gone through a phase of developing apps that had mixed results at best. So we figured we would just skip that phase and move right to the web. And to be clear, we still feel that way. I mean, that is still a conviction of Quartz. But around the beginning of last year, we challenged ourselves to figure out what a Quartz app, a native app, could be if it were not a facsimile of our website, which was basically all we had conviction about, is that we didn't want to create an app that was just a copy of the site. And so we ended up with this. Or maybe a little bit more descriptively, this, which we just decided we were going to put this thing out there and try to explain it as little as possible. Of course, I'll explain it today, but and see how users like it. Obviously, it was not what most people were expecting from a news app. It's a conversational interface resembling as though you are text messaging with Quartz, and this is pretty much it. I mean, there's a settings screen. There are a few other features I'll talk about in a second, but it's obviously not a scan of headlines. So what I wanted to do, now we're about 2 months in, the reception has been kind of honestly better than we were expecting. You know, we obviously liked the idea, but we knew it was a little nuts. Didn't know how anyone else would react. And I wanted to give the story briefly of how we got to this, because trust me, it was a long time coming, and went through a lot of failure before we got to anything vaguely resembling the app that we launched in February. So the project began with notifications. We were looking around. There were a number of changes to iOS and Android about a year ago that were interesting to us, that started to make notifications shift from this annoying thing that was buzzing your phone and you'd sort of scramble to figure out how to turn them off, to potentially actually useful, possibly even replacing the inbox for a lot of people. And we also saw some opportunity to improve on the way news organizations were approaching notifications, especially at that time. I think, honestly, in the last 12 to 18 months, things have improved considerably. But a lot of news organizations were thinking of notifications as basically a breaking news, sort of an inscrutable breaking news headline, where to get the actual news, you had to click through, read a full article. We figured you could probably put a lot more information and context right on the lock screen and provide a great experience to people without even having to enter the app at all. That was appealing because we did have this sense that it was harder and harder to break into the App Store, get people to download your app. We figured, an experience that would be delightful and informative on your lock screen could be something people would actually take the steps to download and probably even enjoy. So that was pretty easy. You'll see the name here on that alert, which an actual one from our testing phase is Jasper, and that's the code name of this entire project as it continues. We called the app itself Quartz, but Jasper is a form of quartz, the mineral. And the way we were thinking about this is challenging ourselves to figure out what Quartz, a guide to the new global economy, would be if it were a native app. So this part was honestly pretty simple, both to think about and to build. The harder question was what the hell would go inside the app. And this was one of the prototypes. Maybe we just put absolutely nothing inside the app. You open it, and it conveys very strongly that you should be going away and experiencing this app outside of its container, which was very appealing because we could have shipped it a year ago. But we decided to challenge ourselves to figure out what, if not an empty box, the interior of the app could be. And I won't belabor this phase of the project, which was a long one. We went through a long prototype phase where we were working on options, two of which are shown here. One was essentially an archive of that notifications concept. Another, of course, was card-based, because you can't do an app project without at least spending some time thinking about cards these days. All of which were fine, but not particularly appealing. And there were a number of other prototypes I'm not showing here before we got to conversation. And there are a variety of reasons why we thought this might be an interesting idea. And you're looking at a prototype we built to test the idea once we had started in on it. But the two basic ones were we love the simplicity, both the simplicity for the user. There was very little to do except you manipulate your thumb along the bottom of the screen to choose options. That was both like a practical design choice, with larger and larger phones. Keeping all of the action toward the bottom has its appeal, as well as just the simplicity of the user understanding the concept. So as I said, we started with the idea of notifications and built from there. So this was essentially extending that. The whole thing is messages. The content comes in the form of messages, some of which you get on your lock screen, most of which you get in the interior of the app if you choose to essentially take the bait and initiate the conversation. We had no idea if this was anything more than an interesting concept, so we built this prototype, started using it. It was honestly more engaging than we expected. Of course, it was pretty ugly, so we started working on the interface to see what we. Oh, sorry. Those are animating great. We started working on the interface to try to improve its visual style. It was going along quite nicely, but we started to hit a wall. And the wall was that for all the intrigue of the idea of a conversational UI, the thing really lacked life. It was soulless. At the time, what we were doing, Quartz on our homepage, qz.com, we had a sort of a continually updated news briefing that we were composing, and so we were pulling in that content to provide real live content for this app. And as we used it more and more, all the animations in the world could not disguise the fact that it really seemed like this guy was writing the app. This is an actual magazine cover from 1936 predicting what journalism would be in 2000. And this is really the good news of this story. So there was a little troubling because we thought, we could get away with just pulling in this content we were already creating. But so that was bad news. But the good news is that you are all not yet out of jobs, because it was super, super clear that this was not really going to be a bot. I mean, it's automated. I'm sure we'll talk in a bit about what the definition of a bot is. There are elements programmatic elements to the app where you take advantage to try to be smart about what we deliver you and when and so forth. But it's really a human. In fact, 5 humans all around the world for Quartz who are writing and editing all of the content on a continual basis, because that was the only way, as Rebecca was arguing, I completely agree, to create an actually engaging conversational interface for news. So we sighed, and we started the next long project, which was to figure out what that content would be, how we would write it, how we would make that an efficient process for our writers. We started with drawing back on the choose your own adventure world, interactive fiction. There's a whole variety of tools that already exist for creating pathways through stories where the user has options. I'm sure we've all played with them in the past. That was super useful for prototyping, and also made it super clear that this was not going to be an efficient process for continually writing news updates, and our editors would quit sooner than they would try to use a tool that looked like this, where they had to craft the news into this shape. So we started trying to simplify and reconstruct the experience, trying to essentially go from what was a very branching interface or options where the user had a lot of choices to make to a more and more linear interface, which had advantages both for the efficiency of our production of the content, but also we tended to find for the experience for the user, for the end user, that actually narrowing the options that the user has made a more enjoyable experience. And so if you're using the app, you know that it is an extremely linear experience, more resembling this one than the first spaghetti diagram that we started with. Of course, in order to write it, we needed a CMS. There are some more in the choose your own adventure world that exist, but nothing that really worked for us, so we had to do one from scratch. It's basically a WYSIWYG composer, which you're looking at right here, for constructing what we call frames, and then within each frame, mapping out what the conversation will be. While I'm in favor of WYSIWYG for all forms of writing, in this particular case is all the more important because you have to put yourself in the seat or in the thumbs, I guess, of the user, thinking about what it is exactly that she's going to receive at each stage in the conversation. And then also thinking and trying to anticipate what the questions might be. So we're not trying to produce this in sort of some kind of artificial intelligence news bot, right? This is every user is provided the same options. There is no keyboard. We're not taking free-form input. And so making sure that those choices we give the user, whether it's just as simple as an emoji or actual questions for the user to ask, become all the more important. And then trying to figure out, like, what is good about a conversational interface? Like, what are the ways in which we can write that, you know, are better than if we had just written them out in the form of paragraphs? Because you start to realize that what you're creating is not just like a news article. In fact, it's distinct from a news article in a lot of ways. It's an experience. And if we're not delighting the user with each of these sessions, then we're not doing much at all. The delight factor becomes much more important, honestly, than just the informational factor, because there are quite clearly a whole sort of more efficient ways to get this news. The reason you might tap on the Quartz icon on your phone is, I think, first and foremost, to be entertained, and then secondarily to be informed, which is a really interesting shift, I think, for a news organization to think about, but one we've found to be effective among the users who keep coming back to it. There are also ways to think about anticipating the user's questions. So you're scripting this. You're not actually giving the user choice, but you are putting yourself in the mindset of the user and thinking about what he or she might say when presented with an option. And that's a really interesting new form of writing that, honestly, we're still trying to figure out. And it does allow you to sometimes provide options like this, which I wish every news article came with. So as I said, we're still figuring that out. It's a really interesting new form of writing. And we're also still focused on the original intent of this project, which was to provide a great experience without even going into the app itself. Trying to write notifications which are information-rich and include a lot of context do not require you to enter the app at all. And we send you poetry every day. So I love this juxtaposition of two notifications that came in within minutes of each other, one from us and one from the Wall Street Journal. And it's not even to suggest that our notification is better than the Journal's. Quite clearly, the Journal did a much more efficient job of conveying the way the markets had behaved that day. But we, at the end of the close of markets in the U.S., every day, send users a haiku summary of the markets. It fits our view of the markets, which is not to take them too seriously, at least on a daily basis, and is intended to just be this little bit of joy on your lock screen at the end of the day. And I think this really clearly distinguished the approaches. And again, to each his own as to which of these notifications you would like to receive. Maybe it's even best to subscribe to both, and so you get the like what the hell actually happened along with the haiku. Also focusing on the touches. So I think I sent this particular notification out and was about to send, but with each notification we send, we also include a little, so you may know if you're an iOS user, you can swipe on any notification for an interactive, to be able to interact with the notification right then and there. And so we include just a little emoji with each one. Essentially as an Easter egg. So you would not believe like the conversations that come that occur in our newsroom, or we're scrambling to send a breaking news alert. Obviously, time is of the essence, but now we need to figure out what the hell the emoji going along with this news should be. I thought I'd nailed this one, so that's why I'm using this one as an example. And of course, focusing on still other experiences outside the app. So a chart of the day on your today's screen. And if you're an Apple Watch user, you can get your markets wrap up again with a little eccentricity, this time in the bottom right corner, telling you how the markets are doing in the form of an emoji. Obviously, this was not a great day for the markets. So that's the story of how we got to Quartz for iPhone. Still working on it. Still very much focused also on other platforms. And thank you for having me.
Thanks, Zach. All right. Our last speaker for the panel today is Alex Swan from Breaking News, and who'll be talking about how they're building breaking news and also how they're building bots for it.
Awesome. All right. I'm ready to go. I'm just kidding. Okay. Let's get this set up. All right, this one's going to be a quick one because I think that your questions might be more interesting for the panel. So I'm going to start. My name is Alex Swan. There's my Twitter handle. I've worked at Breaking News for about 2 years. Before that, I worked at a startup called i.tv, second screen experience. I do a lot of tinkering and Internet of Things and video game development in my free time. I made a hamster fitness tracker. Well, I made a fitness tracker for my hamster and put it on the web. So if you go to my Twitter, search around, you can find it. And it has fun things like its current speed and its average speed over time, and how many steps it took. The usual fitness stuff. So yeah, this job that I had is works really well because we do get to try out new things, and this sort of bot setup really fits. It really fits me. I get to try things out, and it's iterative because we had this news service that's been around for many years, but there's always new ways to get this news to you. You don't need to go to the website when you have notifications, for example. So lots of people have built in these notifications. What we are is a team of editors with also some engineering members also. But the team of editors uses a tool that we created called Velocity and sorts through feeds from hundreds of providers to find breaking news stories fast and accurate is what we're going for. Because we are not built like the bigger news companies, we can get stories to you faster. We send snippets of information with the original source wherever you are, be it on our website or in the apps or in this bot, as I'll get to. So it's good to be a partner because we direct traffic to you with our apps. Let's see. Next we have, a couple years ago we made this really cool thing. We made proximity alerts. We like to give information that's relevant to people, and when people give us their location, we can tell them if there's an emergency nearby, if there's bad traffic, if there's things happening near them they can get accurate information to keep themselves away from danger and find safety as quick as possible. This has helped our own manager when we were trying this out. This was during the Seattle Pacific shooting. Our general manager had kids in the daycare across the street. He found out about this, was able to call the daycare, find out that his kids were safe, and have the live update to know exactly what was happening. There were a lot of rumors about whether there was still an active shooter or if there were multiple. All this information was brought to him as fast as possible to help him know that his kids were safe, that the situation was taken care of, and so he could handle just what the situation was and not the speculation that was around it. So this is a useful thing, and you don't necessarily need to be in the app to get this sort of information, so that we're getting the news to you in this sort of way. Now let's see. Next, we have email alerts. People used email, and so we tried this out. I'm mentioning this mostly because it was an iterative process. We have these email alerts, and it's useful for many people. And it looks just like this. We have the snippets, we have the source, everything there. It has a very high read rate because you already read it probably 3 or 4 times now. And it goes straight to you. You don't need to go to the website to check it out. All right, so this is the meat of the presentation here. We've got Slack integration. We get news stories sent to you. The first iteration was pretty basic. The basic news stories would go to wherever you wanted. We found that the news organizations would use this, government organizations. People would do this, would send this to their Slack bot, which is like a personal channel, so only they would get it. Probably more often than setting it in like our company uses. Well, we have all the news, but we have a channel that has breaking news sent to it so that we can see what that is. This opened up a new opportunity where it was a group interaction. People could see the news stories as they happen, and people could respond using the Slack-style emojis or talk about whatever. This is the first chance that we've got that, because in our previous examples, all of that was a person's phone or their own web browser. So this opens up an opportunity for people to discuss this sort of thing. But we could do better. The second iteration was released earlier this week. Lets you choose what topics you want to follow. So it is much better at giving you the news you want to know and avoiding the stuff that you're not that interested in. When you grab the Slack integration now, you're initially signed up for major news stories, so it works like usual. But we have an animals channel so that we can post pictures of animals and get information about animals. And we have added our own integration to get information about animals in the animals channel, and we can respond with animal emojis, and it's fun. It works really well for companies, people that want to know about their own company before they find out about it internally. Sometimes can be faster that way. You can find out about your competition. If you want to keep an eye on every breaking news story that has the topic of Google or animals or Austin, Texas, you can follow these by asking the Slack bot through a slash command, say breaking news, follow Austin, and then you'll get information about news stories as they happen sent immediately to you. So it comes to you, and it is in this group setup. You can get information about Nicolas Cage or Helen Mirren, like in our off-topic channel. All of that stuff is available, and the tool is available. We don't even know the best way to use it yet, just because it's so open-ended. So that means there are more ways to use it. We haven't figured it all out yet. There are more ways that we can make breaking news useful for people. We use a list of partners, but we're making it more and more easy for users to ping the editors and let them know that there are breaking news stories happening near them. And there's more integrations happening. The Facebook bots is the talk of the town today, or this week. And more things will come out, and that's what's good about being excited about tinkering, is when there's new stuff, you can try it out. And so that's the basics of it. Thank you.
All right. Y'all come up here. Y'all people. All right, let's get started. So I'm sure there's lots of questions because this is an interesting topic and lots of interesting things were just said, but I'm going to lead off with just a couple questions. The first, which Zach mentioned, and I think is one of the most interesting questions right now in this space is, and maybe the most confusing topic is, what do we mean when we say bot? And I think a lot of people talk about bots and talk about messaging, but bot means a lot of different things. So I'd love to hear from y'all what you think, how should we think about answering that question? I'm not necessarily what is a bot, but I'd love to hear like what y'all think about, like how should we reframe maybe that or help people understand what we're talking about when we're talking about bots? Is that even the right word?
I mean, it's such a loaded word. It's crazy. I just quickly, like, there was this thing called Bot Summit last weekend in the UK that's like a popular thing lots of people heard about, and it was like all about like generative art bots on Twitter, had nothing to do with like services, information, or news, and it's like these people are extremely defensive about the word bot, and like whatever. But for what it's worth, I think it's basically services and information delivered via messaging and triggered with contextually by people talking.
That sounds pretty good. Who else?
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think it's a overly generalized word because a lot of people sign up for Purple expecting it to be what they think in their mind is a bot, so not a human being on the other end, which is actually kind of fun for me because a lot of times people will text something and I'll respond back and they'll be like, "Whoa, there's a real person over there," which is cool. It's like a cool moment, but I think that it's a lot more than just. I think a lot of people associate it with automation and with like an AI element, and I think it can be a lot more than that.
Yeah, we're a lot less than that.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, or not really automated at all, or not really AI at all. I think there are it helps to think about it as types of bots, and then there are a few like key distinctions. One is push versus pull. Are you initiating the conversation, or is the bot? One is human or programmatic. Did a human write it, or was the response auto-generated in some way? Another is linear branching or infinite possibility. God forbid someone try the last one. I can't even imagine. None are really. I mean, I think honestly for all the discussion of AI around bots, there isn't actually yet a good example of that, even among the famous automated assistants like Siri, which still have a pretty limited set of tasks that they can perform. And then that's the other big distinction. A bot that's performing a task versus a bot that's essentially just a different interface for the information that just maybe it's in the right place, as Ben was saying.
Anybody else want to take a stab at it? Alex? No, he's passing. So actually, Rebecca, you brought up something that I think is a really interesting point. point, and was somebody actually Stacey Marie Ishmael from BuzzFeed brought up on Twitter the other day, which I thought was a really fascinating question she asked, or sort of statement actually, which is that as we are building these news services on messaging platforms, and we're sort of building these agents or bots, and they're providing the news. One of the things that is interesting is that they don't carry a byline. And she said, you should demand to know who are behind these services. You should demand to know who are behind the bots. Like, who are the humans? Where's the accountability? So I'm curious, like, what do y'all think about that? Like, several of the, I mean, Rebecca, you sometimes like reach out and start like personal conversations, but on Quartz, there's not, anything like that. You brought, on the New York Times election bot, brought voices into it, but what do you think the responsibility is there of news organizations? How do you think that's going to evolve in terms of, where that came from? Like, who's responsible for it?
Yeah, I'll take a crack at that. I think it depends. I mean, the reason I was attracted to journalism in the first place is because I think, I kind of talked about at the beginning, but I think journalism plays such an important role in society and democracy, because you can only have a democracy that works well if you have an informed electorate. So to me personally, the role of a news outlet, or the priority of a news outlet, should always be to do that, to inform people. And my personal take on that was, okay, well, like, I'm going to try and do that through conversation. And so I think kind of like, and you guys all touched upon this, it's kind of about like the service that you provide. And everyone does that differently, and I don't think there's really a right way to do that. I think, though, that these kind of platforms give us a more powerful tool to accomplish that goal that I think is so important. But it is a huge shift. I mean, such a new area, and it does require a lot of resources, a lot of energy, and a lot of like focus on it, which is hard to do when, especially if you're a more established news organization and kind of like having to shift attention and focus. But yeah, no, I think it just kind of like is awesome, because it provides a new set of tools to accomplish that.
I would just add that the approach that is emerging out of like Silicon Valley right now in terms of like application delivery and all of this is definitely a hybrid approach where you triage the person with pre-written material to the furthest point you can get them, and then you hand off to a real person at some point. So I think that what you're doing is really interesting, and like the authorship question is really interesting and important. Like, even when you're dealing with automated response software, somebody is writing that, and it is, as Zach said, it's like a literary form. Like, it's not a new thing, but it's an old thing being applied to new problems, and people. This is not a skill that is being taught in computer science or design classes or journalism classes, like to put yourself in the shoes of the user and consider like two possible paths forward. Like, it's not something that's coming from traditional software design or anything. So who is that voice? How does that voice evolve in like the day shift and the night shift or whatever? I think these are interesting questions that I don't have answers yet.
I don't actually know that this is like a huge new issue. I mean, if you imagine that, like, when the New York Times sends a tweet, you don't know who sent that. It's like someone on the social media team, on a Facebook post or whatever. So I think we've sort of already run into this issue of this like institutional voice that people end up having to have. Particularly when you sort of thinking about the stuff that we were working on the Slack bot with these sort of like trying to automatically answer questions. It may well be that every different question had been answered by a different person, because the ideal is you would end up with this database that different people have like contributed to. And there's a level where it might almost be strange to sort of pin that on one person, because if the question was not interpreted correctly and then you send back that answer from that person, then the reader's going to think like, well, that person's an idiot. That's not the question I asked. When actually it's my fault because I programmed it wrong. So there's a level of like, I mean, if I was the person who was being bylined, I would be a little hesitant, because I would think like, well, I don't actually know what context what I'm saying is going to be put in. But I think that also depends on every different application. I mean, like, obviously Purple's completely different because it is Rebecca doing it. So.
So let's do questions.
Hello, I'm Diego from LifePost. This question is for Rebecca. You mentioned that you're trying to, or what Purple is a conversational platform, media platform. So just if you could tell us what you mean by that and where you see this going.
Yeah, absolutely. So by conversational media platform, I sort of look at it as all of the content we produce is formatted for a conversation. So I kind of write instead of sitting down and writing what would be a more traditional article, what I do is I kind of think about what I want to convey, what's the story I want to tell, and then how would I literally, like, how would I text that to a friend? How would I have that, how would I tell that story in a conversation? And then I kind of break it up into atomized bits of messages and kind of tie them together with keywords to convey that. And obviously, like, inserting my own voice into the story. So that's kind of what I mean by conversational media platform. And I say media platform because, you know, we started with politics, partly because that's my own personal nerdy area of expertise, but also because, you know, the election, such a good time to be covering this. Also because politics is an area that that most of us know, you know, is really important. We want to know what's going on, but you know, sometimes, especially for probably this doesn't apply to people in this room, but for non-journalists and non-politics nerds, people kind of think politics can be boring or a little too wonky to dig into. So it's a really good topic to apply this kind of thing to, and like enthusiasm to trying to get people excited about it and pulling out the most interesting aspects of it. But I say media platform because this can be applied, this can go beyond politics. We actually did an experiment with March Madness recently in the sports area, which was really exciting for me because, just a side note, I went to UConn, so big basketball fan, and that was fun. So I think it applies to a lot of different verticals. Yeah,
it's awesome. Let's take another question. Bert, what's up?
Yo, hey Trey, hey everybody. Yeah, I wanted to ask Zach if you know, there's a lot of hype about the Quartz app. Can you tell us any concrete metrics about downloads, how active people are? Do they open it every day? Do they click on notifications? Also, Rebecca, similar questions, like how much can you tell us about your metrics? And for all of you, as we think about bots and messaging, what are the metrics that you should look at, and what is good? Like what kind of things are you thinking about for how to measure how these things are doing?
Sure, I'll try to be as specific as I can. We've had hundreds of thousands of downloads. Retention's been surprisingly strong, just compared to what, for us, it's a gaming apps metrics is probably the most interesting relevant comparison. So gaming apps talk about D7 and D30 retention, so how many people are using it on their 30th day after their first day, and that was above where we were told to expect. The average daily active user of the app goes into it twice a day and uses it for 4 to 5 minutes. That's really interesting to us, and awesome to see that it's also not 8 times a day, because if you use the app and try it 8 times a day, you might be a little disappointed, honestly. And so like to be a daily, twice a day habit of a large number of people, it would be a hugely successful endeavor for us, and kind of what we're looking at. The only other thing I say about that in terms of metrics is the really hard one. I think a lot of, I imagine breaking news in particular, of us would struggle with is if the notification is so good that you look at it and then you close your phone and have a satisfied experience. I don't exactly know how to measure that, but you would want to count that as a satisfied user. So that's one of, I think, a few, and I can't even imagine measuring SMS.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's a really good question, by the way, because, you know, metrics is a really important part of this, but it's such a new type of engagement that I don't think anyone really knows. Like, it's the metrics that are important is kind of different for everyone. But you know, we launched Purple in early November 2015 with 50 people, and we now have a few thousand users. the average user texts us 13 times a week. So, but we have users on the high end of engagement sending us upwards of 100 text messages a week. And because a lot of that is like we're actually engaging in conversation with them. The next sort of the metric I think that is most interesting that we're just now starting to measure, so I don't have really good numbers on that, is daily recurring active users. So how many if I send one text to Purple 5 days a week to our users, and I only send one text every day, it's up to you to kind of text the keywords and dig down into it. How many of those days do you get a message that you respond and go down a story? Because that kind of tells me like how valuable is Purple to your life, and how engaging the stories are and interesting the stories are.
Great. Question over here.
Yeah, so many of these tools are such obviously great ideas for journalism, for engaging our audiences. I could anticipate like going back. My name is Dan Gilgoff. I'm with National Geographic, and I could imagine going back to headquarters and like chatting up the business side or the CEO about some of these ideas. And I know the question is going to be, and of course, like there it is. The key to success is meeting the users where they are, not making them come to you. So how do you monetize that, especially using these tools within like traditional newsrooms?
Actually, I think Zach, it'd be interesting to talk about how y'all came roaring out of the gate with ideas about how to make money.
Thanks for the plug.
Advertising.
Well, it helped. So there's huge disadvantages to doing your owned and operated app. Which is basically getting the person to download it in the first place. One huge advantage is not having to deal with restrictions on monetizing it. So for Quartz, there are two ad units in the app. Then the most common one is the display unit. You see generally upon entering the app, that's like we attempt to be like it gets out of the way. It doesn't block your experience at all, but you can't miss it kind of ad. But a fairly straightforward one. The more interesting but scarier one is we have a conversational ad. So the first time you complete what we call a script, currently you get a sponsor message. And we limit it to once because if it's not going to be a fresh message each time, that would obviously get really annoying really quickly. But what's been interesting is that people, at least anecdotally, don't speak highly of that ad unit. The metrics on it are off the charts. We want to be really sensitive to that because that could be super awkward really quickly, like talking to a brand or like pretending that this is like an actual conversation, not an advertisement. But I mean, in a broader sense, it's really clear that brands are interested in this even more than we all are, and want to get in on the action. And so we'll see. I guess we're taking it a little hesitantly.
What does the message say, just quickly, from the brand message?
This app is brought to you by Mini. To learn more about the Mini Clubman, tap here. And then there's a photo of the car.
Yeah.
Just really quick, I think one of the really interesting and sort of new opportunities that these things afford is like the follow-up, the upsell, turn a single purchase into a subscription, right? Like there's a pretty explicit intent from the user if you buy something or engage the first time, and the bot can follow up the next day or just allow the person to say like if you want this again, just say go, right? And then all the person has to do is send that go message, and now they're engaging again. So I think there's a lot of opportunities there.
Ryan?
Hello, Ryan from Open News. I know with the Howdy system that you actually interact with the bot to kind of create the scripts that then are run as team meetings by the bot, and there's some variance in replies that you get. It's not precisely the same experience every time. And with the Quartz app, there's the little ... that's like, ooh, the bot is like typing its reply right now just for me. So I wonder if you can talk about like affordances. How do you give these bots personality, maybe a little bit of humanity, without hitting the uncanny valley that Alistair was talking about, where as the user, like, I can ask this question, but why can't I ask any of these other questions that I have?
We look at the interactive fiction a lot, with like games like Zork from the 70s and 80s, I guess, really, that showed a model where you sort of present the user with a finite list of choices and then try to disambiguate what they mean if they don't type exactly what you mean. I think Rebecca does a great job of that with Purple. Just like all caps words are things that you can say, and everything else is off topic. But I think, and one of the things that we think about is like, it's always the bot's fault if the person says something wrong or issues an inexact command. It's like our job to do a better job at understanding them, not the user's job to learn like a command line thing. So we always just try to steer them back towards the goal. And I think one of the key things is that to have a very solid idea of what your goal is for that user, and not to have 500 goals, but to have 2 or 3.
The typing indicator was the most controversial design choice of the app by far. Lots of people responded saying, like, come on, like, you just give me the damn headlines. Like, why should I have to wait for it? And don't tell anyone, but we fetch all the content right away when you get into the app, so it is totally artificial. What was really interesting is when we tested without that, just bang, 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 there is such a thing as too fast, which is very different than web development. We're all used to, like, there's no such thing as too fast. You can only work to speed up the experience. I mean, I'm not saying we got that timing perfectly right. It's based on the length of the message, but it's there intentionally to add not just personality, but actually some rhythm to the conversation, et cetera.
We actually ran into this a little bit when we were testing out the Times Election Slack bot as well. That some people sort of said there was this perception that they knew themselves was wrong. That if you get an immediate answer, then there wasn't really anything like complicated going on, and there wasn't really anything worthwhile going on. And so, like, if we added like a second delay, then it's sort of this interesting thing because people knew they were being irrational about it and they couldn't really explain it. But yeah, an immediate response is somehow like, oh, that's just a confirmation. That's just like, I read what you said or something, rather than I've thought about this and I've given you actual like a personalized response back.
So I think we have time for one more question.
Hi, thanks. I'm Liam from the Texas Tribune. I was wondering about, Ben, you mentioned conversational UI as being an exciting design constraint. And I was also wondering about sort of on the user end of that, the accessibility gains that you get and sort of how you see this as being helpful for non-technical people. So you guys are building Slack bots and things filled with emojis and sort of things that are maybe a little bit more familiar to more tech audiences. But how do you see this as being flattening for less tech-savvy people, and what platforms are better for that?
Alex?
I can give it a shot. Right. For the breaking news Slack bot, it's not too different between slash commands and asking a breaking news bot to follow this. I guess it depends on, based on the user, a person like me would be just fine. Like if it was all just a Linux command line, I'd be super happy and just fine. But since this is going out to the public, it needed to be just as natural as possible. So when you ask breaking news, follow, or I went through a few other options. So like they don't have to say the word follow. They can say tell me about, or star, or alert me for whatever. And then even the topics can be fudged a little. And so it does its best to follow what the user meant to say, and tries its best not to bring back an error code.
I think there is going to be an interesting time ahead for Slack because they started with all these tech audiences, and now, as Ben said in his presentation, like their user growth is going astronomically, which presumably means that there will be a lot of sort of less technically inclined people using it. And I think that's something that we need to look at a lot more because most of the people I talk to are also very like techie people. So it's interesting to think, and again, it sort of goes back to not knowing the context around the bot and what's going on in the room around you. I think there's going to be a lot of work to be done in that area.
Yeah, and I saw people tweeting earlier about my example of the code that fits in a tweet, and it's obfuscated code that well, I can read, but most people can't. Right now, bot building is a slightly nerdy technical thing. You write your JavaScript code or whatever, but very, very soon there will be WordPress style blog bot authoring tools. I was at a meeting of bot entrepreneurs in San Francisco, and these people are rolling their eyes as they say ugh, I'm making another bot authoring tool. Ugh. It's 6 months ago this was a crazy idea, and now it's everybody's doing it. So I think the Photoshop of bots, the WordPress of bots, these things are coming in the next cycle, and it's going to be a lot more easy to craft these things and provide the opportunity to to non-technical people completely.
I think there's also a level of not underestimating people in the way that non-technical people have made Excel spreadsheets that I can't understand at all. So it's not that just because you don't have that specific skill doesn't mean, given the right tool, like Ben was saying, you wouldn't be able to make something really interesting.
So summary is there's a lot to figure out. There's a lot to learn. Thank you, everybody who on the panel for joining us. Hopefully this was excellent for y'all. I'm sure y'all have even more questions for him. So thank you.
So we have a break now. Remember, if you are not going to use the things, give back. But we have prizes for Twitterers. So Ellie Holmes, our champion. Where is Ellie Holmes? Oh, there. So you're going to have a ball. Let me see. And I have another one. So stay. Take this. No. So I'm. Can I send it to you via my arm? I'm a good arm. I learned yesterday. Woohoo! Then the other one. Alicia Vasquez. Hey, you got a T-shirt, the most coveted T-shirt in the world. Thank you very much. 15 minutes and we are back here. We are going 15 minutes behind the schedule. Okay, so we're gonna start, but before I have an announcement, if you can you look around and see if you have one of the translation equipment or the headphones. Maybe there may be volunteers around here who can pick them up and bring back. Sammy, can you come down and see if you can? Can you look around on the seats around, because we're missing a lot of them. So if you can do that, Sammy can go and collect, and someone on this side. Yeah, because they are black and they went down, and the seats are black too, so it's kind of hard to find. There are some there. Okay. Okay, so let's start. The research panel is going to be a great research panel. And I have Kathleen here too.
Hi, we're going to try to get this train back on schedule. So I'm going to say this. This is industry meets theory, theory meets industry. It's a collision, and it's awesome. This is a great train wreck. So those of you in the industry, pay attention to this. Those of you on the academic side, pay attention to how the industry is operating. Let's rock and roll. We're going to start with Lu Wu, who is a doctoral student at North Carolina. And her paper is, Did You Get the Buzz? Are Digital Native Media Becoming Mainstream? So let's go.
Hi, everybody. Good morning, if it's not too late to say. So my name is Lu Wu, and I'm a doctoral student at UNC Chapel Hill. And today, I would like to talk a little bit about my research in digital native sites, and in particular, how they have transitioned into become a major news player in the news media. So digital native sites or digital startups are newer media organizations that were born and grown entirely online. And some of them started as online content aggregators, and probably a few names have already come to your mind, such as BuzzFeed, Huffington Post, Gawker.com, or Mashable.com. And when they started up, they didn't necessarily produce their own original content, but in recent years, we have seen more and more of them are transitioning into original content producers, and in particular, news content. So, and another fact to note is that they are popular among millennials. That gives them a lot of leverage in terms of attracting fundings from investors. And also, in the very near future, millennials will become a major news consumer groups in the world. So all the facts aside, I think digital native sites are still in the process of establishing themselves as a reputable news source. So there is a lot of uncertainty. They don't know, and the audience don't know whether they will be successful and whether the audience will find them to be trustworthy or not. So in such a situation, media ecology scholars have suggested that nascent media would usually resort to traditional organizational formats to help them survive in their uncertainty and even thrive in the competition. So in other words, they would mimic what other traditional media or legacy media are doing in their daily operations and trying to, be successful. So what I mean by organizational forms, there's a few steps you can expect to see. They would hire experienced workers from other outlets. They would adapt news routines to their daily operations, and they would create rules and regulations to bind their managers and their employees. And the last thing, they would specialize their workforce. So among those steps, there is something, some of them can easily be observed. So you probably have recalled news that some digital native sites have hired experienced journalists from other legacy media outlets, and they are refining their editorial policies, right, to guide their employees. But there are other things that are kind of more nuanced and embedded in their daily operation. So for my study, I would like to see if digital native sites have gone through this transition to help them establish their news routine, then we can expect to see certain changes, such as it will have a greater number of sources quoted in their stories, and a great number of official sources quoting their stories as well. And more likely, they would report in a hard news format other than soft news, and the same thing would apply to their political news reporting as well. So what I did is a content analysis of news articles published by BuzzFeed. The reason I chose BuzzFeed is because it is a second most visited digital native site back in 2015, according to Pew Research Center. And they also have a well-curated online archive that provides you easy access to all their past content. So I choose 2 constructed weeks of each year from January 1st, 2007 to October 31st, 2015. And the final sample size is about 912 articles. So the first thing I found is a change in their news source, how many sources they have attributed in their news articles. And as you can see, there is a clear surge around 2010 and 2011, and the slope just got deeper after 2012. So I use 2012 as a cutoff point is because in that year, BuzzFeed hired Ben Smith from Politico to lead their editorial team to go through a transition into a news agency. So clearly you can see there's significant changes between before 2012 and after 2012, and the same pattern applied to the official sources as well. And the second thing I look at is changing their news topics. There's still a strong association between the 2 periods of time, and in both periods of time, political news is the most reported news topics. But we can also see a slightly increase in science, sports, education, and also entertainment news. So their topics just get more diverse over the years. And the next thing I found is there's a change in how their news are reported. Before 2012, over 60% of their news are reported in soft news format, and only 36% of them are in hard news format. By that I mean, so the basic inverted pyramid style that are qualified as a hard news format. So the proportion kind of reversed after 2012, and you can see almost 60% of their news are in hard news format. Okay. Did I? Sorry. So, and the same pattern can be seen in their political news reporting as well. So before 2012, almost 70% of the political news are in soft format, and 30% of them are in hard news format. But the trend also reversed after 2012. And the last thing is, in their political news reporting, before 2012, almost 1/4 of their stories do not have attributed sources. But after 2012, the number dropped down to only 4%. So I think the takeaway from my study is, although it is in their initial stage of trying to build a reputable news brand, I think BuzzFeed is making some progress in terms of adopt news routines that has been used by traditional media, and they are making progress, and those progress are reflected in their daily news production. So I think it is promising that digital native sites are making progress and growing into a much bigger force in news business, and especially, become successful among younger viewers. But it's also important to keep tracking their progress and seeing the long term, how they would affect our democratic process. Thank you. That's all for me.
Well, that was really fascinating. We see that they really have made a change. Next up, Josie Liu, who's a professor at Trinity University, is going to talk about how the Express News covered Game 5 of the Spurs championship victory over Cleveland. So I think she's setting up now. And you've got the title in front of you. I'm not going to reread it.
Hi, good morning, everybody. So my study is about, I did a case study of the San Antonio Express News coverage of the Spurs Game 5. I mean, in the paper, I call it the championship game. I know it's contestable, but for the purpose of my study, it just felt pretty intuitive. So that's how I called it in the paper. All right, and this is the San Antonio Express News. I don't know how many of you subscribe to it or read it, but it's the biggest paper in San Antonio. And also my study, unlike the previous one, is very qualitative based. So I actually do not have a whole lot of numbers to report. And if you read my paper, there's a lot of narrative. So I guess I will just talk and maybe some analysis. All right, and let's see what's the next one. Oh, and that's it. So they have a print paper product, of course, and then they have a free website, which is myessay.com. So it's a free website, but they also have what they call a premium website, which you have to pay a fee in order to get access to. So that's San Antonio Express News. And this is sort of my research site, which is the newsroom. And I spent about 8 weeks there for a summer research grant project, and this is just part of the findings that I was able to get from that 8-week field research. All right, and then here is the moment when the beloved Spurs. I gather some people probably are from Dallas, so this might not ring very well for you. But I mean, Spurs are just really very much loved in San Antonio. And in 2014, they defeated Miami Heat to claim their 5th NBA title. So it's a huge deal in town. So why am I doing this? First of all, I really want to see how the real-time coverage was unfolded, by a legacy media organization. San Antonio Express News has been around for over 100 years. And so how are they sort of like tapping into the new trend and get that done? And with that, I try to advance the concept of omnipresent journalism as sort of like maybe a new model to understand the operation of a legacy news organization. And I also want to explore the implications of such omnipresent journalism to, the implications for journalism or news organization, especially newspaper industry in general. So that's sort of like my purpose. Okay, I'm going to show you a little video clip, and just so you get a sense, what is going on that night. Let's see if it's going to work. There it goes to YouTube, which is fine.
I
guess if I click it, it will just go to YouTube. So you sort of get a sense of the frenzy of that night. This is the sports bar where I was accompanying a San Antonio Express News reporter. So we went through the whole thing. I was with her at the beginning and then a little bit afterwards. So most of the narrative is based on my observation of her work at that night. But afterwards, I also interviewed other people who also were involved in this operation. So the Spurs basically, besides all the sports reporters who were at the arena, AT&T Center, they also sent a dozen reporters around the city to different various locations and to gather real-time fan reactions. And then pull out what I call 3 rounds of news presentation. And it's not just for this particular reporter, it's for all the dozen reporters who were sent out across the city. So the first round was actually live tweets. So moment after the reporter arrived at the sports bar where she was assigned to, the first thing she did was pull out a phone and took a photo and tweeted. So that was her first tweet. But this was not the first tweet. This is one of the tweets. And she was taking a picture of a family. And they were all wearing sort of like the golden hats, sort of like leftover from Fiesta. And then, just watching game, enjoying the game. So that was the first round. The live tweets, it's instantly. And it doesn't have a lot of polishing or whatever. It just was done in a few seconds. And then this photo was added to a collection by the myessay.com, which is their free website. So it was added there together with many other photos gathered from around the city, and has a slideshow. And they also have something called vignettes. So it almost is like a live blogging. So each of the reporters, they will send live tweets, and then they will also type up, these kind of like a couple of hundred words of small mini stories, and then a web editor will collect them and pull them together and post it on the website. And these are all during the game. This is not like afterwards. So it's sort of like real time. And then of course, the last thing they did was they will collect the best vignettes, pull out material from the best vignettes. A feature reporter will write a long story, and then some of the individual reporters, they also write their own vignettes and then print it in the paper. So that's, of course, the next morning, the paper is going to be delivered to the city. So 3 rounds. First round, live tweets, and second round is the website. And then the third round is sort of like post-game, the print product. So here is an illustration of what omnipresent journalism is. So what does the 3 rounds, altogether they represent? First of all, they have, I think omnipresent journalism has 2 dimensions. That's how I sort of like advance this concept. It has a let me see if this is gonna work. Oh, yeah. So it has a spatial dimension. Well, let's start with temporal dimension. So it really started at the very beginning of the event. So it's real time. And this is done by the live tweets. So live tweets would start from the very beginning of the event, and it will last, it will just continue. And then the second round is the website. The website will lag a little bit because it needs to gather the tweets from the reporters. So that's the second round, but it started in the middle of the game and continue. And then the third round is the print paper, and it's mostly after the game. So that's a temporal dimension. It's real time. It goes throughout the entire event. And then another dimension is spatial dimension. So it's on multiple platforms. It's on social media. From Twitter, it has a share button. It gets spread across social media. And on their website, their slideshow has a bunch of sharing buttons. So it goes across social media as well. So the website, and then the final platform is the print. So it's omnipresent in terms of temporal sense because it goes throughout the game. It's real time. And it's also in a spatial sense because it is across platforms. And as such, in terms of news organization practice, it's a 3-round presentation. It's a 3-round routine, basically. And I observed this not just for this game. It's during the daily operation as well. Reporters keep, doing tweets, and then website updates, and then finally the print product. So it's a new routine that they're following. But at the same time, you can see it is combination of new media and old media. And then, and theoretically speaking, it is also, theoretically speaking, it kind of advanced the concept a little bit. So, and then the implications. First of all, it just laptop is out, mobile is in, because most of the stuff that's done by the journalists, it's just all on mobile phones. And this is my class, and they're practicing mobile journalism. And, that's a quote, they want to go where the readers are. So that's the first implication. The second implication is that the reporters there, they really are multitasking. Are you going to take notes? Are you going to make phone calls? Are you going to just, use a mobile phone to live tweet? Or are you going to type up the story? Not only multitasking, they have to learn to prioritize. Otherwise, they fail the task. You have to know at what point you're supposed to do what. And then another thing is that the print media, it become like the holy grail. It's like really the best thing. The editor told them to save the best for the print media. So, and these are some of the quotes from people at the newspaper. I was going to show you this, but I don't have time. It's a spotlight, and when Marty Barron said we're going to run the story, and then Ben Bradley Jr. said, damn right, we're going to run a story. The next thing, you see the printing press running. You just feel print press, the print paper is so powerful. So maybe there's something about print media, it's not just nostalgia. Okay, and then this is about glitch. They have to deal with, tech glitches and human errors and all that. So omnipresent journalism is not that easy. Okay, and so I just mentioned that, so I already mentioned that. And so that's that. I'm going to skip. And then I want to say, maybe this is the effort to find a solution rather than the solution. And also, we have to ask, is omnipresent journalism better journalism, or is it could better inform the public? And what other papers are doing? Thank you.
I really encourage you to read Josie's paper because she has such great, comments from journalists about the process of how having my laptop does, burden me and things like that. So all these papers are worth reading. And I do want to correct, I got my LeBron teams wrong, that she was talking about Miami, not Cleveland. So I'm living in the present. So next we have Danielle Kilgo and Vinicio Cinta, and Danielle is going to speak on 6 things you didn't know about headline writing, sensational form and viral news in traditional digital native news organizations. So thank you.
Thank you. As Kathleen mentioned, my name is Danielle Kilgo. I am a doctoral candidate here at the School of Journalism. at the University of Texas. And this project started from an exploration of wanting to figure out why on earth clickbait was such this terrible, horrible thing. And what we found in academic scholarship was that we had to start sort of at a foundational level because clickbait had not been operationalized in academic scholarship. We were barely looking at virality in academic scholarship. So this is sort of this foundational article that we wanted to create so that we could build upon this in future studies. So this conference really has not shied away from talking about online news, so I'm going to not bore you with the specifics. But there's definitely a need for audience engagement with news. There's reformatting that's happened, especially in social media networks. Traditional and digitally native news organizations, which are the two types of organizations that we look at in this viral content of the study, are both required to reformat, especially as social media networks adapt and as the digital landscape evolves. And so within the social media realm, audience interaction numbers have served as a metric that we can use to evaluate success. And those audience interaction numbers come from upvotes and loves and retweets and likes, comments, and shares. So what we did, we decided to look at virality by adding up all the likes, shares, and comments from Facebook. So we're looking at viral Facebook content. And we wanted to answer the question, what makes news viral? So we wanted to look at a few characteristics. And perhaps a bit ironically, what happened was that we start looking at different characteristics, and sensationalism caught our eye. Now, sensationalism is a term that has a really bad rep, and Tiger Woods clearly hates sensationalism as much as most journalists and scholars do. In fact, sensationalism has been derided for being like the sewer of the news industry. I think that's because we're used to seeing sensationalism a little more like this, right? So we're questioning the president's gender, we're becoming zombies because of Ebola, or you're really scared that your children are going to be fed to alligators. And indeed, this is a continuation of the concept of sensationalism as it continued from yellow journalism. But what Grabe and his authors had done in 2001 was separate sensationalism in broadcast news, and said that there's two different forms. There's content which focuses on this tabloid-like style that we just saw in the previous slide. So sex and crime and really odd things, headless people at barbershops, right? And then there's form, and form is more of the structure. It's the presentation or the style that the news is in. And so for broadcast, one of the examples that he used was like the panning in and out of a really emotional character on a telenovela or a soap opera. So Vinicio and I decided that we would look at online content, and what we decided was that in the textual form, this is more of what we're used to seeing in terms of sensationalism. Oh my God, wait till you see this thing. This, you won't believe what is happening. Here's 8 things that you must know about psychological warfare. And so we broke this down into 4 different kinds of concepts that we want to look at here. Our 4 concepts that we used, the first is personalization. And we use that as a writing that directly addresses the reader, either through an explicit or implicit pronoun use, or through a question, addressing a question to the reader. So you must read this. The second is listicles, which I'm sure you're familiar with. BuzzFeed is in our digitally native sample, and they're like the self-reigned king of the listicle. But I'm here to tell you listicles were here way before BuzzFeed ever was. If you look, for example, at the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, this was like a long-form listicle that was a 2-decade-long bestseller, right? So listicles have been effective strategies for organizing complex information into subcategories that is either seemingly or not seemingly related. Additionally, we have forward referencing, which is really a complex grammatical concept that we borrowed from other research on clickbait. And instead of explaining it, it's a lot easier to just show a few examples. It references forthcoming information without giving the actual object. So this is what happens when your body, or to your body when you're embarrassed. So instead of this fact or this object is what happens, they're just creating mystery by not giving that object. And finally, we look at soft news, which is perhaps the most generalizable sensational form. And while there are indeed complex operationalizations of soft news, we use perhaps the most simplified one, which soft news being anything that's not hard or breaking news. So it really loses the temporal immediacy. So we did a quantitative content analysis of data we got from a subscription of NewsWhip. And NewsWhip is a social media interaction data company that collects over 100,000 news organizations. And we gathered a sample from 2 digitally native news organizations, BuzzFeed and the Huffington Post, and then 5 traditional news organizations, BBC, CNN, Fox, The Guardian, and the New York Times. And we looked at a full year of their articles, of all their articles. And what we did was we added up the numbers of shares, likes, and comments, and we picked the top 597 most viral articles. So we're looking at only the most viral articles in this sample. And it's split about 50-50. So our 5 traditional news organizations made up 291 of our final sample, and then BuzzFeed and Huffington Post made up the other half. And so then we did a content analysis of these sensational forms. And what we found is that sensational form is present in about 70% of viral content. 70% of that is soft news. Additionally, we found that forward referencing is really not that popular here, and that may be because it's associated with clickbait, which is something we can talk about later. But in 2015, in a Danish study that looked at this forward referencing concept, they're finding that it's more, in the Danish news, it's actually more present in viral content. It's about 17% of the time there, so that really opens up this broad idea that sensationalism may not travel internationally. Additionally, we see personalization and listicle showing up in about a quarter of all of our content. The difference between digitally native and traditional organizations is pretty stark. We see digitally native really conquering sensational form and viral content. We also see that traditional organizations are actually more likely to become viral with soft news, but they aren't likely to use other forms of sensational form. Important to note that this personalization there at the bottom, the 8%, that's almost all attributed to The Guardian, who has used personalization, the use of you and the question mark in a lot of their content that was well received by audiences. So without further ado, here's our list form conclusion of the 6 things you didn't know, or maybe you do and now you empirically know, right, about viral headline writing. Number 1, traditional organizations are more likely than digital organizations to go viral with hard news. And this may link to the idea of credibility or partisanship, especially since CNN and Fox were a part of our traditional news organizations. And it also lets us know that on Facebook, temporal immediacy does matter, so it does matter that we're still breaking news. Number 2 really seeks to answer the question, what is viral news? And in terms of that, we say ultimately viral news is the production, viral news production is about disseminating news that is relatable and narratively written. And we base that off of our findings that soft news and personalization are among the most used forms in this data. Number 3, and perhaps one of the most important, is that sensationalism is not all doom and gloom. Don't think it's all a bad thing. And I take, for example, listicles in this sample. One of the most interacted with articles was one from The Guardian that gave facts about what was happening in Ferguson, Missouri. And it really broke down the different levels of like economic disparity and ticketing policies and the policing in black neighborhoods so that they could talk about really thematic ideas in a list form structure. Number 4 is that digital news is the most successful at sensational forms that we looked at, but they only make up about half of the sample. And this study is based on data from 2014. So it's possible that these sensational forms have now merged and become more commonplace with traditional news organizations. And finally, and this may be one thing that perhaps you did know, and now, of course, you empirically know, is that there's a significant relationship between sensational form, which has both practical and theoretical implications, but ultimately this gives us a key strategy for reaching and engaging more general audiences as news organizations. Our future research continues to look at the role sensational sensationalism plays at an international level. That research is with the Digital Media Research Project here at the School of Journalism at the University of Texas. We invite you to check out our website and all of our awesome scholars that are a part of that group. Thank you.
Excellent job. And I'm hoping someone from BuzzFeed will ask some questions, because we've said that you're becoming more traditionally organized and doing more news, but we also see how you're still the master of sensational form, and you also have great exploding watermelons. So we want to see how this all fits together. Our last panelist is Hans Meyer, and he's also representing Burton Speakman, who's here. They're from Ohio University. He's a professor. He's a doctoral student. And they're going to talk about quieting the commenters, and we all still care about reader comments. Spiral of Silence's persistent effect on online news forums.
All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate this opportunity. It's kind of rare that we as scholars get a chance to address the industry, and I appreciate every opportunity that I get. I'm glad that Burton's here too. He's very responsible for this research. And kind of the big key question that we wanted to talk about initially with what we were doing is, why don't people comment at the end of news stories? There's a theory that kind of comes along, and it was really popular back in the 70s, by a German researcher named Elisabeth Noelle Neumann, who said, you know what, one of the big reasons that people don't comment is they feel isolated. They don't feel like they're part of the majority opinion about the topic being discussed. And she kind of got this idea from riding trains. All right. She was riding trains, in Germany, and saw, nobody's talking to each other. Everybody's got their nose in a newspaper or staring out the window. And this made us wonder, well, people still ride trains today, but they still don't talk. What do? Well, they're all on their cell phones, right? But does the cell phone, or more particularly in this instance, the advent of the internet that allows you to do some things that you couldn't normally do, things like be anonymous, things like make it so easy to comment, you just can whip out your phone and type a comment in. Has that kind of helped replace and get rid of these isolation effects that Noelle Neumann found? So that was kind of the key question of our study. And we decided one of the best places to study this would be news comments, because news generally tends to be about the opinions of the day. These are the things that a lot of people talk about. But it also represents an opportunity where news professionals, journalists like us in this room, can make a difference. They can do certain things to encourage that conversation. And this kind of goes back to, and I've heard this quoted in this conference, the key book by Tom, God, I can't think there, Kovich and Rosenstiel. Yeah, there you go, thank you. There's Bill Kovich and Tom Rosenstiel. There we go, sorry. Where they say, what is the goal of journalism? What are the elements of journalism? And one of the most important ones is they say journalism has to provide a public forum. It has to facilitate discussion among members of their communities. So are comments a place where this is happening? Comment forums are also a place where journalists can get involved. And they do lots of different things to ensure that comments remain civil, or that people are honest in their comments. These are things like requiring people to use their real names, requiring them to register before they can comment. Some news organizations even moderate the comments, where you have to go through a procedure to get approved, or not every comment is approved right away. I was at a news organization in Evansville, Illinois, and they had this intricate system where they tracked people who had commented and the reactions they'd gotten, and it was a way that they could automatically ban some people. So is this what news organizations need to be doing? And really, ultimately, do these things that they're doing make a difference when it comes to encouraging people to comment? To conduct this study, we were able to tap into a nationwide panel study. We used clear voice panels, and what a panel is, some of you have probably participated in them before. This is, you opt in, you say, I'm willing to take surveys if you give me a small reward, clear voice surveys. Sometimes, it's $1, sometimes it's a coupon or something like that. But these are people who opted in. The nice thing about a panel, though, is you have a lot more control of who you can get. And actually, Clear Voice has over 500,000 people across the United States that have said, we want to take these studies. So we thought this was a pretty good opportunity to tap into a nationwide audience and ask them about whether they comment at the end of news stories. So our 2 key questions were, do you read the comments? Do you post comments yourself? Okay? And why do you do that? We asked a number of different questions, both quantitative, both, hey, rate your level of agreement with this statement, and quantitative. Give us a few words about why you don't comment. This study really focuses on those quantitative responses, but I can share with you some of the qualitative responses if you choose. There are kind of some that are pretty hilarious, honestly. And then we looked at specifically things that journalists can do that might make a difference in this, and what these panelists' responses to those comments were, or to those actions that journalists can take were. So we asked them, do you notice any moderation going? How important is it for you that people use their real names? How important is it you to have to register before you place a comment at the end of a news site? And basically what we found is that this idea of the spiral of silence, it still exists. And I say maybe persists is a better word than exists, because it's maybe less, but if you just look at the average number of people who said they commented, 18% said they never comment. Only 25% said they often did it. But our largest part of our sample here said, 57% said they very rarely comment. All right. And when we asked them why, and we looked at some of the quantitative things, these kind of 3 key points jumped out at us. And these are all the mean scores. Oh, it got a little messed up here, sorry. So, that they didn't comment because the story's point of view didn't match with theirs. Okay. They also found that the comments, the point of view of the other comments, didn't match with theirs, and that they don't really feel that strongly about the topic itself. These kind of 3 key measures, I think actually there's a 4th one, yeah. Sorry, if the comments had an aggressive tone, that was also one of the key things that we thought came together to say this spiral of silence, this feeling of isolation that you might have and that makes you not willing to comment still exists. So what we did is like, well, now what kind of difference can journalists make in this process? Are those measures that they typically take to ensure that comments remain civil and organized making a difference? So we just said, okay, can we predict what things go into if people feel this spiral of silence? One of the big key dimensions was age. And this is something that journalists unfortunately can't control, obviously. And it's something I think we're probably all familiar with in this. The younger people are, the less likely they were to feel this sense of isolation in the comment forums. But also, how important anonymity was to them. Those who said anonymity was really important actually experienced higher levels of this spiral of silence or this feeling of isolation than those who didn't think it was that important. We saw that same kind of pattern with their reactions to measures that journalists took to eliminate anonymity. And the credibility that offering comments at the end of a news story offered to that news organization. So again, the more that they thought comments added credibility to the news organization, the more likely they were to feel some sense of isolation and not be willing to comment themselves. And the other kind of key dimension, and this was kind of the strongest predictor out of all of them, if being able to add a comment at the end of a news story allowed them to feel a sense of community with the news organization, with the other people that were commenting. What this tells us is that, those people who have this high sense of isolation want these things. They want to see credibility in the news organization. They want to see this sense of community. And so we said, all right, do these things then in turn help us predict if people will end up using a comment themselves? And the strongest predictor in this kind of model that we put together was if they felt that they were isolated, they were very unlikely to comment. Okay? But procedures to eliminate anonymity made a difference too. Okay? But we also kind of in our findings noticed this kind of trend that you can't go too far in a sense. So they wanted to notice that moderation was going, notice that journalists had a presence in the conversation, but that they weren't controlling it necessarily. Because what they really wanted most of all, and what kind of made the biggest difference in whether they were willing to comment or not, was whether they experienced this sense of community. In fact, community tends to kind of paper over a lot of the other problems. So what are kind of the things that we found, the implications that we think this study has for journalists, is that they need to get involved. Readers really do notice when they are involved. But don't go too far, all right? Don't take it to the point where it's so hard to leave a comment that nobody's going to do that and nobody's going to go past those rules that you put up. That also relates to kind of the last point, too, is that allowing people to be anonymous actually doesn't solve it. People still experience this sense of isolation, but the thing that does make a big difference is this idea of community, of bringing people together to kind of a common goal. And in fact, if people experience this sense of community, they were more likely to say that anonymity wasn't important to them. In some of other research that I've done, when there's this sense of community in an online forum, people actually kind of know who people are in any way, whether they're anonymous or not. And they look for other cues that help them kind of form a relationship with people. If you have any questions about these findings, there's our contact information. Thanks again for this opportunity.
We're doing great, and we do have time for a couple of questions. So I really would appreciate it if you do have a question. I think you come on down to the aisle. You guys can come on up, and if you have a question, please ask. Okay. So I have a quick question while we're setting up here, and actually I see someone walking over. Okay, no, I'm going to wait for you. So, Marcus, go ahead and ask the first question.
Hi, I'm Marcus. I'm an assistant professor at Sam Houston State. I'm also a Trinity alum and a Spurs fan, so I'm glad to see you here, Josie. We're totally going to win again. My question is actually for fellow Longhorn Danielle. I teach headline writing to undergraduate multimedia journalism students and also to graduate students learning about blogging and sort of broader content production. So my question for you is, how would you encourage teaching, or how would you embrace teaching headline writing? Would you encourage students, journalism or otherwise, to embrace some of these listicles and sensational models? Or would you tell them, as students, you should really backpedal away from that? What would you tell, a 19-year-old learning how to write a headline?
I think a 19-year-old learning how to write a headline has to consider where they're writing the headline for, and I think that's most important. I don't think that personalized listicles appear on the front page of a newspaper, for example, but they probably do and will fit very well on the front page of a news organization website or on a social media campaign. Now, my results are from Facebook, and what we noticed as part of that data is that what's viral on Facebook is hated on Twitter a lot of the times. And so that's why we actually excluded Twitter from the study. So knowing future research and sensationalism and knowing how this works in different platforms will help sort of guide that answer, I think. But I think for Facebook that these are good strategies because it requires a reformatting for these new digital platforms. And even from the website to Facebook in general, it requires a new type of idea or a new type of writing style. So that's what I would think about the platform first. That's how I teach.
Okay,
Thanks.
And over here, please.
Hi, this is a question about the Spurs real-time coverage. I can't remember if you mentioned it, but could you go really quick through the main problems the journalists had while covering and trying to, I don't know if the same persons people were updating the blog and tweeting, so just running through that.
Right, because I was seeing the stop sign, so I was really scared, so I didn't get into that. I didn't know they have a stop sign actually here. They have two kind of problems. One is tech glitches. For example, if they're in an area that the internet connection is not so well because they're doing live tweeting, they couldn't send the tweets. So that's one major problem. Another problem is that if they're doing videos, a lot of times the video wouldn't upload through a mobile phone. So the reporter I was with, she had to use her laptop. But other reporters who did not even bring a laptop, if they had a problem, then they're just dead, so they wouldn't be able to send the video. And so that's tech problems. And then they have human errors as well because they're juggling multiple platforms. So you have to send live tweets, and then you have to send the vignettes, and then you have to save some material for the print paper. And so there's one young reporter kind of mixed that up. So she sent the same material to the vignettes for the website. And then the same thing, they send it to the city desk for the print paper. And therefore, And then the reporter who's writing the long story is actually scanning through the vignettes to pull the best stuff to put in his long story. And therefore, the part that she wrote about was included in the long story. And at the same time, she sent the same material as a standalone piece to the CD editor. And so the same material appeared in another standalone piece. And they're just like one page apart in the print paper. So that's like a human error. And it was only seen after the paper was printed, because they're in like huge rush that night. So both tech and the human errors.
Well, you know what? I think we're going to go ahead and try to get out of here. But I do want you to ask the panelists this in person while they're trying to eat their box lunches, is to think about the issue of how, or the idea that maybe this journalism is what I'm now thinking of as second-person journalism, that it's like this engagement with the reader, whether it's through comments, whether through it's omnipresent journalism, whether it's through this, listicles and sensational, but at the same time, BuzzFeed goes to being more traditional, is backing away. So what is it about hard news that requires distance, especially since we've heard about advocacy journalism and things like that? And what is it about trying to engage readers that that moves away from a hard news model? So we won't discuss it here, because that could be the next 2 hours, but do find them in the hallways and just ask them these questions. And thanks everyone so much for coming to this panel.
Thank you. This was great. I want to remind you that all these papers are online, are published on a journal. We have even the print journal, not available for everybody, but online it's free. And we have a multimedia version of these journals also. And I have to give a shout out also for the book that you received in a postcard within your program, a book that the World Journalism Education Congress is publishing with the Knight Center. So watch out for that book. And now we have 2 prizes. First one, Jordan Brown, our new graduate student at UT, coming from Texas State. And Zach Lozano. Where is Zach? Zach, are you here? Oh my God, I can't throw there. Well, let's go. I'm trying. Woohoo! Oh, wow! I'm so impressed. Okay, so let's have lunch and come back in time. Let's rock and roll.
This was great. No, this was
Yes, we're going to move. I'm going to leave. Would you like to speak behind the podium or around here? Yeah, you can stand. And then we move the chairs as soon as you finish the presentation. Okay, let's rock and roll. Are you ready? All right. So we're gonna have our last keynote speaker, Kara Swisher, and in the program you'll see that Dan Gilmore would be the chair of this session. But as you learned yesterday, he has having some health issues, so he could not come. But we have a good local guy who knows how to do it also. He's kind of learning, but anyway. Evan Smith.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm Evan Smith of the Texas Tribune. I am your pinch hitter, and I am happy to be a pinch hitter. And it is my honor to meet and my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Kara Swisher. I'm tempted to say Mayor Kara Swisher or the Honorable Kara Swisher, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe in a couple years. You surely know that she is an award-winning and pioneering technology journalist, the executive editor and co-founder of Recode, the host of the Recode Decode podcast, and the co-founder, co-executive producer, and of sorts, the P.T. Barnum of the Code Conference, whose sold-out 2016 iteration, May 31st to June 2nd, features on its program, among others, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Sheryl Sandberg, and both Bill and Melinda Gates. Look, I know I'm kind of new to this events business, but I really think you need to try harder to get good speakers. You know that Recode, which Kara launched with the equally pioneering Walt Mossberg after they left the Wall Street Journal in 2013, was acquired by Vox Media less than a year ago. At the Journal, she and Walt had launched the All Things D website and D conferences, which were the forerunner to the Code Conference. Kara started covering digital issues for the Wall Street Journal in 1997, having previously worked at the Washington Post. She's also the author of 2 books about America Online. She has an undergraduate degree from Georgetown University's School of Foreign Service and a master's from Columbia University's School of Journalism. Not baked into this recitation of her resume is the fact that Kara Swisher, and this is something of a cliche, but like all cliches, it's true, is the fact that Kara Swisher is one of the most respected, if not the most respected reporter on and in Silicon Valley, and also the most fearsome and fearless. People are afraid of her and they trust her, Barry Diller told New York Magazine in 2014. That's not an everyday combination. It's surely better to be feared than loved. It's best to be both. And in this world, at least, it's best of all to be her. Please welcome Kara Swisher.
I apologize for my sunglasses. I'm getting kind of addled in my old age, and I left my glasses somewhere. And I'm I have really bad eyesight. And I'm also trying to avoid a little intimacy here because it feels like you're going to fall on me at this point. I like this place. I feel like do you ever watch How to Get Away with Murder? It's such a good show. I feel like you can get away with murder. It feels like that thing. Anyway, I'm going to do a quick presentation because Dan Gilmore had not really wanted me to present, and so I was going to do a very quick one and then talk to Evan because I'd rather answer your questions than anything else. This is a presentation I've been working on for a while, and I talk a lot about entrepreneurialism, and I write a lot about entrepreneurs, and so I'm going to go through this super, super fast. And it's about being an entrepreneur because we have been, Walt and I, for many years, as far back as when we started All Things D within the Wall Street Journal. I'd been pushing really hard for them to move into the digital arena because I'd been covering it and had written about AOL and other technologies, Amazon, Yahoo, and things like that way back when. And I kept saying to the Journal executives who really, really didn't get it back then, and still they get it now, let's just say, that the internet was really important and we needed to go into it. And they really didn't want to and didn't know what a blog was. And I kept saying, it's going to be big, this is going to be important. And they didn't want to. And so we really did strike out within the Journal, even though we were within the Dow Jones organization as an independent entity, and then moved out in 2013. And then, just like all startups, immediately sold ourselves. So I'm just going to go through this super quickly, some trends that I'm seeing in Silicon Valley I think you all need to be aware of. Some of them more pertinent than others, but all very pertinent for anyone who makes content. And I'm literally going to go race through these really quickly. Is that right? Of course, okay. The internet and people in technology and Silicon Valley are vast narcissists and love to talk about themselves. I know that when electricity started, Thomas Edison and Tesla went on different barnstorming tours around the United States and discussed electricity, showed off light bulbs, but the internet people will not stop fucking talking about themselves. And talking about the technology is something that I find really irritating because technology doesn't really matter, but they do like to talk about the technology. So one of my before I retire, I would like them to stop talking about technology. When you got up this morning, I always say this, when you got up this morning, you didn't say, the electrical grid, as I turn on the lights. You don't discuss, motor vehicles as you drove here. But internet people really love to talk about themselves, and most of them are largely dull, so it creates a really big problem for me every day of my life. But it is the job I selected. Anyway, the point I want to make here is the next age of computing is really going to be about the normals, which is everybody else except the people who live in Palo Alto. So the next stage of computing will be about feelings and not technology, and you're noticing a lot of important companies. I'd use Snapchat as an example that's a little less focused on the technology and more what the technology does. This is a pretty basic idea, but every single technology has gone through this thing where when it becomes invisible, and that's what I mean to talk about. And I call it the human age. And this is an old thing. It doesn't have a phone where you get even further down, but I think it's kind of interesting that we've ended up exactly the same place that we started. No one uses desktops anymore, obviously, but it's the same idea, is that we're sort of back to the same staring at our screens, like ridiculous apes that we are. So here's some of the key trends. I'm going to go through them super quick. I have I add to them. It keeps adding, and I'm really bad at PowerPoint or whatever this is. And I think it's going to just run off the page. But every time I see a trend that I think is important, I'll go through them super quickly. So this is BuzzFeed. I know that recently they haven't made as many revenues before. I don't think it's that big a deal. Most people want to pile on BuzzFeed the minute they show one sign of weakness, which is inevitable. But what I do think is interesting about this slide is, I don't know if you remember, I'm going to get a new one with a new incident that they publicized, but do you remember when Katy Perry and the left shark had an issue? One of our greatest, stories of the year. BuzzFeed, this is just a sampling of what BuzzFeed did, and this is maybe a third of the stories they put up, which I thought was fascinating. 18 things the left shark is totally thinking. It was a 23-second incident, which I think 18 things is a lot, but they didn't. Which Katy Perry halftime show shark are you? That was a poll. Here's what Twitter thought about Katy Perry's halftime show. 15 times you were the shark from Katy Perry's Super Bowl halftime performance. This is indicative of a lot of sad millennials making these stories and putting them up on BuzzFeed. And what I thought was really interesting about this was that this is A/B testing gone wild. It's A, B, C, D, E, F, G testing. What they do is they throw up 20, 30, 40 examples on a story, alleged story, and see what works. And I find this to be genius in a lot of ways. And it's a company, obviously, that's much more data. They do everything. They're not data informed. They're data driven. And so they were trying out to see what would work. And so they literally have, if you ever go there, scads of people working on these kind of things and data figuring out which one of these things is most clickable. The fact that they used it with such an inane story is even more fascinating to me. But you have to really understand data. Obviously, this is something that you all know. You need to really, more than you think you do, you need to really understand data patterns and what people are clicking on and what genres they're clicking on. And it's much more, I think journalists don't spend nearly enough time understanding how data works. This is, if I'm old, this is from Clockwork Orange. That's Google Glass, obviously. The only I always call Google Glass the only device that Silicon Valley makes that makes supermodels unfuckable. So, you know what I mean? Like, oh no, thanks you. No, I think not. And I mean both men and women, to be clear. So what's interesting is the ubiquitous. The idea behind, people always dump on Google Glass, and you're right, it was a terrible device. But the fact of the matter is the idea of what it was behind is a very important idea, ubiquity of computing wherever you are, especially around the face. And you're seeing this in VR, AR, and all kinds of different things. But there's going to be a ubiquitousness of communication, things in front of you, screens everywhere, and all kinds of stuff. And you've got to be thinking this way as how people are getting their information. And that's obviously already obvious in a mobile thing, but the mobile is just the beginning of where that's going to go. And so if you think this thing is going away, it absolutely is not. And there's a lot of stuff they're trying on the wrist, they're trying on the body, they're trying in front of you, they're trying different screen forms, disposable screen forms. So you've got to think about ubiquity of things, which of course adds to the horror show that is journalism today. But it's a really important thing to imagine of where people are getting your stuff and be aware of what they're doing, and then creating content that fits those form factors. I do think stuff around the eyes is going to be important, just not the way Google did it. They created a device that you reacted to it, rather than all successful devices, to me, it reacts to you versus you reacting to it. And Google Glass forced you to react to it. And that's why besides being incredibly ugly, is the reason it didn't work. There's a device I've been talking about a lot lately, the Amazon Alexa. I don't know how many of you have it. I do. I have 17 of them in my house. I love the Amazon Alexa. I want to date the Amazon Alexa. It is my new relationship. It's a great, if you don't have it, it's not very expensive. There's one called the Echo Dot that's very much less expensive. You should try it. If you're a journalist, you need to understand voice-activated information retrieval, and it's fantastic. And they have things called skills, and you can add anything to them. There's a skill for news, like you ask for your news, you ask for a joke, you ask for the weather, you ask for an Uber, whatever. And there's even one there where you ask it to compliment you, which I use every day. You look good, Kara. Thank you, Alexa. It's really nice. It's a nice, anyway, you need to use it. Just get one, like tomorrow, right now. Order it right now. You're all on your line right now, on the line. So again, it's still also going to be about brand. Brand is incredibly important. I think we forget that in this era because it's so noisy and messy, but brand is critically important as you move forward. I think the Recode brand has a brand that everybody gets, kind of sassy, difficult, and yet factual, yet not too cheerleady, not cheerlead at all, actually, but not too snarky. But we think a lot about everything we do and what the brand is when we're going forward, whether it be Recode Decode, whether it be our Too Embarrassed to Ask podcast, whether it be our events. We have a brand, we stick to it, we're very firm, and you have to stick to what you're supposed to be with people in this era, and it actually helps you if you're genuine. I just like this. This was from Whisper, which I think closed, I don't know. But I like this, that they cared about which one they use a cab and not Uber or Lyft, so the sex was off. Anyway, it will be geolocated. This is another obvious thing, is everything is geolocated now, and you will be more and more. Sensors are critical, sensors and where you are and how you're located, especially in commerce, but which is going to be a part of content delivery, are really important to think of geolocation and what's going on. Obviously, the phones in your pockets are literally stalking devices. And so how you think about delivering content has to be with geolocation in mind and how people are receiving it and when they're out and about, because nobody sits in front of a computer anymore, absolutely not. And so you have to be imagining that. Again, I'm rushing through these. This we all know, right? I just interviewed Arianna Huffington for my podcast for her sleep book. Oh, Kara, you have to turn off your devices. Of course, she has 17 in her purse. I'm totally on to her. But it will never turn off. She's like, put it in another place. I'm like, no, it's the best relationship I've ever had. Why would I remove it from my person? It's a good podcast. It just posted. Anyway, it will never turn off. We understand this concept. It's about continuous partial attention. One Microsoft researcher dubbed it many years ago to me. Again, when you're a content creator, an online creator, you have to think of continuous partial attention. They're not paying attention, yet they are, yet they're always on, and it will never turn off. And by the way, when they start to get, everything becomes a screen, which everything will become a screen, it'll really never turn off. And you have to be thinking about this as a content creator. It will mean a dog is a dog again. I should change that number up there, but this was the famous 1993 thing from the New Yorker on the internet, nobody knows your dog. Today, everybody does. What I mean by that is you have to be genuine in who you are when you're online. And as a content brand or a person or a reporter or whatever else you happen to be, you really got to think about your genuineness and what you're communicating. It's a similar thing to the brand, but you have to not be non-genuine. It really doesn't work, and you really don't do well if you're not communicating genuinely who you are. You also have to be interesting, which is a challenge for a lot of people, obviously. But you have to be genuine. I always make the example of Kim Kardashian, which everyone, Kim Kardashian. But the fact of the matter is, she has 700 million social media followers. She cannot be doing something wrong to be getting to that level. And I know that may not be the metric you want to use, but she's been rather successful employing social and digital means to become famous. And it works, and people really enjoy the stuff she creates. And I would urge you to follow her, because it's really fun to follow her. She does great pictures. She uses it a lot. She does a lot of it. It feels like she does a lot of it herself, and I think she might, because some of them are so tasteless. You're like, nobody could have done that except for her. Another person who does a lot is Rupert Murdoch, and you know it's him, because it's like anti-Semitic over here, anti-Muslim over here, and you're like, the head of the person who's head of communications for News Corp is always like, oh, Kara, I can't stop him. I want to grab that iPad out of his hand. But, he's genuine to who he is, even though that's who he is. So you have to really be thinking about that as a reporter when you're communicating. It's a really effective tool. I use Twitter. I'm quite a lot on Twitter and Instagram and all the others, and it really is me doing it. And I think it's really helpful for our brand to have me as a I don't want to say ambassador. It sounds so inane, but to be myself. And I know journalists like to say I'm very, I don't want to take a side. Well, you really do have an opinion, and it's really hard in this new medium not to represent yourself. And I do, and I think it's fine. And I think journalists have a stick up their butt about it a little bit. It will always be transmitting. This was interesting. The only reason I like this is because I can't believe this guy was peeing and then managed to tap this out. You know what I mean? And why did he want it to? What does he care? It's just like, it was sort of, so my point of this is that it's always transmitting. I know, right? What the hell is wrong with this person? In any case, it'll always be transmitting. There is not an errant thought that people do not communicate well online now. There's nothing that people don't say. And they're always communicating, they're always taking pictures. There's never a moment when you're not taking a picture. I was at my kid's birthday yesterday. Of course, we took 912 pictures and then immediately posted them. At some point, I've decided at maybe 65, I'm going to become a hermit and never communicate anything in my life again. But right now, there's not a time where people do not share now and do not share digitally and do not feel a need, an impulse, an addiction to doing so. So you have to understand that when you're writing things and when you're getting things out, it's a consistent transmission. You cannot think of this 9 to 5. I grew up the Washington Post. It was a very 9 to 5 kind of thing. You have to really be thinking of always being transmitting and reacting and thinking of your audience doing the same. I think it's really important. This is another one. Home is where your pants aren't. I think that's the most genius sentence I've ever seen. I don't know why. I love it. What does it mean? Anyway, in any case, wearabling. I call it wearabling. Wearables are really important. I have issues. I've just did a recent podcast about unwearables. I have every single wearable device known to man in a box, next to the bread maker in my house. So one of the things that's important, though, even though I insult wearables because I don't think they're quite right yet, wearables are going to be increasingly important. Wearable shirt, it's not wearable. Every shirt is wearable, but most of them. So you have to be thinking of wearables and on your body sensors and things like that are coming. And there's a lot of stuff. And it's starting to get there. It's still somewhat useless. I think we can all agree that understanding our steps is really not the most important thing in the world. And there's a point where you're going to have these wearables where literally you're going to eat a donut in the morning, as I did this morning, for example, and suddenly I'm tired and my shirt is going to say, you fucking idiot, how did you eat that donut? Now get up and walk and also have an apple immediately and start to really tell you what you need to do, because it will monitor your blood sugar and monitor all kinds of things. Wearables will be useful, and they actually start giving you excellent advice. So this is the last few. It will make you expose yourself. Again, that's the same thing about genuine. Of course, we've all taken a naked selfie. Hello. Let's move on. But you have to expose yourself. You cannot be hidden. If you're shy, you're not going to do well in this environment. I really admire shy people. I'm not one of them. But you have to expose yourself. And then it will be analog. And for those of you who are older, also Silent Green, now with more girls. I like that. I love that thing. Anyway, there's a lot of things going analog. We know about the Internet of Things. Steve Case just wrote a book called The Internet of Everything. which is everything, which is around healthcare, food, driving. Obviously, transportation is a really important area. That's what a wonderful thing that's happening around transportation right now with all these companies rethinking something that really hurts our environment and needs to change and hurts our life, really. It will very much be analog about your smart homes and things like that. Soylent is just one of these things. Food technology is super interesting. How we create and eat food and understand nutrition is a big deal in Silicon Valley now. I think Soylent's kind of gross. Also, the guys who founded Soylent, when they first came to me and showed me their Soylent thing, which I declined to drink, they're like, "You have to." I'm like, "No, I really don't. Like, I'm not that kind of journalist. I take your word that it's delicious." So they brought me, and I said, "Well, that's quite a name." And they're like, "Well, it's made of soy." And I was like, "Yeah, but come on, Soylent Green is people." And they're like, "What?" And I was like, "Oh God, millennials. Good God, God love them." Anyway, so you have to be thinking about like the things in the home, like the Amazon Echo and other things like that. But there's so much going on in the analog space now. It's really, the next era is all about sensors and cars and things that actually really count. One of the things I always say is that Silicon Valley, for the most part, is big minds chasing small ideas. There's some really big ideas going on now in Silicon Valley. And then, last of all, it will be political. Oh my God, this race. Good God. That's all we have to say. I mean, I'm not moving to Canada like everybody else, but it's, I can't stand when people say that. It's our country, for goodness sake, even if we get either one of these people in there. I'm with her, like, in any case. But, I mean, how could I not be, honestly? A lesbian from San Francisco, I kind of have no choice, although it could be interesting if I picked the other guy. I'd have to, like, poke my eyes out, of course. But in any case, it will be political. The politics are getting involved really heavily in digital things. Microsoft just sued the DOJ, the Apple friggin' iPhone thing, which is really important. The government, especially because a lot of the things that are changing, healthcare, cars, is going to get so involved in a lot of this stuff. Mostly the government is usually internet idiotic. They don't know anything about how this has worked and have not been, except for inventing it in the first place, have not been really important. But now it absolutely be political. It's really important. I find it really disturbing and worrisome and has a really big issue around democracy. I mean, the fact that the FBI, and not all the government agrees with this, thinks that that solving the crisis with ISIS comes down to one fucking iPhone. I don't get. But it's fine. I get their point, and it's going to be it's important that tech people and content people really understand quite how much this is going to matter. And the sequel, are we in a bust? I don't know. No. The digital technology, yes, we are. The Journal writes this story every single 5 years, the exact same story. They should just recycle the same, oh, yes, now it's a bubble, now it's over. And then they'll write the next story will be about parties where, I don't know, Sean Parker, rents Beyonce to make dinner or something like that. I don't know. In any case, it doesn't matter. There's going to be money going into this. This is obviously the future. I mean, you're going to get these stories, but who cares? And you're not, and startups will be valued less or more. It doesn't really matter at this point. And then last, this just makes me laugh. I feel this is my job, pointless, incessant barking. Anyway, I think that's it. Evan, come on up.
The Recode brand is not too snarky, maybe the biggest lie told over the last 24 hours.
I love this guy's shirt. I love your shirt. It's fantastic. I keep staring at it. I'm like, I want to take it off of him and take it home. Anyway, sorry.
So there's going to be the majority of the time we're going to spend will be answering your questions.
Yes.
And so I don't want to go back over your presentation, except to say Trump Swisher 2016 sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, wrong.
Not going to happen?
What? Although my son, I announced I'm interested in running for mayor of San Francisco, and because that's the inevitable next step. And my son, who is going to be 18 at the time that I think I'm going to run, was like, I'm not sure I'm voting for you, Mom. And I'm like, what? Like, I thought I just had that one vote. And I said, well, why? And he goes, I don't know. You got to really convince me with what you want to do and things like that. This is an 11-year-old who I really wanted to pop at this point. I've never hit him, but this was close. And so he was like saying, I want you to know what you want to do about this and this and that. And I go, well, what are your suggestions of what I should do? And he goes, well, I think you should be the liberal Trump, which I thought was actually kind of genius.
The liberal Trump.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, he has to see who you're running against, right?
Yeah.
It's a choice, not a referendum.
Yes, exactly. That's true.
At 18.
Oh, it's not? Oh, well.
Yeah, sorry,
okay.
unless you're just running alone.
That would be
I want to ask you about 5 entities
Sure.
and have you give us, since you're apparently not shy or retiring and
No.
have strong points of view, it would be interesting to have you in sort of game show speed round mode.
Sure.
Give us the sort of 30-second headline about these entities and where we are right now. Help us think about them, and then we're going to open up the thing for questions. Google,
I think it's still a very powerful company. It's super innovative. It's doing all sorts of crazy. The moonshot stuff is a little bit unusual. I think they're seeing a little bit of pushback from a lot of the stuff they're trying. I like that they're trying. I think they're in a little bit of trouble given the search paradigm is Neanderthal and is changing, and so they've obviously pushed into Android and other areas. It remains to be seen. I mean, I don't think search is ending anytime soon, but it's certainly not the paradigm going forward, and they're challenged by Facebook and Snapchat and other ways people discover, especially Facebook.
new leadership of the company versus old.
At Google?
Yeah.
Sundar Pichai is the new CEO of Google, and he's fantastic. He's really measured and a wonderful guy, lovely guy. Larry and Sergey are still strange as ever. You know, I don't know what they're doing. Who knows what they're up to? I think like Larry wants to get on his rocket ship and go back to the planet Org, but I don't know.
And Sundar Pichai will be at your
yes, he will. He's terrific.
Code
he's very
conference.
different. He's not. He's an operator, not like a founder vision. He's a very smart guy, obviously. But you know, you have these founder visionaries like Larry and Sergey who are just crazy, and then you have the people that take over and run the show afterwards.
Apple.
Well, you know, Tim Cook's done rather well. I think there. I think after the death of Steve Jobs, who was indeed a visionary and a very complicated and complex person. You know, people were worried about where Apple was going. I think I'm really quite. I have to say. I have admiration for him around this FBI thing. I think it's really hard to do that. I think it's
Are
difficult.
you not sympathetic to the idea that there's a greater good?
Of course. Of course.
So give me. So where do you split?
I was nearly in the CIA. You know, I wanted to join the CIA, so I understand. I wanted to, you know.
So where do you split it along the continuum?
I think in the history, the government has always overreached. I don't think there's any point where they don't say they need more information than they actually need. And I think that in this digital environment, it's very dangerous to overreach. And if you have Microsoft suing the DOJ, someone's overreaching. And so I think which is a conservative company by comparison. I think that it's difficult because these digital technologies are being used, but the fact of the matter is our problems around the globe are not solved by digital solutions necessarily. And that it's like reporting. Basic on-the-ground reporting is what gets great stories, not because you can crunch some data necessarily. Although data journalism is great, I think it's a question of who do we trust: Google and Apple and Facebook or our government. And that's what's happening here. It's sort of they've got a lot of our information.
And that's an easy choice for you.
No, I don't know what to do because I think they're all evil. So that's an issue that I have. But I think that if I was in the government, I'd push for more information. I get it. But people within the government disagree on it because, like, I had Ash Carter, who's the defense secretary, who kind of is on Apple's side. He's for strong encryption protections and things like that. He doesn't need that information. Now, the FBI wants the easy path, so they want to get to this iPhone. But the things they're asking for from Apple are ridiculous as far as I'm concerned.
So back to Apple. Is Tim Cook enough of an operator? I was interested in your distinction between Larry and Sergey on the one hand and Sundar Pichai on the other hand. So is he enough of an operator?
Yeah, I think he was the guy behind Steve Jobs who made the trains run on time. That's really was his job. I think some of their products are. I think the Apple Watch, I think we can all agree, is just not quite up to speed for what they were intending, what he was intending. That was his big reveal. I think that they have to keep innovating. I think their platform is getting a little stale, and they obviously have to keep innovating. Their software is just awful for anyone who's used Apple software. It's just the worst. They have lots of opportunities, but they're pretty conservative, so you wonder, you know, things like Snapchat and other things and Facebook. That guy is really innovative as far as I'm concerned, Zuckerberg.
Well, so that was my next. You teed it up perfectly. Facebook.
I think Zuckerberg is really innovative and interesting and constantly changing. He's not the first out the gate with things. Obviously, Facebook Live has been, Twitter did Vines and Periscope and things like that.
I'm interested to hear you say a kind word about somebody.
Oh, I like Mark Zuckerberg. I didn't initially.
But isn't his public brand annoying?
Yes.
So why is he allowed his public brand? Is it like crazy like a fox?
No, I don't
Allow
think
my
he is
public
annoying
brand
anymore.
to be annoying, but behind the scenes I'm actually
No, I
better
don't
than
think
it?
he is annoying
You
anymore.
don't think so?
No, I think he was. I think he's certainly the reason I like Mark Zuckerberg, two reasons, is he's always challenging himself, which is sometimes like his learning of Chinese can be a little bit twee, like, okay, now you're going to speak Chinese. But he's speaking Chinese, like, are you? Like, I don't mean I'm sorry. I mean,
there's a lot that I'm not doing. We don't have enough time to go through the things I'm not doing.
I think he is a thoughtful person, and so I like that. He's always improving. He's always trying to become better. I always like someone like that, and he also sees his faults, which you don't see a lot among the narcissists of Silicon Valley, of which are rife. And he's less of a narcissist than the others, so I suppose I prefer him. And when I first met him. The first time he walked into the office, and he was the person. He wasn't the person in that movie, by the way, because he doesn't talk that much. The guy in the movie was like blabby as can be. But he walked in the office and he said, "I heard you think I'm an asshole." That's what he said. The first thing he ever said to me, and I said, "Other people think you're an asshole. I've never met you, so I don't know enough about you to know if you're an asshole. Perhaps I will come to that conclusion very soon. Right now, immediately, I'm thinking you're an asshole for saying that." And so it was kind of an interesting opener. But he's actually become, he's a very thoughtful, I think the stuff they're doing at Facebook couldn't happen with someone in charge that wasn't thoughtful. And they're constantly innovating on that platform.
So Facebook
which is hard.
not the evil empire, as is often
I think
said to be the case?
I think who says they're an evil empire? That's Google.
Everybody? I mean,
Really?
the whole concern about whether Facebook is mucking with all of our
with
privacy.
publishers, yes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the thing is publishers rush to them to be on the platform. I mean, it's not different from what AOL did. If you remember, at first AOL was the friend of content providers. They'd have those lovely get-togethers, and then they screwed them.
Then they changed, yeah.
Then they changed. So I don't know if it's necessarily I think the paradigm is shifting for publishers is really problematic, but they'll flock to them if it works. You'll flock to them if it works. I'm on the fence of how much you should give over to Facebook, but I'm on the fence over how much you should give to any platform. But do you have a choice? Like, readers aren't coming to your websites. Readers aren't coming nobody comes to a website anymore, really. So
Amazon.
Again, another person, difficult personality. I think people think he's sort of a smiling, friendly guy. I think he's real tough. He's a real tough customer. I do think they're very innovative. I think what he's done around shopping and delivery and the Amazon Echo has surprised me because he did a terrible job on the Fire and the phone, but he keeps at it. He keeps at it. And I think he has done more to transform our economy than in the internet economy than anybody else in real terms. In real terms,
You're a former Post
Yes.
person. He seems so far to not have effed up the Post.
Well, it's like a comma on his money, right? He doesn't
Right, but
care.
still, I mean, but you know that it could be the bad end or it could be a not bad end, and so far we're more on the not bad end.
Yeah. No, I think he's given the money. I think he doesn't mind losing the amount of money he's probably losing. It's probably a small amount of money to him. I think he's not involved himself that much, and he's giving them what you would think they would need, kind of stuff. He's hired a wonderful editor and stuck by. It's just everything's working in that regard, and I think, you couldn't find. I'm not one of the people that thinks former newspaper owners were any walk in the park. So I don't like, oh my God, it's.
I miss the Grahams. I miss the Chandlers.
No, the Grahams
right?
were a special. Yeah. The Grahams were a special family, but most of them are just.
You mean generally that most?
Generally, they're awful
we've
human beings,
romanticized
right?
the
Yeah.
past
So
of
come
newspapers.
on, come on, the Chandlers. Oh God, the
All right,
Binghams.
So the last
the
thing
Murdochs.
Well, you've already told us what you think about him.
I like Richard Murdoch.
You do?
Rupert. Yes, I do. He's really. I don't like him. It's like liking Satan. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but you like Satan, right?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that may be tweeted.
No, but he's really, come on, he's done some amazing things, and he's really smart, and he loves media. I'm not sure his children.
And he's survived, not in the
They've
physical
done some
sense,
really,
but right in the corporate sense.
and the stuff he does around entertainment's, he's got great executives there. I mean, you can't that just doesn't happen. Like, they've done some, some of his, I'm liberal, so I obviously have to hate Fox News, but it's still, sometimes I watch
apparently
that.
Fox News is too liberal this election.
Apparently.
Haven't you heard that?
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
I got to say, I have to confess, I watch the Megyn Kelly show all the time. I don't know why. I can't stop. I'm like, stop, Kara, and then I watch it.
The last,
I like her.
The last institution I want to ask you about, you actually brought up, and that's BuzzFeed.
Yeah.
I think you correctly characterized the view that a lot of people have, and that there's sort of like a Schadenfreude going on now, right?
Yeah, 100%.
You know, oh, look, their revenues are cut in half, ha ha. But the reality is, the revenues are still larger than everybody else's, even in half of that, right? Why do people have such a strong reaction to BuzzFeed?
Because of the list thing. I think people got a little bit like all they are is bullshit.
So much more than that, though.
I agree. I think they've done some amazing journalism. I think they're trying interesting things. I don't know if journalism is the heart of what they're doing. Obviously, they're moving into video heavily. That's been reported a lot. But I do, and then some of their videos are silly. Some of them are good. I think the question is, look, and by the way, you know what? Most of journalism, like the pages, not the news pages, everyone had crossword puzzles. Everybody had lists. Everybody had style sections and comics. And so, like, to pretend that everything was so fantastic in the old days is just bullshit. But the fact of the matter is, they celebrate their viralness, and I think it irritates people. And all they're saying is we want to be popular, which should be what journalists want to be also, besides being good. You want to be good. You shouldn't focus on traffic only, but you can't ignore it. You shouldn't ignore it like it's like awful. I think, obviously, the first thing is to focus on great content, and that's it.
Right.
But I think with BuzzFeed, I think someone's got to succeed in modern media. And so why do we like to tear down every single thing that's attempted? And if you're not experimental in this period, you're not going to be, and this is coming from someone who's worked for the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal. Like, you know, you can, I remember years ago, and then we can answer questions, is I was at the Wall Street Journal, I kept pushing them to get in blogs and digital, and I was like, this is the kids love this. I kept saying, the kids love this. And there were 2 times that it just annoyed me because of the mentality, the insular and arrogant mentality that old media had. Was at one point they were doing a study on why they should have a Saturday journal. Do you remember those? Yeah. Remember that? Yeah. And I was like, no, let's not have one. Nobody wants to read a friggin' Wall Street Journal on Saturday. Like, it's like homework.
It's work.
It's homework. Right. Like, oh, more homework, yay. So what I was, and it's a very good product and everything else, but they were like, how can we get young people to read the journal? They had a little, like one of those horrible meetings that you had to have back then. And I was sitting in the back, and they seldom invited me, even though I really was the digital, the person. How can we get the young people to not look at the internet and look at, the Wall Street Journal in a print edition? And I'm like, so they went around the room, and they said, Kara, what do you think? Like, oh, she's going to say something awful. And I said, here's my idea. Tape a joint between every frigging page, and they'll read the print edition. And they're like, are you kidding me? I'm like, no, like they're not reading it. Stop it, stop. Like, provide them with digital things, provide them with interesting things. They're not stupid. They acted like young people were stupid. They're not stupid. Millennials aren't stupid. They just aren't. They like great content too, and so that drove me crazy. And then the second thing was they were always denigrating, blogs, like as if it was like the clap. And so they were going to blogs, like they make so many mistakes on blogs, like that kind of thing. Like I was in a meeting, and so I had the list of mistakes all the reporters in the rooms had made, and I go, I noticed you made 13 mistakes last year that had to be corrected in the corrections page, and you made 26. Ooh, you should be fired. But and so I was like, you all make mistakes, and blogs are only going to get better, and you're only going to get worse because the economic cycle for you is bad. And so I just thought the non-open-mindedness of it drove me nuts and wanted me to run screaming from the room.
Line up, and while you're doing that, I'm going to finish the second half of this question. Microphone on that side, microphone on that side if you have questions for Kara, and we'll use all the time we have. The thing about the BuzzFeed thing, just to go back to that 1 second, is that people are doing the end zone dance thinking that somehow this is the end of BuzzFeed. It's not the end of BuzzFeed. No. Or it's not somehow a negative. It doesn't disable the business model. And by the way, things are not bad generally with this as the kind of first
No, not at all.
String being pulled from the sweater. Ken Doctor has a piece on Neiman Lab this week. Oh, Mashable. Oh, Yahoo. Oh, BuzzFeed's revenues.
Yahoo's a whole
everything
different...
everything is so bad.
By the way, Yahoo's a whole different goat rodeo.
Is everything so bad?
No, not at all. There's never been a greater time for content, I think. I am excited to read from lots of places. I know even the New York Times is really vibrant lately. I don't know if you've noticed it. There's some fantastic work they've been doing. I don't read the New York Times in print. I think for years now. I read it all online, and I read it in different places, and their interactive stuff has been great. But it's everywhere, and there's really great stuff everywhere. So I really, I really think, it's by journalist nature to be depressed about things, and some of it is depressing because it's changing.
And there's a whole industry of people who quite candidly judge journalism as depressing,
Honestly.
but don't actually do journalism.
It sounds dumb, but I have a P&L. I've had a P&L. I understand business a little bit since I have employees. I've been figuring out how to make money from it. I really do understand. I did strike gold with the conferences, but I thought about it. Like I learned myself some business, and one of the things I really don't like is journalists that don't understand business. I think there's a horrible term that I think it's Jessica Lesson, who I really admire. It's reporterpreneur, which I hate that word. I hate all those words, but I think if you don't understand the basics of your economics of your business today, you're an idiot. And I don't like being lectured to by people who've never run a business. That's one of the things.
Questions? Got one right there?
Questions?
Questions on either side?
Oh my God, journalists with no questions. Now I'm depressed.
Have done everything here. Ma'am. Hi.
I'm Rosa from El País, but I live in San Francisco. So I've heard recently that you would like to run to be the mayor. So
Yes.
What could you do, and what do you think Mr. Ed Lee is doing wrong?
Ed
Also, I would like to ask you, I've seen you in the Silicon Valley series.
Yeah.
So how is it like acting like being you and making jokes of you? So
Well, I played myself, and so I felt like I knew the character well.
How did you do? Was it a good performance?
I dove deep. I think I had like 14 seconds of time. I was brilliant. I should have won the Emmy, and I didn't. I feel that was a real snub. I think it was sexist and anti-gay. No. It was fun. I thought it was important for our brand to get on it. I love the show. I love Mike Judge. I think he really depicts Silicon Valley beautifully. And so when he asked me, he actually came and asked for some advice about certain people. You can clearly see who those characters, like the guy that's Mark Cuban, and I know Mark really well. So I was able to make it worse. Make it worse. Here's some secrets. So I was helping him, and he just said, "Would you mind playing you?" And I said, "No." And so they did two. One was I was bothering Gavin Belson, that guy is fantastic. That actor is a wonderful guy, and bothering him about some stuff. And then Gavin came to our code conference, a fake. It honestly was fantastic. They did they made it look just like our code conference, and then he compares. They used a thing when Tom Perkins said that it was like crystal knocked against the billionaires in San Francisco, which was just like appalling. They did the same thing. It's like he compared the persecution of Jews to what's happening to billionaires. Same thing, And it was like, and they used it for comedy, but it wasn't funny when Tom Perkins said it. It was a little funny, but it was great. It was great. The only thing is when it was an all-day filming, and he was again, the actor was fantastic, and they brought the crowd in, and it was a little too diverse, the crowd. I'm like, I'm sorry to tell you, there's way too many diversity going on in this crowd of conference goers, but otherwise it was great. It was fun on that. And then on Mayor, I have been saying this for a while, but nobody believes me because I say all kinds of crazy stuff, like I'd like to act in a movie with Jennifer Lawrence or something. I've never said that. I just said that for the first time. I've been saying it a while because I think one of the things that's important is I've always been civically minded, even though I haven't been very civic. I wanted to join the military a long time ago. I know it sounds crazy, but my dad was in the military, and I wanted to, but I was gay, and I didn't want to pretend I wasn't. And so, you ask, I tell kind of thing. That was the problem. That was Clinton's when they did that. So I wanted to do that, and I was going to go into the CIA or the State Department. So I've always wanted to serve in some way. I think it's important for us to serve civically. I think our citizens, I think we abrogate our government to professional politicians, and we get what we got. We get, I said this on CNBC, that if you always do what you always did, you always get what you always got. And so I think it's really important. I think the economic inequality in San Francisco has gotten really disturbing. You live there, there's no easy answers. I think there has to be some rapprochement between the tech industry, which is the most important, and rich. They're so rich. This should work, right? And so that's the thing. And so I think it's really important to address economic inequality issues. I think there's all kinds of issues around growth, obviously. There's a great story in the New York Times today you should all read about the YIMBYs, yes, in our backyard, all these issues around construction and stuff like that. I'm very interested in the inequality, gender inequality issues and things like that. I think that our government needs to be more responsive and digital. You know, I'm not going to address Ed Lee. I think people think he's in the pockets of the tech industry. I don't think I'm someone you would imagine to be in the pockets of anybody. At the same time, it's kind of ridiculous. The kind of level of rage that is in our civic life right now, where nobody can agree on anything, is exhausting. I think you know, it's you know, this Trumpian mentality has got to stop.
But speaking of Trumpian, isn't your 11-year-old right when, I mean, this idea of you as a liberal Trump is both ridiculous and also brilliant in this respect. You speak your mind.
Yeah.
You often say things that are politically incorrect.
But I don't speak my mind and say racist,
But
sexist,
you're not.
and
But your
misogynist
personality.
constantly.
Is not the personality of a conventional politician.
Right. Exactly.
If you
Yes.
run, you will go Pete Kara
Okay,
on
if
us,
we
right?
have to compliment Donald Trump, if you insist, and I can, he's absolutely correct. And some of the things he says, you're like the stuff around the rule making.
Well, the substance of it is of less interest to me
but
than
some
the
of it
acknowledgement
is.
of his affect.
Right.
And your affect actually is say what
Similar.
you think.
Yes.
Say what you think.
Right,
Even if
exactly.
it's not politically
That's
the
right.
way that you typically
That's
run
right.
for
And
office.
I think unfortunately because of the media and others that people can't just what the fuck is that? Like, you know what I mean? And I think that's why he hits with certain people. Unfortunately, some of the things he says, some of them, although recently the stuff on the rulemaking, I agree with him. Like, they can't do these closed door bullshit changes. Right. Anyway, it's an interesting.
So you run. This will be the you who runs.
Yes.
No different than that.
No, and then I will get drummed out of office on some horrible.
Well, we have nobody over there, so we're going back over there. Thank you very much, sir.
Hi.
Hello.
Jonathan Gross from Drury University. And I was just curious, when you got subsumed into Vox, did you lose some of your recode? Did you lose some of your recode culture, or have you been? And did Vox try to impose some Vox?
Your colleague Trey Brundred is right there. Look exactly at him when you answer this question. And if you want to talk shit about Vox, he's fine with that.
Trey did implant a thing in my neck that I don't know what it was. Trey, what do you think? Do you think I've been pushed down in any way? No, absolutely not. I think that the reason we selected Vox was precisely for the reason that they did send me talking points. Did you see those the other day on the Slack? Here are the talking points of Vox. I literally didn't read it at all. Like, I don't know. We are a new media organization who cares about content. I'm sure it said that somewhere in there, but actually, it's actually true. I read the beginning. I'm like, oh God, talking points, as if. But that's good. They do that. That's fine. One of the reasons we selected them was and talked to them and got into discussions with them is because one. And I'm not kissing up to him. Jim Bankoff, I've known for 20-some years, is one of the most high-quality publishing thinkers around. He just cares about the media. At the same time, he has great business sense. It's very rare in digital to have such a thoughtful person. So that was one of the reasons, is Jim. And then I met Trey, which I know a lot of CTOs, and most of them I'm like, stop talking to me right now. And Trey is one of the most thoughtful people about media, how media interacts with technology. He cares about the media, yet he understands that technology is a critical part. He wants to be a partner. And I think for so long, either the journalists ignored the technology people, or the technology people were like, ugh, to the media people. There's always been a back and forth. The Washington Post, they separated out the online division from in another place from the thing. That's ridiculous. The technology is critical. It's not like it's printing presses. This is how you deliver the news and how you design the products is critically important. And so someone like Trey, who is so thoughtful about the journalism and at the same time understands the importance of the technology, you cannot succeed if you don't have someone like that. In terms of letting us do what they want, Vox actually, unlike BuzzFeed or the Huffington Post or the other organizations, we have distinct brands. We have 8 distinct brands. Eater. No, I'm supposed to mention them all. I'm going to forget.
Apparently, you did read Slack.
I started to read part of it. I can't help myself, but I was laughing mostly through it. But because it was a nice laugh, like, oh, aren't they cute? But they have lots of distinct brands. The Eater one, which I love. I loved before that. Curbed, Racked, and others. And so they have taken the strategery of doing individualized brands, so a little like Condé Nast, I guess, in terms of different things. And so they don't want us to not be us. That's what's critically important. I think they bought us for who we are and not to become something else. Now, we're just about to move to the new their platform, Chorus, which is called Unison, right? Unison. Anyway, they're moving to their new platform. We were on WordPress before. That'll be, I'm thrilled because of all the tools it gives us. They have this amazing thing called Auto-Tune that lets us make charts and different picture things and things that are delightful to users. So far, a year in, and you know I would say if I hated them, you know I would. But so far, everything has been additive to us. I think we've been additive to them.
Well, for instance, your conference culture, which
yes.
has been such a big part of your success, ported over to
yes.
Vox, gives them an opportunity
to get more conferences.
To do conferences
yeah, they don't know how to do them.
Discrete
right, that's one of the thinking. Like we're thinking of a food tech conference for Eater with us together. Ezra Klein is doing a Vox conference. We've been helping him. We brought our team in, which is the best in the business. They were not in event space. And if you're a media company, you need other revenue streams. And this is, you know, and it's still the event space everyone's now rushed into.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that.
You know what I mean? So, Oh, he has an event?
We're brothers and sisters in arms.
Anyway, it's really important to... Anyway, they're a great organization. You know, they got an enormous amount of money from NBC, the way BuzzFeed did. They're well-funded. I think they've got... Again, someone has to succeed, so you have to align yourself with the best people you can if you're in this space. And you have to align yourself with people who are digitally friendly and native. You will not succeed if you don't. And we had a lot of, we're pretty good, like I'm pretty digital, but not as digital as they are. And so I understood that if I didn't align myself, we were going to get washed. You know, and
if I know the answer to this, but if the opportunity comes up for Recode to write about Vox Media as a media brand digitally, no holds barred.
No, not at all. I think we've done that several times. What we have to do, though, is there's some, when news comes out, like, should we really cover it? Does it really matter if someone's joining that we, or not? I mean, we've done it a couple times, and actually, Jim Bankoff called me. I forget which story it was. It was the funding story. It was some story we found out about totally separately.
Right.
And Jim's like, did someone on Slack tell you? And I was like, no, we're fucking reporters. We can find these things out without your help on Slack. You know what I mean? Like, we don't sneak around and stalk the Slack rooms and find our stories. So we'd found it out from an investment banker, I'm sure. But we found out something, and we wrote the story. It was when they were moving into Facebook, or I don't remember. But we didn't care.
Hard to imagine anybody can control what you do.
No, exactly.
After this 45 minutes. Are we now done?
Yeah.
We're done? Okay. Kara Swisher.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you all. Thank you, Rosenthal.
We're going to move without coffee to the next one. So don't move yourselves from your chairs. And I have to see what. Okay, it's time to rock and roll with our global roundup. You know, we had a similar panel. Thank you, Kara. Thank you, Evan. This was awesome. We had a panel like this last year, and it worked very, very well. Was in our evaluations, it was one of the best panels. So we repeated, of course, with people from other countries, and what you're gonna learn now is really a very rare opportunity that we have. This kind of stories here, because the United States is so inwards, right, that we don't pay attention to the experience of other countries as we should. So the panelists are obviously different from last year, but the chair of the panel is Maria Teresa Ronderos, a journalist from Colombia who now is the director of the program on independent journalism of the Open Society Foundations. And a good friend of me, and I am a good friend of hers. And we have worked together in the past for many years, so it's a pleasure to have you here. And she did the first MOOC on journalism in Spanish for the Knight Center. Yay! And now the MOOCs are growing. So thank you very much. So let's rock and roll.
Thank you very much, Rosenthal, and thank you, everybody. Well, I have the good fortune of moderating this panel of amazing journalists, digital journalists, from working in many different languages in many different parts of the world. They will give you a living evidence of why digital journalism has opened a whole new window of opportunity in the world for independent journalism, for good quality journalism, but that it's flourishing in many creative ways, precisely because of the difficult circumstances it is. Some of them are working in situations of war, others of autocracy, or manipulated participation, or crime, different kinds of challenges. But the most interesting thing is how these have become avenues for their citizens to have access to really great journalists. So we will start with our panelists. I want to present them first, all of them, and then they will all, each one of them present a little bit about their media and what they do, and then later we will all come up here and have a chat. So first of all, I want to present you to Andrei Dinko. He's the editor of Nasha Niva of Belarus. Andrei.
Hi. Hi, once again, I'm from Belarus. This is Belarus. It's in Europe, because not many people do not know. We have such great neighbors like Russia, for instance. We have some problems with them from time to time, but not so big problems like Ukrainians have right now. And this is our dictator. It's a dictatorship. But we have some more people. This is Svetlana Alexievich, our recent Nobel Literature laureate, very great person. Maria Terezia, she will be in Colombia this month. World of Tanks. Do you know World of Tanks? This is a Belarusian game. Yes, produced in a dictatorship, but not by Lukashenko. Although Lukashenko is also a great war commander. And Viber is another product made in Belarus. So you see, maybe that may be astonishing to you that all the dictatorships are not like Cuba or North Korea. You have very modern dictatorships, digital dictatorships, which go relatively well. And Belarus is one of them, smart dictatorship, soft dictatorship, fortunately for me. Now, Nasha Niva. NN.by means Nasha Niva, not no name. Nasha Niva is a very old title. In fact, I am 110 years old as Nasha Niva. And since July of this year, we will stop our printed version. We have turned digital, and we don't bother about it. It's a very small publication. Only 16 people do it now. And we have 7 million page views every month in a country of 9 million people. I think this is quite a lot. I'm proud of it. We are small. Why we are so small? Because Belarus is small. I will return a bit to this point. This is a small market, poor market. Average salary in Belarus is only $350. And this is a harsh environment. It is a dictatorship, and moreover, Our portal is published in the Belarusian language, and the Belarusian language, the number of users of Belarusian language was dwindling, was shrinking over the last year. So it's a very unfriendly environment, and still we have to do something with this. Belarus online media top 4. It may be interesting to some of you who live also in small countries. What can be successful in such small countries? So the number 1 was built around a mail-in service. It was before Google arrival. The number 2 was built around an online shopping catalog. Of course, in a country like Belarus, you must have some connections with the government to start such interesting projects. And then another interesting thing, that the hardline opposition content is also very popular online, because people cannot meet opposition offline. So opposition is online in Belarus. All the opposition is in. My experience can be valuable to those among you who have small sites, both media and NGOs, and who have little money and operate in harsh environments. If you are from Wall Street Journal, maybe it's not for you. Our experience is that one need to have specific approach to specific audiences. Of course, we are behind. I am here. It's very interesting to me. It's imagine that I went to the future, and then tomorrow I will back to my past, maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Of course, we are behind. So in countries like Belarus, it may be interesting to international donors. You have not to be too quick. You should not overpass your audience. We have now 3 major audiences, if you want. One of them are still those people who come mainly, most often, to the main page of the website. Another group is those coming most often to the mobile version main page. And only the third group is those who are leaving social networks and come to our web page from social networks. It's important to have in mind all these 3 groups of people when you work in markets like Belarus. The usability of the site main pages is still the key to the success in such markets. It's key to make people your regular readers. You have a huge number of views from permanent readers, and moreover, what's very important for projects like NN.by, you have huge readers' input from these regular readers. They are your own community, it's priceless. If you build your community, you will be able to have volunteers. What's also very important for projects in country like Belarus. It would be a very important moment for me. It would be hard for you to catch up with the quickly changing developing needs if you're not helped by volunteers. Software developing costs so much. So volunteers' input is a solution to this. So my suggestions are that in a harsh environment, you should prioritize software, technical, and development solutions. And you should use civic energy towards your and our common goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrei. We would like to invite ISOJ Nyariki. He's the editor of Nasha Niva. It's a website from Nairobi, from Kenya.
Yeah, I'm Enoch Nyariki from Nairobi, Kenya, as she said, and I edit news at ivisasa.com. So Ivisasa is a combination of 2 Swahili words, Ivisasa meaning right now. So we are a news organization that focuses on local news because in Kenya there is a gap. When we passed the new constitution in 6 years ago, in 2010, power was decentralized. So right now we have counties, there are 47, and but all the major news outlets focus on national news. So there is a real gap. So that's why we decided to connect local people who are interested in what's happening around them and the governance and the news. Okay. And let me just say that we did a pilot in 2012, and then it was quite successful, and we decided to launch it fully about 2 years ago in 2014, and that's the homepage of one of the counties. We're in 10 counties, 10 out of 47, 10 of the major regions in the country, and we continue scaling up. So in the next few months, we'll probably cover the rest of the country. Okay, so why are we unique? Why are we not like the rest of the media outlets? We generate content from the users. We allow anyone to write to us, and we also have an online page called Ivisasa Academy, where anyone interested in writing news can quickly learn. We have videos, we have text material. You can learn how to submit a news story, and looking at the experience in the past 2 years, we've really trained a lot of journalists. People are writing to us, submitting news daily, on a daily basis, and they're getting published. And once we publish them, we give them a small token or a payment of about 100 Kenya shillings. That's like about $1. And we do it via M-Pesa. You may have heard of it. It's one of the leading payment systems in Kenya by Safaricom. So the editorial team, we're about 10 at the moment. What we only do is just making sure we have the legal concerns are dealt with, and then publishing. So the readers, the people on the ground, are the ones who set the agenda. We don't do it for them. And the site actually works so well because since our target are the people on the ground, the site works very well on any phone which has internet connection. Even the feature low-end phones still in Kenya, although many people are beginning to use smartphones, we still have those who have feature phones but are very much interested in accessing content online. And when we started in Kenya, there is a perception that local news isn't really interesting. But what we've proven is we have done some really interesting news stories that have been that other news outlets are beginning to notice, and they're picking them up and, of course, republishing. But one of the big challenges we have, and I think it's all over the country, and like here, is that when someone picks your story, they don't necessarily acknowledge the source. So they just pick it up, republish it, and as if it's their own. But that's just about to change. I saw one example last week where someone acknowledged they had picked one of the leading stories that went viral that day from our site. So we all hope we're going to elections next year, so we hope now that we have governance challenges in the country, especially corruption, putting to task the government, the people, we hope to offer them a voice, a platform where they can generate conversations about the issues of governance around them, and that can put the people in authority on their toes to be accountable on how they use public resources. So, yeah, that's it. So I look forward to an interesting conversation during the panel. Thank you.
Kelly. Kelly is from the Tehran Bureau. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Golnoush Niknejad. I am the founder and editor-in-chief of the Tehran Bureau. The Tehran Bureau is a virtual bureau. It's not based in Tehran, it's based in Boston. The digital revolution allowed us to redraw the line of what it means to be in Iran, who we can be in touch with in terms of sources, and who our audience is. The idea came up, was planted when I was in journalism school, and David Remnick of The New Yorker came to our class. I started bombarding him with questions about, why aren't you guys covering this? Why did you miss this? Why don't you do a profile of this? Probably to get me to shut up. He said, look, hey, no one has a real full-fledged bureau in Tehran. We don't know what's going on in that country. So I thought that I would create one. And I did it to improve the level of journalism that the quality of news reporting inside the country and outside the country. Inside the country, journalism means something completely different than what we think of journalism. And the quality of journalism education ranges from non-existent to low. There's a great deal of state censorship, and there's a lot of self-censorship in order to avoid landing in jail or being assassinated. Non-Iranians do not have access to Iran, and when they do have access, the access is very superficial. And in order, once their news organization has negotiated a bureau there or a visa there, they end up exercising more self-censorship than the journalists in Iran who are printing in Iranian news media. For example, Nazila Fatih, who was the local correspondent for the New York Times, once she left the country, was no longer working for them, she said that I wasn't allowed to cover what's happening in Iran, in the Iranian press. So basically, by being based outside the country, we can circumvent a lot of those censorship issues, but at the same time kind of apply the principles of journalism that we love, and that made us love journalism here. And we can do. And the model, the way we do it is, to me, some people think it's innovative. To me, it's common sense. It's a lot like when a big news organization has a correspondent in Iran. Our correspondents are inside the country. When they file a story, an editor in London or in New York does the editing. If there's a magazine, we do the fact-checking. And we're able to do that because we focus on one issue, which is Iran, single subject. We can build over expertise, and each one of us, because we have a background in Iran, we have a great deal of sources, a network that we can all tap into. So when we do a story, it's very collaborative in terms of how many filters it goes through before it's fact-checked. And we've been, from 2009 when we covered the election, when everybody else was thrown out, to this recent election when, under the Rouhani administration, people were allowed to go into the country. I think our reporting has set us apart. So just to give one quick example, when someone like Ahmadinejad is president, everybody is on their toes. They know that everything that comes out of his mouth is spin. They know that they have to dig. They're not allowed into the country, so they have to talk to activists. They have to talk to the opposition. They have to talk to independent journalists. But once they're allowed into the country, they're so happy to go there that they're willing to focus on food and spices and the so-called the startup scene to attract investment. So executions actually shoot up when someone like Rouhani becomes president. When Khatami was president, there was a serial murders, the chain murders that were going on. They were assassinating secular intellectuals. When Khatami became president and all the news organizations started sending correspondents there, those assassinations also shot up. But once the limelight, from the mainstream media is on how great these reformists or pragmatists are, they get away with doing that kind of reporting. So that's why we're here.
You were great. Thank you very much, Golnoush. So we have Carlos Salamanca from El Faro, from El Salvador.
Hi, Joel. Thank you for having me. As Maria Teresa said, I'm Carlos Salamanca. I'm from El Salvador. I'm not a journalist. I work for the dark side, as Professor James said yesterday. And my media is El Faro, which means the lighthouse in Spanish. And we work in El Salvador and Central America, which is that small, beautiful piece of land between Mexico and Colombia. We are an strange case because we are almost 18 years old and we are one of the first native digital media. We were even born before Google, and that's very strange. We wish we were as profitable as them. This is our site. It's elfaro.net. We also produce a radio program to discuss the main information we publish in the site. We have around 300,000 unique visitors per month and 1.1 million of page views. And we are a team of about 20 journalists and the 10 in the dark side. The experience that I wanted to share to you is a crowdfunding campaign we made last year that it was called Excavación Ciudadana, which in English will be like civic excavation. We made it for 30 days last October, and the problem that we were trying to solve, and we're still trying to solve, is that mostly of our income comes from grants. Almost 70 to 75% comes from grants, and that makes us very dependent. So we found out and conclude that the involvement of the audience is very important for independent media to achieve sustainability. So we designed this campaign, which the concept was about our audience. We created a microsite that gave the opportunity to our audience to give us since $1 and tell us which are the main coverage access that we do worries them the most. We have corruption, impunity, inequality, migration, and violence. So people was able to give us money through the microsite since $1. To make it viral, we made some videos. We literally dug in different locations, different words. This is, for example, corruption. We made a big word and didn't finish it. The last two letters aren't dug because the logic of the campaign was that our audience had the opportunity to let us go deeper. And that is related with our kind of journalism that is in-depth journalism. So it worked quite well. We had 3 different videos and 3 different words. With the people that helped us and supported us, we sent them automatically a diploma that's up there. We also invited them to share them pictures with shovels in the social networks in order that make it more viral and people to see that more than a crowdfunding campaign, like a real movement. We also invited different artists in El Salvador to paint shovels that we sold for different amounts. And this was an activity of the campaign. We sold them as piece of art, and it was a success. And we also made interventions in public spaces. That word, for example, is violence, where she was jogging, and so the big word, dog, and joined the campaign. And finally, we learned 3 specific lessons with this experience. The first one is that as long as you are transparent, it doesn't matter if you do not put a name and a last name to the crowdfunding campaign. That was one of our fears because we didn't destinate the money for a specific project because we needed the money to survive and do our core work. But as long as you are transparent, it doesn't matter because people will understand it. Second of all, it's all about community building. More than a crowdfunding as it sounds, it's all about building a group of people that belongs to a specific movement. And the last lesson we learned is that at least our audience didn't give us money because of rational reasons, like they are making a rational transaction, a commercial transaction, and will receive something in exchange. They gave us money because of emotional reasons. because they understood the importance of having independent journalism in our country and in our region. So they decided to join the movement. The final results were that we generated like $26,000 through 570 donors from 23 countries. And we think that we can go very, very much higher. And as eldiario.es says, basically people won't give us money because they are buying information. People will give us money because they want that that information exists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Trevor Snap, he comes from Sudan, from the Nuba Reporters.
Good afternoon. My name is Trevor Snap. I've been a foreign correspondent, photojournalist for the last decade, working in places like Libya, Somalia, El Salvador, and a few other places. During this time, since I started, press freedom has drastically been reduced. It's gotten really, really bad, as you can see from this map. And in fact, a lot of countries that I could go and report on, like Libya, I can't really even go anymore. This is a big problem because then you know, the world and people inside these places are not getting the news. An example of that is Darfur, which was all in the news, you know, 10 years ago, and there has been 2 journalists that have been in there since about 2006, and very little stories. Oops, I didn't want to go there quite yet. Now I work as program director, a director of programs at Nuba Reports. Nuba Reports is an experiment to address this issue by investing in local networks. We're a nonprofit, single-issue news organization that is based in Sudan's war zones, and we take information from there. We broadcast it out to the world and also back into Sudan. This is a short video which will give you a little idea of the work we do. Just a sec to load.
Generations of Sudanese have grown up in conflict. Violence which the government hides from the world and its own people. We are bringing light to an invisible war. The journalists of Nuba Reports are victims of this war. They are refugees, their families displaced, and their dreams for the future delayed. But they are also young people who have chosen to document what is happening to their homeland so that you can know about it, so that governments can act, media can report, and history is recorded. They work on the front lines of the battlefields, in refugee camps and remote villages, places where NGOs and journalists are banned. Using GPS data and video, they saw the reality on the ground, often at great danger. Help them tell their stories, make it news. Their family.
So, Nuba Reports was formed in 2011 after the independence of South Sudan. As you can see here, the states of South Kordofan and Blue Nile, there was rebels that lived there, and they had supported the South and fought for the South for many, many years. When the countries were divided, they were left on the wrong side of the border. So literally days after independence happened, the war started up again in these two areas, and civilians were caught in the crossfire. Ryan Boyette, a humanitarian worker living in the region, stayed behind while all the NGOs pulled out, and he worked with some of his friends and colleagues to start documenting what was happening. There was a lot of disappearances, there was bombing, there was assassinations, all the things that happen in war, and nobody was paying attention, it felt like. So when we started this, we wanted it to be different. You can go to our site now and check out some of the work we do. We wanted it to be flexible, we wanted it to be fast, we wanted it to be able to be edgy, creative, innovative, do new things, try new things. We were also blessed at the time because this is the time that online video is becoming big outside of Sudan and inside of Sudan. So we invested in video. We invested in video for two reasons. One, because it's powerful, especially emotionally, and also because with minimal training, people on the ground can start gathering important news that can be then edited and analyzed by more professional journalists. I'm just going to talk about some of the cool things I think we've done in the last few years. We did a Kickstarter to launch our organization. We raised $40,000 to buy gear and training. We also took a model not of just posting raw video to the web, but matching our journalists on the ground with professional editors so that their video would get the same treatment that you would have on New York Times or CNN. We had a very firm belief at the very beginning that citizen journalism is just a stage, it's a phase. People that are committed citizen journalists should become journalists. There's no reason why not. We made a very nice and pretty website. We invested in tracking all the bombings that were happening in civilian areas. We've documented over 4,000 bombs dropped since the war began. Well, not since the war began, since 2012 when we started that. We made a pivot very early on when we realized that politically the international community was not going to invest much in changing the situation on the ground. The people that were going to be people that were living inside Sudan. So we partnered with local organizations to get the news into Sudan, especially places like Khartoum, where these wars are based, but don't really know anything about what's going on because journalism is banned in these regions. But we also pivoted quickly when we realized that not many people were going to actually come to our website. It was a niche website. It was only useful for actors in the region, really. So we invested in partnerships. We found fertile ground with a lot of great organizations that worked closely with us to craft content that mattered to their audience. These are some of the organizations we've had the pleasure of working with. Since that time, we are expanding. We've done a lot of across Sudan because we realize the problem is intractable and you have to have a holistic way of viewing of it to understand what's really happening. We're doing a lot of stuff with WhatsApp as a broadcasting platform, but also as a way of gathering news. We've definitely played with drones. We made a refugee bot recently to give people an experience of why people were leaving Sudan and going to Europe. We haven't launched it, but we've been playing with it. We also are looking at different types of investigations that we can be doing in the region. We work light and fast. We also work in a very high, difficult security situation. Our founder's been bombed. We've been hacked numerous times. And the only way to deal with this is to be flexible and to be very creative in working in a very low resource environment. The point I want to leave everybody with, I guess, is that, like I said at the beginning, there's a lot of stories that are not being told because the typical foreign correspondent that looks a lot like me can't parachute in and get the story anymore. So right now, we're just letting those stories go untold. And the only way to change that is to collaborate and to invest in local networks and to use the technology that we have to get those stories out there. Thank you.
Well, finally, before we start our conversation, we have Galina Timchenko, executive editor of Medusa.
Thank you. Thank you. Hate to be the last. So I'm a CEO of a Medusa project. And let me start from a post. It will be a very short glance. 5 years ago, Russian segment of internet was maybe the most free space in the world. And everything seemed to be okay. I was editor-in-chief of number one news outlet in Russia, and I have 84 journalists, and everything was cool. Then Mr. Putin decided to return. He and his administration very fast took TV stations and newspapers under total control. But in 2008, 11 and 12, there were huge protests in Moscow against falsification on the elections. And all these protests were organized through Facebook, and online news outlets covered them very, very good. So Eye of Russian Sauron turned on internet. And I was fired in a moment just before Crimean annexation, just before a Ukrainian war. And after 2 days of crying, my staff, almost all the journalists decided to resign in a protest of my firing. And then we have met and decided not to give up. We decided to establish brand new, bulletproof media for young audience, and decided to make fresh start outside Russia. Frankly, nobody believed that we can succeed. They said, wow, it will be the next boring opposite side outside Russia. Something like, sorry guys, Voice of America or Svoboda.org. And here we are 18 months later. We have, it's my proud, we have more than 4 million unique users per month. And the most important thing for me, that 35% of our audience are under 35. They're the most active audience in Russia. And frankly, they have very good chances to leave after Putin. So, when we decided to start Medusa, we explained to ourselves that we do not want to be serious every time, every minute of our life. You know, Russians are serious. We do not like to smile, frankly. And Russian accent is scary, as you maybe you remember. But we strongly believe that we are too serious, and we have to laugh sometimes, because laughing is good is the best medicine against scare and against hatred and against social apathy. The second point, Russian people really do not understand news. There are a lot of propaganda. There are a lot of white noise. And you need to explain every news topic. Sure, maybe I'll skip something about propaganda and our sustainability. It's not so interesting. The most important thing that we are against isolation. We think that Russia is part of the world. There is no special way for Russia. We're just the part of the big world. So, what we're doing? News. It's very usual, but we do something about rethinking the news format and put news topics in very, very concrete content. Then we do long-form journalism as every respectful media do. There are my favorite guys. Do not tell them if you meet them. Special correspondent Eliazar, he was a Russian journalist who covered all Ukrainian crisis, all Ukrainian war, Euromaidan, and he is real war correspondent, and now he covered conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And my favorite guy, Daniil Turovsky, he covered topics about LGBT pressure on LGBT society in Russia, firing teachers, beating and torturing gays, and he was the first Russian journalist who began to write about ISIS threat in Russia. He founded parents and relatives of one of the main commander of ISIS. They lived on the border of Chechnya in Georgia, and he was awarded Journalist of the Year. Ilya was awarded Journalist of the Year last year. Explanatory journalists. Do you remember that Russians do not understand news? Thank you, Vox. We've made some very short format called cards to explain obvious things. For example, a couple months ago, Russian State Duma approved law. This law allows police to detain you and to torture you and to beat you anytime they want to. So we've made cards. It sounds, I've been detained by police, what should I do? And first question is, for example, I did not broke the law, why should I read this? So we try to explain to our readers how to behave in difficult situations. This is explanatory example of chats. Russia is in economical crisis, and we've made special chats with special paths where a reader can choose the way and the questions they want to have answer. And my favorite part of this show, there are a lot of social apathy in Russia. Nobody wants to take part, nobody wants to put emotion on these news topics. And we do special games based on real news. For example, after elections, we made this game, sorry. It was day of start of 4th season of House of Cards. And we published this game. Do you want to play with Frank Underwood? Frank Underwood has 3 cards, and you have 3 cards with the portraits of presidents, dictators, and leader of states. So Frank Underwood put Putin on the table. And you have 3 cards. For example, Barack Obama, for example, President of Kyrgyzstan, and your card win if election results is higher than Putin's results. You have only 3 cards. One more about Putin. Sorry, guys. Maybe you know that Putin is late all the time. He was late to the meeting with Queen Elizabeth. He was late with the meeting to Barack Obama, almost 2 hours. And when Pope Francis said that he wanted to meet with Putin, we did this game, Let Putin Be in Time to Pope Francis. We made mechanism from Super Mario. You have just 1 minute. To let Putin come in time. And if you succeed, Pope Francis said, my son, thank you from the deep of my heart. You bring this guy in time. So, this is not politically correct game. Maybe in Russia, Russian Orthodox Church are deeply involved in all space of our private life. In schools, museums, they interrupted rock concerts, they smashing exhibitions of modern art. So we made game, please let the priest find the road to church. There you can see school, museum, theater, concert, and church in the middle, and a lot of priests running out from the church. And you should tap your smartphone to stop them and to return them to church. And my favorite quiz, Putin very often commented news. Not Putin by himself, but his press secretary. And we realized that there is 3 typical way of answering of press secretary. If something happened, press secretary Mr. Peskov said, Putin is informed, Putin is not informed, and I'm not informed whether Putin informed or not. So there are news, and you should guess what answer Peskov gave. And the last one, it's quiz. It's something about everyday life in Russia. You can guess, is it Norwegian prison or Russian hotel? So thank you. That's all about creative content.
Hello? Yeah. Well, thank you so much to all of you. It was a fantastic round. I'm sure you all have lots of questions. I'm just going to start with a short question that just to get things going. I want you to please, if you could give us one short example of some investigation you have done, of some good piece of reporting that you feel proud of, that you think that it was good. You don't all have to answer. Anybody who wants to answer it, that's fantastic.
Can I?
Yep.
I remember in 2012, first of all, some context. We are the most violent country that is not in an official war in the world. So there's a big problem with gangs. We have 2 main gangs that fight each other and fight with and kill to each other. So in 2012, as a strategy, the government designed as a truce between them in order to give them some privileges in prison to the gang members. So El Faro discovered that case and published it. Actually, El Faro won I think Gabriel Garcia Marquez or another prize because of that, because they published a chronicle about how this truce was designed between the government with the gang leaders.
Thank you. Any other?
Quickly, we got a clip online from a group that had found that the government had taken of them kind of torturing and threatening a young student they had captured when they were destroying a village. And some of our team hiked about 4 days across the mountains to go to the village to find out what happened to him, and we found the kid, and he talked about his experience, and it was the first kind of established proof of someone who'd been captured, disappeared, and tortured.
My special proud is article about a neo-Nazi group. My special correspondent come to this group, and he was undercover. And this group posted special ads on gay sites, then catch those people and tortured them and put videos on the internet. They were neo-Nazi. And he discovered this and investigated this, and we published, and police began criminal investigation on them.
Andre?
I think our investigation is ongoing. To give you an example of how the media is spun, how the Western media is spun, within it we just had elections in Iran, parliamentary elections and elections for the assembly that elects a supreme leader. Basically, within a 10-day period, our media went from reporting that all the reformists were disqualified to run for the elections to the reformists won all the elections. And we were in a position to very quickly explain what had happened, and it was amazing to see how quickly everybody else had to change their narrative in order to fall into, yes, how did that happen? But it's just so easy to spin for foreign journalists. I'm sorry.
Andrea and Enoch, I wanted to ask you something specific about your sites, because both of you said that you had a lot of help from your readers, or from what you called, Andre, the civic energy or something like that. This is something very special, and it's not very common in other countries. Could you tell us a little bit, how do your readers help you make your sites?
We need help from readers in different ways. First of all, they provide us news, both simple text information, photos, videos. We also are reliant on their money. That in a situation we need to have private donations to survive. But also we need most. What we need most, we need ideas from them. And now the ideas from our readers, which we get both from comments on the website, through Facebook, Vkontakte, which is the most popular social network, Twitter, etc., etc. You only need to analyze, to catch it, and you will have thousands of ideas.
At Hivisasa, we just depend on the people on the ground. People who have no training in journalism to write to us to submit news stories. And if you look at what we pay them, it's not really something that will encourage someone sort of to pursue a career in that. It's just a small amount of money to somehow cover the cost. But basically, people report about what's around them. And if you look at some of the reports we've been getting, it's about the issues that they feel concern them, concern the community around, the governance, all the issues. Like, there's a recent, we just started publishing videos as we try and test and learn. And there's a video we received from one of our citizen reporters about a local chief who was criticizing the president. The president was in Nakuru the previous week, not actually the previous week, a few days ago. And then he was criticizing him for his campaign to end liquor. He was totally drunk. So one of our citizen reporters captured the video, sent it to us. We published it. Of course, it went viral. So he was actually questioning, because they were questioning his integrity. He's supposed to lead the fight against illicit liquor in the area, but he's the one who is drunk, who doesn't know what's happening around him. So such things of empowering citizens to report what's happening around them and putting their leaders to those is what has given us the energy and is what is driving the momentum to cover local news in Kenya.
You're receiving like 1,000 stories a month?
No, we are publishing actually 1,000 stories a week.
A week,
so
from,
that's like
from the readers?
From the readers, yeah.
And how do you control quality? Is there any quality control, or?
Not so much, although we provide them with a tool to learn about just the basics of news reporting. It's called the Hivisasa Academy. But when we receive, say, a report that we feel may not be accurate, then we take the extra steps to make sure we verify that the reports we are publishing are actually accurate and true. And of course, the citizen reporters usually send us the photos, live photos of the things they are reporting about, or even videos, and then so there's some element of evidence, proof of what we are saying. And if you look at what the news stories we've done over the past 2 years, there are very minimal cases of inaccurate reports coming from our...
So people are more prompt to telling the truth than if you were, for example, asking politicians to send you stories.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I had another question for all of you. you are proposing good national or even local journalism, or international in some cases, but journalism that really knows places that are not easy right now to do good journalism about. And these are also places with a lot of international interest, a lot of them. Are you building these international partnerships? Are you finding difficulties in building these international partnerships? I know, Trevor, you mentioned that you have had some international partnerships, so you, Konush, but has it been difficult? The thinking of these international news organizations, has it been changing? Does the digital revolution has also helped them to start changing how they view reporting in difficult places?
Yes and no. Every once in a while you have like geniuses like David Fanning who pulled us into Frontline. You had an Alan Rusbridger who facilitated our partnership with The Guardian. But when they go, people don't understand why you're there. When the big boss isn't there to say this is important, they don't really know. So it's very difficult because there's this mentality when I started journalism that if you're Iranian, you shouldn't be covering Iran. I mean, one of my first interviews, a producer asked me, he goes, this film is going to be about Iran and you're Iranian, is that going to be a problem? I said, who's covering Washington, D.C., Iranians? And he got it and gave me the job. But now that same mentality in terms of who the gatekeepers were, in terms of who can do mainstream journalism, that mentality has like shifted to the foundation. So the people who are getting the money to do the journalism projects are the white men who used to run these organizations. So, as I was alluding to earlier, when there's Ahmadinejad in power, people understand, but then when there's more of a need for it, but it's more nuanced, then they don't understand the need, and they go, why should we read you? Why should we have you? Why should we support you? So it's a mixed bag in terms of being associated with news organizations that have their own agenda.
What about you, Trevor? What has been your experience in Sudan?
I think we're going through a pretty large revolution in what large international news organizations will take from the field. When I was starting out, everything had to be the foreign correspondent on the ground who saw it himself, and then all of a sudden, big newspapers are publishing Human Rights Watch reports virtually verbatim. So there's a comfort for these partners to work with trusted organizations where they know the methodologies, they know the workflow. And I think that's a good thing. And I think, we've had a lot of success working with partners. It really helps us because it helps us up our game, and our team gets to work with, very experienced journalists. It's a lot of work because every single partner we work with has its own format and its own, type of news that it wants. But I think it's the future. I don't think there's any other way. All the bureaus in Nairobi are one man. The bureaus in Tehran are maybe one person. So everybody's going to have to work together to get news out. We have to come up with institutions and structures and standards that will enable that to happen. Otherwise, we're just not going to have news getting out. But it is a Wild West time. A lot of the content you guys are all seeing from mainstream trusted news brands is coming from not their staffers. It's coming from other people. And we have to acknowledge that, and I think, work together on making sure that that's the right stuff.
Anybody else?
Thank you. Actually, we have very good relationships with Western media. At first, every media in the United States and Europe wrote about launching this crazy Russian project in small Latvia. Do you remember where Belarus is? It's a little bit to the north. So from New Yorker to BuzzFeed, from Le Monde to Süddeutsche Zeitung, every media wrote about launching our project, and now we have English version, and Guardian and Quartz republished our investigations and our big interviews. So everything is okay. Thank you.
And at IVSAS, actually, since we started and we've proven that we are doing very well with local news, community radio stations in several parts of the country have been very interested in partnering with us to pick our stories. For example, there is a leading radio station in Nakuru. Nakuru is like the fourth largest city in the country. They have partnered with us, so when they're doing their news bulletins, they just go to our site and then pick the stories and then share them with their audience. And then we also have organizations that are interested in, say, promoting maternal health. Like that's the campaign in which we are part of right now. In the rural areas, there are areas which are very much affected. So what they do is they offer incentives to our citizen reporters to do more of those stories because the readership is quite huge at the moment.
You say that there is a lot of international interest to places like we are from.
I don't know.
In the Belarusian case, you know that we have only foreign correspondents from Russia in our country. And correspondents from other countries come to Belarus every 5 years at the presidential election, not more. That's a problem for us, that lack of interest, that reproducing of stereotypes about our countries. We would like you all to come to Belarus and write about us.
I think they're more...
Andre, I had a question for you. I did come to Belarus 5 years ago. But as a trainer, my name is James Briner. I'm with the University of Navarra, and in 2011 I went to Brest and Sloniem and Slutsk and Baranovichi to work with editors and publishers there. At that time, I'm just curious to know what the situation is now with the independent press, because at that time, these publishers were not able to get their newspapers onto the newsstands because the government has a monopoly, and they banned these publications. And also the government has a monopoly on supplying paper, the newsprint, and they have to buy it from the government, and it's very expensive. I'm just wondering, is that still the same, and are those publications still publishing? Brest Courier, Brest Gazeta, Sloniem Gazette, so on.
Thank you for the question. I'm from Brest. I was born in Brest. The situation is still the same, a bit different, and I would say a bit worse than it was 5 years ago, because now we have a combination of two bad factors for all these publications. They are all alive and very strong, very motivated. One factor is that in Belarus, like in other countries, people go online. Earlier it was easier because at least you had subscribers who paid. And now you have to monetize online, which is not very easy in the situation when the government controls advertisement. So on the one hand, you have this problem of transition online, and on the other hand, there is a kind of Belarusian fatigue. Nothing changes in our region, and international donors which supported the media are pulling out. So the combination of these two factors makes difficulties, but I am sure that we will overcome all the difficulties.
Thank you. My name is Alejandro Gonzalez. I work with 14 Medio, which is a Cuban news outlet, very similar to the work that you guys are all doing. One of the challenges that we are having now is growing our distribution beyond the site and finding and creating new revenue streams that are self-generated. Would love, and we're learning from other models and other people. So I would like to know from a variety of you, how are you growing your distribution outside of your sites, and what tools are working for you? And what are some of the revenue streams that you're implementing that are not dependent on donors that are proving successful?
I'll just say three things. One is partnerships that can bring in some amount of money. If you prove, indispensable or vital to the people you're working with. Other thing is mobile cinemas, like sending people around to show your content if you do video. Can be a great way to engage. It's not a huge audience, but it can engage people, get you story ideas. It can be kind of an event. And then also, podcast and audio.
Thank you. In our case, we're producing an annual event called Central American Forum of Journalism, which make us able to invite lots of journalists from the region, and we invite our audience, and they buy tickets to participate in the forum. And we also give workshops, and students of journalism pay for receive the workshop. And that has been one of the main examples. And the other one could be that we have tried to make alliance with international media. For example, this year we will have a project with the New York Times that will help us and work with us to make an investigation about gangs, and they will publish in English and we will publish at the same time in Spanish. So that's another, that we don't see it as a grant, we see it as a partnership with another media.
Speaking of Medusa, we launched the project not based on not on a website but on applications because of the threat of blocking. There are Russian authorities cannot block apps still, so we launched Medusa around the application. Now we have a website, applications, messenger channels, browser extensions, special email subscription, and it works. Maybe 6 mobile version, so it's 6 or 7 channels of distribution. And now we're working on other. Speaking about revenue, we covered more than half of our budget this year by advertising, and it's all about branded content or native advertising. So we hope to be sustainable before the next year.
One of the things that we're experimenting with is business, financial, and legal news, because all the interest in Iran is in that department right now. And the news organizations that have made money, like the Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg, they sell subscriptions or terminals that give that kind of information. So if we're able to be even moderately successful, that will bring hopefully the kind of revenue that will allow us to do all the work that we need to do that we haven't been able to do, because we are dependent on our partnerships and funding that doesn't, it's very difficult to get.
May I add, sorry, there were a lot of discussions about paywall here at the conference, and frankly, it's not our situation, because I'm totally against paywall in Russian situation, because paywall in Russia, it's like selling medicine in the poorest regions of in Africa, or selling fresh air to people. There are millions of people in Russia who desperately need objective information. We do not want to sell it, and that's why paywall is not the solution for us.
Great. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jordi Melendez. I'm from Mexico. I do research about digital media outlets in Latin America. And I would like to know from you guys, how many people do you have in your teams? How many people work with you nowadays? And with how many people did you start your teams? The other question is, where did you get the talent? Your journalists, where do you get them?
Should I go first? ours has changed significantly over time. It depends on what's going on. Sometimes when you expect people not to want to cooperate from inside the country, to be afraid, the times when the government is clamping down, for some reason that's when they risk and they give you the information. They're journalists working for state media, but they're filing the real stories for you. It changes, but we've been very lucky. Most of our talent has come from Columbia Journalism School because they go and work at other news organizations, and then they come back and want to work for us because they're really into the journalism and not so much into some of the other things they have to do to have a job these days at a news organization, making lists and running after trends and making lists. So.
El Faro started with around 6 or 7 journalists, students of journalism. It's a strange case because since 1998 to 2003 or 4, El Faro's revenue was 0, and its costs were 0 also because they made it in a house and everybody did it as a volunteer. And since we started getting projects till this time, we are around 30 people, which to the newsroom belong around 21, and the other ones have administrative, business, and commercial responsibilities.
I'm happy to talk with you about that afterwards.
We started with 15 people, and I do not like to divide journalists and programmers or developers. We are all team, and we started with 15 people. Now there are 26 in my team.
And the people we started with were 3, and right now we are about 20.
We are 16, including the accountant. And all of them are multifunctional, but the accountant. And now I'm thinking, what can the accountant do inside our team? As for the roots of the journalism, my grandmother, my babushka, was telling me stories before sleep, and I loved it so much. And now when I have time, I'm telling stories to my children before sleep. They love it as well.
The Medusa project is brilliant, and just mocking your leader, the dictator, in that way is brilliant. A lot of Chinese people are trying to do same thing. Chinese people are using humor, memes, and stuff to fight suppression of freedom of speech as well. But I have never seen in China it's impossible to mock the top leader like you do. So I was wondering, how can you survive? How do you make yourself survive in a harsh political environment like that, and for how long?
Hard to say. Every day can be the last day, as you know. And I'm a devoted believer in Saint Jobs. So every day I stand behind I stand near the mirror and said, "This day I can die." So every day could be the last day, but we try not to think about it at all. Because it's some kind of loser method of thinking. We try not to notice those Russian authorities or watchdogs or so-called Siloviks. But frankly, it seemed to me that there is a border or cross line. It lies near 5-6 million unique users per month when you can be on the radar. So we are near, let's see.
My name is Emma, and I work with an organization called Just Vision, and we produce digital media and documentary films about Israel-Palestine, and specifically focusing on grassroots leadership and community organizing. And one of the projects that we have is a site that's similar to a lot of what you guys have shared. It's called Local Call, and it's an alternative Hebrew language blog within Israel that works to agitate in the mainstream media there. And my question is coming off of something Anak said, which was in relationship to how your stories get picked up by the mainstream media and how you see that as beneficial, as maybe validation for the work you're doing. And I wanted to hear from others about how you navigate relationships within the media landscapes that you're working in. And do you see that as a goal to be integrating or getting picked up by those mainstream media outlets, or is it more adversarial, the type of relationship that you have?
It keeps changing. It depends who's president and what the U.S. foreign policy is. It's very difficult. When we were at PBS, we were getting picked up all the time. We were being quoted all the time. We were getting inundated with requests from reporters. Since we switched, I don't know if it's kind of an adversary. It's first of all, if we get quoted, the Guardian is going to get quoted, not Tehran Bureau, and in order to, and most news organizations don't want to quote another, their competitors. So it was amazing it's amazing to watch our stuff get picked up, copy and pasted with absolutely no reference. So right now, I think in the past it was more, it was friendlier, and I think right now it's much more adversarial because we're going against the stream.
In our case, we do not have a bad but nor a great relationship with traditional media. We have great relationship with other media, alternative and independent journalism sites in Central America. For example, Guatemalan Nómada, Plaza Pública, Confidencial in Nicaragua. But with traditional media, El Salvador is a small market in a small country, so some of our stories reach a lot of people in internet, although traditional media do not replicate them.
I think the first thing you need to start with, I guess, we're all very close to the ground, working with people who have, biases, obviously, but it's about, having a verified, accurate journalism product, and I think that most news organizations, regionally or internationally, are quite interested in that. They can trust it, but that relationship takes a lot of time. B'Tselem in Palestine and Israel, they've been working on this for a long time. They have a great, strong network, and they tend to have a lot of luck getting their material in to media. But it's about trust. But it's also another issue. They have different agendas than maybe the people on the ground do, and bridging that is, I think, a really important thing to do, but it's definitely not an easy thing to do.
We have two projects. One we called Medusa's Friends, and we picked up a few independent and high-quality media and gave them sharing our audience with them, putting their widgets and their special blocks of titles to our first page. And second is Medusa Care. There are a lot of NGOs, media in Russia, and they have no chance to reach audience. Audience is too small, so we do a free of charge promo through banners on our sites to this NGO, and it seems to me it's a very good example of relationships.
And at TV Sasa, we have become the go-to place when you've heard something has happened at some remote place, part of the country. If you go to our site, you are most likely to find the story, because we tend to report things as they happen. So we've had a lot of requests from the other mainstream media houses who want to pursue or to make a further story on something we've done. So it seems like it's working pretty well for us.
In Belarus, simply this new media became the mainstream. We became the mainstream now.
Hi, my name is Firuz. I'm from Tajikistan. In most of former Soviet Union countries, the governments try to block web pages, even social media. I would like to know what's the situation in your countries in this sphere. And also, it will be nice to hear what kind of methods and pressure use your governments for keeping in control media community and journalists. Thank you.
I can start. Russian authorities did not block us, thanks God. But on the second day of our job, Kazakhstan authorities, they blocked us in all country of Kazakhstan. And for a year and a half, we played cat and mouse. We did special applications. They block us through mobile operators and so on and so on. And our last attempt was to put our pages on the Google Cloud service in Kazakhstan, and Kazakhstan authorities yesterday tried to block us, and Google went down through all over Kazakhstan. So after half an hour, they re-block our site, and we are in Kazakhstan. We can open in Kazakhstan freely. We have a lot of technical methods and tricks to avoid blocking, but frankly, I do not share all of them with you. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we have a similar cat and mouse relationship with the authorities, you know, and it's constantly evolving, it's constantly changing. And on the ground, it's incredibly dangerous to do this kind of work in Sudan. I mean, torture is common, arrest is common. You know, it's pretty high risk stuff, but it's also, you know, it's stuff that I think people believe in enough to take these risks. And it's being stubborn and patient and very, very cautious.
In our case, regarding the government, it's really haven't been difficult to make journalism, although going to the ground may be dangerous. Regarding the government, it has not been difficult. I really do not know why, because it's a difficult country to live in. But what has been difficult is to reach information and to be able to interview. For example, El Faro hasn't been able to interview any of the last 5 presidents, because I guess 5 or 4, because they don't give us interview because we are the only ones that make uncomfortable questions.
In 2009, we were able to use to actually really effectively deal with it. There was a service of denial attack. They took our website down because everybody was getting their news from us, and I was sitting there with all this information coming in from sources that I knew. So I started using Twitter to put the story out, and I think I was probably one of the first places that started using Twitter effectively. So in 2 days, I went from having like 40 or 60 followers to 19,000, and now it's more subtle. One source inside the country told me once that if we can't get to you directly, we'll get to you indirectly, and so they have. The Iranian establishment has foot soldiers, and depending on how sophisticated or unsophisticated the media is, the person who's kind of assigned to that website to tarnish your credibility, to make it go away, is that much more sophisticated. So when we were at PBS, we were at Frontline, the person assigned to discredit us was very articulate, syntax was perfect, commas in the right places. And so as soon as we had a story, he'd come out and say, I'm assuming is a he, would say that, oh, you guys are lying, this is not, there weren't this many protesters, you're lying about this, you're lying about that. And when I tried to cut him off from scaring all of our other commenters away, they go to the ombudsman, and if the ombudsman, if what they say about us feeds the ombudsman's own latent prejudices and biases about other Iranians covering Iran, then they have a very effective method. But if you're doing your job and you're doing it well, and you know that the truth is on your side, it somehow pulls you through, and you always find alternative ways of doing things.
And in Kenya, actually, right now we are enjoying very vibrant media freedoms, but that was not the situation before 2012. After 2012, when someone who is largely considered a dictator left office, we've enjoyed a lot of freedom. So right now, we don't see cases of journalists being largely harassed, but we have a few instances, but the 2010 constitution, which replaced the independence one, has given journalists a lot of freedoms. So we're quite good at that.
Hello, I'm Nilsa Varela from Sembra Media and also Diario El Vistazo. I would like to know how to return the content to the community that you are covering. I ask because I work in an oil region of Venezuela where we have a little penetration of internet, and we also have, it's not my cell phone. Okay, I'm asking because I work in an oil region of Venezuela where is a little penetration of internet, and also we have communities that don't know how to use technology. And I want to know, like Nuba reports, how you make possible return the content that you covered to that community.
So in the Numa Mountains and Blue Nile, where a lot of our team operates, we do mobile cinemas. So we have a team that actually right now, because the motorbike is broken, but that will walk, for hours to different villages, and they'll show our films. They usually start at 9 and end about 5. They do about 5 different rounds. People they like it so much. But that's not, it's not a huge amount of people, but these are places that have no cellular network, that have no internet, that have no digital. But the other thing that, we're looking, a lot of this wouldn't have worked 3 or 4 years ago. There wasn't enough mobile and internet penetration inside Sudan to justify even doing this. But it's literally been the last few years where at least there's enough now. It's only going to increase, and it's going to increase exponentially. So I do think, in the next, in 3 or 4 years, what we're doing now is going to be omnipresent across Sudan and undeniable. But the other thing that, we're looking at and people have used quite effectively in Africa is SMS messaging. So they'll be sending out updates and getting updates through that. And then we're also talking to a number of radio partners on the ground, and also looking at shortwave. You can beam in shortwave for about a half hour, for $200 for like a half hour. So radio is another way of doing it. But it's really complicated and difficult in these kinds of, and that's the thing. It's great because the internet allows you to get around the barricades, but it makes it still very difficult for people to actually read this, because what people want to read is the newspapers in Sudan. Actually, it's not old-fashioned there. People love newspapers and they share them amongst themselves, but you can't do that. So. Yeah, we're not. It's just tough.
But one case that I found really interesting, and I would like ISOJ to just mention it very briefly, related to this, is how you do adapt. Is that you were telling us earlier how, in your case, some of the advertising, you're doing it on print. For ISOJ, that they do the advertising on print. That you do the advertising on print, even though everything is mobile and your whole Hivisasa experience is mobile, yeah. like Trevor was saying, that they're adapting to the situation. In your case, you're adapting to the situation because the advertising, people didn't want it, I understand, they didn't want it online. They wanted to see their ads on print. Okay. So you created a printed magazine of advertising to distribute in the communities, in the counties, Is this right? No?
Yeah, it is actually. It's something we were testing, and we wanted to see if it works. So we rolled it out in one of the counties called Uasin Gishu in Eldoret, where we go to local businesses who are actually the people we target to advertise on our site. But now, in this case, because they want to see their ads on paper. So we went and they gave us their ads, and we printed them with some, of course, some interesting stories from that area. We do it monthly, and so far it's been doing well. We've run it, I think, in this third month.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we don't have any more. No? No? We're done. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we have a coffee break now, and then we're going to prepare yourselves to travel to Star Trek and see. And we have some prizes here. Let's see who's going to get it. First, Brittany Schulman. Brittany, where are you? Where? Brittany? She's gone? So Cassandra will get Brittany's. Okay. And Joseph Litterman, the Nieman Lab. Yay! The Nieman Lab had to have at least one thing, right? So we are back in 15 minutes. Okay, let's rock and roll again. You know, the whole thing of the ISOJ until now was just a warming up for this panel. So, you know, this is the panel. This is the VR, man. This is where you're gonna go to Star Trek. You're gonna do the holodeck, etc. Before we start, I have two little things. One, where is Joana Milena Perez? Because we have your ID card from the República de Argentina. So if you know Johanna, tell her that we have her staff here. The other thing is that there are 6 of those equipments of translation that are missing. So can you look around your area to see if you find any? I am not going to give a prize for this, but I may. If anybody screams, "I found one," I will give a coveted T-shirt of ISOJ. Yeah, you got one. Well, I don't know if a headphone qualifies for the whole. Oh, okay. I will honor. I don't know if not that my arm is not good, but I will try to throw. There is a headphone here, Steve. Yeah, okay. Any equipment, real equipment? You got it. No, you got it. Okay, so let's rock and roll. I'm going to invite Jasna Nessa, who is the Director of Journalism for the wonderful Knight Foundation. I mean, after the announcement yesterday, how could I say less than wonderful, fantastic, etc. And she is wonderful and fantastic, too.
Oh, hello. Good afternoon. Are we ready for some VR? All right. Okay. So, yes, I'm Jasna Nessa, and I direct the journalism program at Knight Foundation. And I went to a virtual reality conference in Amsterdam 20 years ago. 20 years ago. So this has been a long time coming, and I think things are happening right now, but it's been a while. In fact, last year, Rosenthal put on a fantastic virtual reality panel at ISOJ. I think some of you maybe were there. But it's amazing to see just in 1 year how much work has been done at the intersection of journalism and VR. Now, just to get a sense of the room, who here, I know we had some demos earlier in the other room, but who here has had an opportunity to experience virtual reality in some form or fashion? Okay, good. So we got pros in here. Maybe we could pull you up to help us. Now, in the last year, there has been a big flurry with newsrooms. Newsrooms have been incredibly excited and taken charge and have already started experimenting. Of course, the flashiest of all of these is the New York Times with the distribution of over a million cardboard viewers. But then there are so many other news organizations. A lot of traditional newsrooms are doing this, including places like the Associated Press. We have Gannett, ABC, the Wall Street Journal, and many, many more, all super excited. And I think there's a very natural affinity to this type of storytelling because it is sort of the next thing of what newsrooms are kind of already used to, particularly in the filmmaking piece of it, in the video piece of things. Now, at Knight, we're really interested in supporting this conversation because to see this excitement and to try and understand whether there is actually a there. Can journalism and VR exist? I mean, the term virtual reality is a bit of an oxymoron in itself. It doesn't quite resonate in what we're looking for in sort of more in the ethics and standards of journalism. And we're going to dig into all of that. Now, about a month ago, Knight Foundation released a field report, and I'll tweet out a link to it, that looks at the state of VR right now. And in that, we had some insights around topics that we will be covering today. And just to set the scene and give you a taste of those topics, the hype. There's a lot of hype around this. Is it here for real? And what happens when the novelty wears off? the market is growing. It's growing so quickly. There's been new investment in the space. It's increased 27% in 2015 over 2014, and we're expecting a ton more in 2016. Lots and lots of questions around monetization. We don't know how that's going to happen. Maybe some of our expert panelists will have some insights there. And also the potential of adoption. Is this going to be accessible to everybody? Will everybody be able to afford it? Will they have access to these viewers? And what does that look like going forward? And of course, currently it's kind of expensive to do really good quality virtual reality. What does that mean for newsrooms and journalists? And what does that mean going forward? Will that change? So those are some of the things we'll talk about. And then as Trey said earlier at that really fantastic panel on bots, this is nothing new. This has been around for a long time. But it feels very nascent right now. And there's a lot of hype. It's a buzzword. And there's still so much we don't know. There is so much we still need to learn. And the panelists here are at the forefront of doing that learning. And so no further ado, let's take our first speaker, Dan Pacheco, who is the Professor of Journalism Innovation at Syracuse University.
Thanks, Shazna. We good? Oh, little technical switcher. There we are. All right. So, as Shazna mentioned, this isn't new. And so I just have, since I'm a professor, I like to go back in time a little bit, all right? Very, very quick. You know, you look at, I kind of see this as being what we're looking at right now, this experiential media form. This is potentially a chapter 3. Chapter 1 was basically about broadcast. So everything from the Gutenberg press to the first TV broadcast, it took hundreds of years for that change to happen. And then you had a few decades, which was interactivity, right? So everything from, you know, the internet to then moving into our pockets. And you're looking at, you know, 88 to 99, and that was kind of the next kind of big phase. Now, I think that we may be entering a new chapter. And I don't say that lightly because some of you may have seen me talk at another ISOJ back in, I think, 2007, was it? Talking about social media, the last time I was up here. And that was definitely something that was, you know, was and is important, but I kind of see that still being part of this chapter 2 because VR is really very, very different. You can jump inside stories. That is like amazing. And for those of you who've tried it, it really is something very fundamentally different to be able to do that, to go inside the story and feel like you were there, to be able to interact with parts of a story. We don't really do that other than you know, maybe with the Russian Mario game as Putin, right? That's some interactivity. But you know, it's possible to set up scenes that are, you know, recreated where you can go through and you can interact with objects and scenes and potentially change what happens, right? That's kind of a new thing for journalism, not new for the gaming industry. And then, you know, transporting people's consciousness. You know, talk about Star Trek. Like, this is really, you know, powerful stuff. So what are the different flavors of VR in a VR ice cream store? There's really 4 of them right now. You've got the BYO phone, or it's sometimes referred to as casual VR, which is sort of a controversial term. We may get into that in the panel a little bit. The terminology, nobody has really settled on, which is fine. We should not be optimizing at this point. And that's really you know, what Google Cardboard has done and others too. It's really focused on 360 video. New York Times is all about that right now. 2 is kind of like number 1, having a phone with a dedicated headset in it. So up until actually relatively recently, you could get a new Samsung phone and they just give you the VR headset along with it. I think now you pay like $100 for that. But I think we're kind of at an inflection point where we might start seeing phones just, it's like if you don't have a phone with a headset, like what is that, right? It's kind of interesting. And these are, you can do some CGI, so computer generated environment type work in here, but it's still primarily 360. And those 2 are really, it's funny, I was looking for images of what those experiences are like. It's like having a fishbowl around your head, so. And remember Counting Crows, right? So imagine, you know, it's like you can't walk in those experiences, right? So you have this fishbowl, and there's a video there, and you can look around. Sometimes it's called the swivel chair experience. It's still powerful, but it's limited. Which then gets into flavor number 3, which is sit-down VR with a gamepad. So then you have you're bringing in the ability to move around the scene, but you're not physically moving through it, and that's the Oculus primarily. Then you have number 4, so immersive walk-around VR. So a few of you tried this. Raise your hands if you tried this yesterday, or if you've tried the HTC Vive. I think we'll all agree that's really the most immersive form because you have these positional sensors that can tell exactly where you're in a room. You can see a representation of your hands. You can get down on the floor. This is a lot of the stuff that Nani de la Peña really spearheaded, and now HTC is kind of behind us in a more official way. So there are a lot of different experiments going on, but I always like to think back to, well, is this still hype? Does anyone remember this when CNN announced it's like, ooh, now we're going to have a visit from a hologram, and it's going to be like, the Princess Leia news reporter right in front of us, and then quickly afterwards people said, this is not really holograms, and it's kind of hokey, right? Is that, we're going to have our Princess Leia hologram moment from CNN, and which gets to hype. So some of you may have seen this, the Gartner's hype cycle. You kind of have this trigger, something is introduced, and you have this peak of inflated expectations, the trough of disillusionment, and then the plateau of productivity. So this is kind of where I see things are at. I think that trigger was a long time ago, in 1838, when the very first stereoscopic image was produced. It's actually up in upstate New York of Niagara Falls, near where I work now. Then you get to 1968. This is one of the most ridiculous-looking steampunk-like VR headsets. It actually hung from the ceiling, and it had a little bit of walk-around motion in it, which is sort of interesting. But like you couldn't really walk down the street with that, and that was at MIT, the Sword of Damocles. Gotta love that. 1995. Then we have the Nintendo Virtual Boy. Did anybody here try that? Okay, did you barf? Raise your hand, keep your hand up if you barfed or almost barfed. Like, it would make you so sick, right? And it would just pour, like you could play Mario Tennis. And so then you ended up in the trough of disillusionment, and there was this shame to even talk about whether you were in VR, unless you were Shazna going to VR conferences, and you're like, we're going to stick with it. And a lot of stuff just continued in research labs, though, right? Just kind of like when we had the dot bomb that blew up the internet. All those best ideas didn't go away. They just kind of went into open source, and that's happened with VR, too, to the point where then you have Palmer Luckey, the creator of Oculus, on the cover of Time magazine looking kind of silly, but it was, virtual reality is here. So, there's still a question like, is it real this time? We could have things like this. Anyone see this? This is an April Fool's joke about a year ago of the Poculus Rift, and to help our dogs at home, and they could feel like they're outside. They didn't address how they're going to go to the bathroom, but I don't think so. I think this is here to stay, and investment firms are seeing this too. This is one. This firm, DigiCapital, was predicting that it'd be a $150 billion market by 2020. I think that's actually, I think it's going to be bigger than that, just because the gaming industry, which is moving into this in a big way right now, makes $100 billion a year, okay? That's about $60 billion a year more than movies, television, and music combined, all right? So gaming is a real entertainment industry. And so we'll have, gaming, but then all these other fields as well moving in. So I got into this the way a lot of people did through Nani de la Peña, who Jamie Pallett from Emblematic will be talking about a little bit. Engadget called her the godmother of virtual reality. I totally believe it. This is a picture of one of the what turned out to be one of the early prototypes of the Oculus Rift. We were viewing Hunger in Los Angeles. We brought her out to Syracuse, and it was sort of interesting to hear that, to see how far things have come. And we had to set up this entire motion capture studio, essentially, in my office. I still have the scars up in the ceiling tiles from it. And now you can just, for $800 buy something like that and connect it to your PC. From that, I then decided, well, I really want to do something serious with this. So talking with people at Gannett, we decided back in 2014 to do something for Oculus, even though it wasn't a consumer product. So it was called Harvest of Change. And basically, the story that they focused on for the Des Moines Register was really about changes in farming and food supply, and just potential farm crisis with changes in demographics and how that kind of affects the entire world. And we decided, well, how are we going to bring all these pieces together? What's the equivalent of the news package for VR? And we decided, well, let's make it the farm itself. And so we actually had a former game developer come in, and he looked at Google Maps, and Street View and everything. And then we had a photographers go there, take pictures of everything, and he recreated everything. Like here, he took 3 days working on a tractor. It was a very ambitious project. And then we also decided at the last minute, well, let's throw some 360 videos in there. And we hired a company that specialized in that. This is a guy named Adrian, who at this time, he was using a kind of a refactored Google Street View camera. Sort of interesting. Now you can just pull GoPros together. And we shot, we did some pretty crazy shots. This one was actually done from a helicopter, so you actually started out. Oh, don't need to have the audio. Well, seeing the entire scene from the air, and then you essentially land, and then you're going through a CGI game-like version of that farm. What's interesting about this farm experience here is that I spent about 3 weeks checking this out, working with the game developer, and then comparing it to photos.
As Justin calls the cows for their dawn feeding.
Sorry.
And the family patriarch talks about how tough
this is
workers
about
to stay
feeding cows.
with
Go to the next one. When I finally went there, I felt like I had deja vu. So I knew a place because I had visited it virtually and felt like I had been there. I knew every little nook and corner, but I had never actually been there. That's when I really knew, it was like, this is extremely powerful. And there was a lot of attention to detail. So here's some images you may have seen before, but Ray Soto basically took the photo, and then you can see on the right, you have the CGI representation. It was incredibly true to form. These are grain silos. You know, so you flip through these, you can't, you know, it takes a few seconds to see which one is real, which one is virtual. So, you know, where's this going to be 5 years from now? Right? You may not be able to tell the difference, which create, you know, there's opportunities there. There's also some potential scary things, right? How will we know it's real? So where I've kind of moved on from there is I'm now teaching the next wave of VR producers in my role as a professor. I have a virtual reality storytelling class. If you go to vrstorytelling.org, all of our materials are up there. So you can teach yourselves, and it's all Creative Commons licensed, and we're sharing. I think that RB and I will be sharing some things since we're both kind of teaching, and we teach everything that we know right now. We're teaching them, and these students go really far, very quickly. They see that this is a future they want to be a part of, and they want to kind of build it. It's very exciting, and the fun thing for me, I'm excited to see that there's 50 students who will have graduated with VR experience in May, which is just amazing to me when I didn't even know that people would take the class, right, 18 months ago. We're now 3D printing our own 360 rigs. I felt like I was running a little Fort Knox of GoPros here. It was but thanks to Dean Branham, who spoke yesterday. We put about you put about $50,000 into these, 60. But it's worth it because now we're seeing there's people all over, students all over Syracuse and in the region, creating 360 videos. We have, here's what our rigs look like. What's great here is that you don't, promise me, if you make a 360 rig, do not go and spend $500 for a little case, because you can 3D print it. And all of the STL files you could take to a 3D printer and print that and save yourself a lot of money and also give yourself flexibility. So they're out there shooting all the time, everything from football games to, here's kind of one example of one of the videos one of my grad students did. This is Andrew Polino. This is gonna play. Oh. Sorry about that.
I make like $25 a day. Yeah. Sometimes it works out, I make $50 or better, but that's just the way it goes.
So this is called Breaking Barriers.
Just to make $1 and, sometimes.
He spent an entire day with the dude who was asking for money on the street corner.
I really try to work every day. That's one of my
to help people understand that these are not unemployed people, they're underemployed people. And you feel like you're there, like I feel like I've basically been homeless asking for money. And we also have advertising students doing interesting things. This was a student named Josh Dager who had the idea of using VR experience to promote a band and their new LP. And he created all of the members of the band in something called Mixamo. Infuse, uploaded them, animated them using Mixamo, and then even animated the lips of the avatars as they were talking and singing and stuff based on real audio. So the storytelling aspects here go far beyond just journalistic. This can move into also branded content, which of course the New York Times is also doing. I think it's great that they're using VR for advertising as well. So, where does this go in the future? So some of you may have tried this, the HoloLens. We actually have one now with Newhouse, and I know there's some other schools that are getting this, and it's pretty amazing. If you haven't tried it afterwards, come down. I actually made a special AR installation right here of ISOJ. It's actually floating above me. You put this headset on, and you then see 3D stuff in your world. So it's kind of like the inverse of virtual reality. So I'll just kind of quickly demonstrate it for those who are interested. I mean, when I put this on, what I see is there's a shark hanging over all of you. There's the words ISOJ here with a floating planet, and there we go. Now I see it. And it's completely hands-free. So you select things like this, and then you move them around, and it's really, really immersive. So immersive media goes beyond just checking out and going somewhere else. You can also take other 3D stuff and put them into your environment. So I think what this says is that we all may be living in a world like this very soon. What Kara Swisher was saying earlier about how this stuff is not going away. And it's going to be ubiquitous. You're going to see people doing things like this with their personal dashboards. So it's an exciting time, I think, to be experimenting with this. And I'm going to pass it on to the next speaker now. Thanks. Jamie Pallett.
Yes. All right. So next up, whoops, is this on? Yes. No. It is. Okay. Next up.
Borrow mine?
Sure. Next up is Jamie Pallot, co-founder of the Emblematic Group with the aforementioned godmother of virtual reality.
Thank you, Shazna. Thank you very much. Just like to say, in terms of the Gartner, what's it called? The hype cycle and this panel, Dan was the trigger, and I'm the trough of disillusionment. Okay, just managing your expectations. All right, so I'm going to talk briefly about a couple of concepts, what we call immersive journalism and what we call volumetric VR. So pretty straightforward. Immersive journalism is essentially using some of these tools that Dan just showed us to tell news and documentary stories. How do we apply these technological breakthroughs to find a new way of communicating the news, right? Volumetric VR, most of the clever or funny things I say today are borrowed from Dan, just so you know. So that's volumetric VR. I use that in contrast to 360 video. So 360 video, you essentially have, as he said, the fishbowl on your head. You can see all around you, up and down, but you can't alter your orientation inside the scene. With volumetric, which we also sometimes call walk-around VR, we put you in a computer-generated space where you can move around, and that increases your sense of immersion and interaction, and we think makes for a more powerful experience. Both modes have their pros and cons. Nani's company that I'm the co-founder of uses both, but I'm going to talk today a bit more about volumetric. If the clicker works. All right, so you've all heard these words so many times by now, but I just want to just one more time quickly define, because some of this terminology is still a little indistinct. So presence, right? Everything, the whole concept that drives VR is presence, by which we mean, honestly, some input. You get some data input through your eyes and your ears, and it tricks your mind into feeling like you're somewhere else, right? There are much more complex definitions, and there are teams of neuroscientists working on this. It's a real academic discipline, but that's fundamentally what it's about, making someone feel present somewhere else, okay? The knock-on effect of that presence is empathy. For some reason, when you go into these kind of environments, you feel a super strong emotional reaction with the people that you see, the environments that you encounter. It creates a very strong empathetic response. I like, if I'm feeling glib about it, and Nani's never heard me say this, don't ever let me hear her, don't ever tell her I said this. So like, you know when you watch a movie on a plane, and you're more likely to cry because something about the atmosphere, am I the only one who's experienced this? Oh dear, okay, anyway. Empathy, that's what empathy is about. Finally, spatial narratives. So this is a very specific kind of thing that we try to do. You know, we are not advocating for using VR to take over all of the way in which news is communicated. But there are some kinds of stories that can be done in this medium as in no other. And the ones that really shine are stories where the physical dimensions of what happened, okay, the distance between the protagonists, the layout of a space where a crucial event happened is key to understanding the story, right? So if we can put you in that physical space and let you experience it for yourself, we can reach you in a whole other way. I'm going to quickly walk through my partner Noni's very first piece that she made in Walk Around, just because it gives you a sense of how it works, and then I'll go through a few other key issues, and then I'll hand over to my colleagues. I've called this volumetric VR the prehistoric era. This actually was 2009, okay? Noni was working at USC on a multimedia project the university was doing called Hunger in the Golden State, about hunger in California. And it was going to be, at that time, what we would have called a traditional multimedia project. Text, stills, videos, audio, etc. She had an intern working for her who was out in the field with a sound recorder. And the intern went to visit a food bank in downtown LA. And while she was there recording audio, a man who was standing in line, who was diabetic, went into a coma. His blood sugar got too low, he didn't get food in time, and he collapsed on the floor. And the intern just haphazardly happened to capture this audio. Came back to the lab, and something snapped in Noni's mind. She's like, I can tell this story in this new medium that I've been thinking about, and it'll be a new way of conveying the sort of, the emotional power of what happened here. Her colleagues said she was crazy. She persevered. Took about 3 years and a lot of donated help from people at USC and people like Dan. But so here's a still image of the real event. Here is an image of the VR scene that she created. And I'm now going to play you a short video, which I think is very, very illustrative of one of the central qualities of this medium. So on the left side of the screen, you'll see what it's like to be inside that experience. After about 10 seconds, on the right side, you'll see someone who's walking through it, and you'll see how he interacts with what's going on. So it's very illustrative from that point of view. Pop quiz. The man who's walking through the experience is an extremely successful, well-known movie director. You don't see his face, but I'm going to see if anyone in the audience recognizes him, and I'll ask you afterwards. All right? Yes.
There's too many people. There's too many people. Somebody was. Okay, he's having a seizure. Okay.
Need help. We need ambulance. Somebody is his saliva is falling down right now.
Hurry up.
80. The crucis is the crucis is burn 1 and 8, and the uterine charge. The number of the building is 2936.
Okay,
The church. Oh Lord, no.
It goes on a bit, so. Oops, hang on. Okay, so you see what's going on there, right? Even though these are not remotely real characters, they look pretty primitive and crude, like crude animations. When he's in there, he is being super careful, like not to walk into people. He's bending down to examine the poor guy on the ground. He's kind of reacting as though he's really there. Oh, did anyone get who it was, by the way? Thank you. Alejandro Gonzalez Iñárritu. So, 2012, this piece went to the Sundance Film Festival, and Noni's crazy bet, everyone told her she was crazy, paid off, because time and again we saw the same response. People got down on their knees to try and help the man. They felt physically present in the space, and many came out like in tears or close to tears. So she established a few things, that you can do this, you can use this medium to tell essentially what we would loosely call, a documentary story, that presence really does generate this intense emotional response, and that it being an embodied experience, meaning your ability to actually move your own physical frame around inside the scenario, made it that much more immersive and more powerful. So that's really the foundation on which most of the work that we do is built. We've done a lot since then. I'm not going to go through every one because I have a little bit of time, but I'll just quickly cycle through 4 key ones, so you'll get an idea of the kinds of topics that we're tackling. Project Syria was a recreation of an explosion in downtown Aleppo made for the World Economic Forum in 2014. We also sent a documentary crew to the border with Iraq to film a refugee camp there and put that into CG. Use of force was based on an incident also in 2012 when US border guards beat an undocumented immigrant to death at the San Isidro border post, and 2 witnesses captured this on cell phones, so we turned that into an experience so you could sort of be there. One Dark Night recreates the night that Trayvon Martin was shot and killed by George Zimmerman. And Kia, which we made with Al Jazeera America, is a piece about domestic violence in South Carolina. It was also picked up, and we made that as a 360. It was picked up by the New York Times for their Sundance Up-Doc selection, which gave us a chance to turn it into a walk-around piece, which is very interesting to see that same story and experience it, in a 360 way and then in the walk-around way to see the difference between the two formats. So, a few critical issues that we're going to want to discuss, I think, on the panel. 360 versus volumetric. As I said, each has its pros and cons. We work in both. My colleagues work in one or both. Worth discussing as to the role that each can play as this medium evolves. Evolution of hardware, I'll show you some pictures for that in a second. The ethics of recreations and simulations. Most of what we do is we take real life events and as honestly and truthfully as we can, we stitch them back together. We sometimes have to use a little bit of poetic license in order to make the piece work. So where does that fit into a traditional journalistic ethical framework? Is a question that we talk about a lot. And lastly, when the pros and cons discussion is had about 360 video versus VR, one of the points often raised against the volumetric or the walk around is that those characters are so patently unreal. They look like pretty crude video game characters. What's exciting for us right now, what's happening right now, is that such advances are being made in the field of what we call both photogrammetry and videogrammetry, i.e. being able to capture still images of interiors and moving 3D images of real people, that pretty soon we're going to be able to make those kinds of pieces looking as if they were as real as a piece of 360 video. So that's pretty much it. Very quickly, right, this was the hardware we used to have to use. Dan also showed you this. So let's find a little talking point, because this was another of Nonny's interns at the time. He duct taped this thing together himself for Sundance. He signed the bottom of it. And if you can read it close enough, it says Palmer Luckey. So that's who went on to found Oculus Rift. And there he is again. And one point I'd like to make, all these 3 headsets that are released this year, that's the Oculus Rift, the HTC Vive, and the Sony PlayStation, which comes out in October, to different degrees, allow you to have a walk-around experience. So this stuff is not so very far away. It's kind of happening right now. This is the level of photorealism we can now achieve with scanned 3D characters, right? So it's really developing. But finally, and very quickly, just a few things that kind of spring to mind as optimal uses for volumetric. When you can't get a film crew in, which is often the case. Nonny's first piece, which he made in Second Life, was recreating Guantanamo Bay when there was no one really had any idea what it looked like. No one could get access. So you can't always get a film crew in. In that case, what are you going to do? Again, spatial narratives. And her favorite example here, I assume a lot of you listen to the Serial podcast. Okay? One more time. No. Sorry, I used to be a musician. What can I say? So imagine being in that Best Buy parking lot, physically being there, and being able to see the dimensions and the distances and the angles, and be able to really sort of experience that story in a physical, spatial way. Interaction. I mean, Dan pointed to some of this stuff. We saw a guy using controllers. In that piece we did about the fatal beating by the border guards, for example, you were given a simulated cell phone and the ability to capture 60 seconds of footage, like capture the most incriminating footage you can if these agents were ever to be brought, brought to trial. So adding that degree of interaction really increases people's engagement in the material. And again, past events, when there's no extant footage, this is a great way to go back and remake some of those. And I think that is it. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Carla Borras. Did I say it right? Yes. Awesome. Borras from Frontline, and she's going to be talking about some of the amazing work they're doing there.
Do we have the clicker? Clicker. Yes. So as Shazna said, I am the coordinating producer at Frontline, and I am helping the series dive into VR. And I have to apologize, I am a long-form journalist, so getting this under 10 minutes was really hard, okay? So I'm going to go as fast as I can to really get through all of this. All right, so we actually got into VR back in 2014. Our executive producer, Rainey Aronson, decided to do a fellowship at MIT's Open Doc Lab to really learn about some new emerging storytelling technologies. And as a filmmaker, she knew right away this is the one that she wanted to dive into. And so today, what I'm going to focus on are some storytelling and journalism challenges that we've been facing, and there are many of them. But first, I just want to tell you a little bit about the series for any of you who may not be as familiar with Frontline. So at Frontline, we've been producing documentaries for over 30 years, and we've made more than 500 films, which is all to say that we have been doing visual journalism for a very long time. And I'm just curious, so how many here have seen a Frontline film before? That's not bad, huh? Okay. And what about one of our 360 films, or even heard about that we were doing them before today? Okay, a couple. Well, we've really made a big push over the last few years to really experiment with form and telling stories in new ways. And we ask ourselves all the time, what's the best way to tell this story? And now, it might be VR. So, this is our very first project, and so it's very much an experiment and a work in progress, but we partnered with Secret Location, which is a really terrific interactive shop, and also Columbia University's Tao Center on this one. And at the helm was one of our most talented, tech-savvy filmmakers, Dan Edge, and even he was thrown quite a few wrenches in the field. And I was going to show you a clip from this, but just for the sake of time, I'll show you a clip from the next one instead. So this is our second foray. Oh, no, I'm going to have to go by. So yeah, this is our second foray into VR. And this we did with Columbia University's Brown Institute and a trio of young reporter filmmakers, Marcel Hopkins, Ben Moran, and Evan Wexler. And they really risked their lives to go to South Sudan. It was a time when it was an escalation in terms of the conditions for journalists, but they went there to really show you what life is like for the people who are undergoing a famine. So I'm going to show you just a little clip from this, and we've captured it in 2D, so just want to point that out. Okay. Oh, how do I just hit play? Yeah, great.
This plane is taking food to remote villages in South Sudan's lowland swamps. It's the rainy season, and roads are washed out. food here is to drop it from the sky.
So again, you have to see it in a headset for the full immersive experience. But here is what's at the heart of it all, right? Story and journalism. So this is what I want to focus on. So basically, no one said pioneering is going to be easy, and so we've encountered definitely a fair number of challenges along the way, and I want to focus on these three big ones for us. And so what do I mean by a frameless first approach? By that, it's thinking what is going to be better because of the 360 view or the lack of a frame. And actually, I want us to take a look at another medium. So let's take animation, for example. So my professor, my animation professor in college, really drilled this point home to us. So there was one day in class where you do your standard, you're gonna paint a lifelike bowl of fruit, right? And his point is, sure, but in this day and age, you can take a photo of that bowl of fruit. You can take video of that bowl of fruit. So you have to ask yourself, what does animation afford you that realism doesn't? And so hopefully most of you, have seen a Wile E. Coyote cartoon before. And so this will be really short, but I just want to show you this to make a point. Right. So you can defy the laws of physics, right? And it's so much harder to do that in other mediums. So it's about asking us for VR, why is this going to be better in VR? What about this lack of frame is going to work to our advantage? And so I think something that was really so successful about that food drop sequence that you saw, and again, you don't get the full magnitude of it without seeing it in an immersive way, it's that it mimics real life and it takes advantage of that lack of frame. In real life, if you hear a plane behind you, you're instinctually going to look up, follow the trajectory of the plane, and it's the same thing with the bags. The bags are up in the air, and then they fall to the ground, and the water splashes up. You really bust out of that typical frame, and so it works really well. And I think for us, especially as the shine wears off, and it is wearing off. Right now, people are getting away with, oh, cool, it's 360, look around. But I think story is going to become king, and for us to be able to do really, really good journalism, we're going to have to hold our feet to the fire and ask ourselves that question. And then the other thing that I want to talk about really quickly is just narrative and context. So our job as journalists is to provide information, context, oftentimes narrative. And for us, especially with VR, we really aspire to do more than just take you to an incredible place and let you spin around and take in the scenery. But adding that narrative and building in that context is definitely a challenge, especially when people are trying to process so much visual stimuli at once. And I actually read this little experiment that was done where they had people view with a 360 range, and then they had 180 worth of vision and 90 degrees worth of vision. And when people were watching with, full 360 to take in, they couldn't remember the central character's name, And I think there's just something about like the cognitive overload, so we have to come up with really, really great storytelling techniques to overcome that. And so we've been playing with narration pacing, making sure that you have time to absorb stimuli, text on screen, so you're hearing a character's name, you're seeing a character as a name as well, and a multitude of other things. But I think there's a lot more creativity to be had on that front, which I I think is really actually an exciting challenge for us as journalists, to not just create something that's experiential, but that still has people engaged and caring. You hear about that word, but walking away with a better understanding of an issue as well. And so every journalist's friends, right, are first person and primary sources, critically important to all of us as journalists. But again, in a 360 world, there's a lot more challenges. Like, for example, interviewing, you have to be outside of the room. Heaven forbid you're doing an international story, and now not only do you have to be out of the room, but your translator has to be out of the room. You have to get that perfect take, because again, you can't just cut up sync and go to B-roll or a second camera. So there's just more challenges when you really are trying to pull out that narrative, that context. And there's definitely solutions that are happening. Our friends at Secret Location actually are developing this thing that they call the Interatron. And it basically is a device that enables you on a screen for the subject to be able to see the interviewee, and so that there is some of that rapport. But it's still another, piece of tech. It's not the same as a body-to-body conversation. So another technique that we've been using in the field is making sure when you have the camera and the rig set up, you sit underneath, like by the rig, and then make sure you get like a plate shot to basically Photoshop out the interviewer. But again, oftentimes, because of this access, this rapport, that's when you get the really good stuff. So there's some challenges to that. And then there's the issue of using primary sources, anything from video to stills, video from security cameras, audio, which are so, again, important to us as journalists. But using them in a way in 360 that's not going to detract from the immersive world that you are trying to create. And I think audio is a really great tool to use, and Nani and Emblematic Group have been at the forefront of that. It just takes a lot less manipulation to make it work. But I think, there's still going to be footage filmed in this 2D way that are critically important when we're telling stories that happened in the past. So new ways of approaching that so that we can still use them to give context and build narratives. And so, yeah, we're trying to take all of these lessons, and it's a new form. No one has all the answers, but we're trying to take these into future projects. And so this is one that we have in the works with Secret Location. We haven't mentioned it until now, but this is going to be part of a larger reporting effort in collaboration with NPR on the business of disaster relief, asking some really tough accountability questions. And then we took one slice of that and we said, okay, well, what story is going to work best and lends itself to being told in this 360 way? And so we're going to follow a couple who made the fateful decision to stay behind on Superstorm Sandy. And I think for us, it's easy to say, well, why'd you stay? Why would you ever do something like that? And hopefully this gives a little bit of explanation as to why that might be. And then we're really excited to be partnering up with Emblematic Group to really explore that walk-around VR that Jamie was talking about. We think that has huge potential for journalism, and so we are rolling up our sleeves, thanks tonight, and diving in on that. And I just want to leave you with one last quote that I thought was really fitting, given the skepticism around this new form, especially in regards to journalism. And this was back in 1926. And a reporter was invited to the first live TV demonstration. And this is what he wrote. The image as transmitted was faint and often blurred. It has yet to be seen to what extent further developments will carry Mr. Bard's system towards practical use. So TVs, as we know, are widely adopted. The tech got better. And you know what? People had a new source of news, but people today also still turn to papers and radio and books, maybe read different incarnations of them. So I don't think there's a wiping out of mediums that are going to happen, but I think it's pretty exciting to be on the front row while we wait to see if VR makes it into practical use. So thank you.
So next up we have R.B. Brenner, who is the director of the School of Journalism right here at UT, and he's going to be talking about some of the really cutting-edge tools that he's been creating.
Thank you, Shazna. Before we start in my section of the presentation, I want to take 45 seconds and put on my School of Journalism director's hat and tell you how incredibly proud and fortunate we are to have Rosenthal as a member of our faculty. He is in his 20th year as a professor, going stronger than ever. We thank you for all you do for us, including being the heart, soul, and brains of the best online journalism conference in the world. So thank you. All right, back to the topic at hand. I'm going to show about a 3-minute video that takes you step by step through the tool we've been developing here over about the last 6 months, thanks in large part to a prototype fund grant from the Knight Foundation. But first, I want to set it up briefly. Just over a year ago, the Washington Post, where I used to work as an editor, approached me and asked if UT would like to work with the Post on virtual reality and 360 video stories. I immediately said yes, and we put together a really interesting multidisciplinary team. Our team includes journalism students, film students, computer science and engineering students, and we're fortunate to have on campus a VR lab. We assembled the team, started working. I sent out a tweet earlier today. It's at RB Brenner on Twitter. That is a link to a landing page, and you can see the stories we've done. We did a VR build of a Mars experience with the Washington Post, and we've done a couple of 360 videos, including one when the Pope celebrated Mass at the border of in Juarez, and one at the Iowa caucus that we did on deadline and turned around in about an hour or so. So in the process of doing that work, we started to have conversations where journalists like myself, I'm a journalist, not an engineer, and we began to understand the complexity of Unity 3D, game engine, or Unreal, and it was like, sobering for me, because we might be able to figure out as journalists how to work in WordPress or JavaScript, but this was a whole other level, and it seemed really daunting. And while great news organizations like Frontline and the New York Times may have the resources and the talent to work in that area, what about all the small newsrooms out there and the journalism schools? So we wanted to figure out, is there anything we can do to help address that problem? And the students in computer science and engineering who knew Unity said, well, we think we could take a crack at trying to develop open source managed plugins to Unity that would maybe take small steps towards some kind of WordPress for VR. So we started pretty modestly, and you'll see our video. We basically said, let's just start with trying to develop a plugin that allows anyone to import 360-degree spherical video and then, with relative ease, edit it, add text, graphics for context, 3D models, basically to create as much of an immersive, interactive experience we can without you needing to know any scripting. So if you can play the video quickly, if you can play our video, and then I'll talk about sort of the challenges and next steps. And then we're going to need volume.
Virtual reality has been around for decades. Until recently, though, it was ill-suited for mass media. Headsets were bulky, very expensive, and unavailable to the average consumer. Dedicated camera systems did not even exist. But now, for less than $2,000, you can buy a camera system and a headset capable of producing and viewing interactive, immersive stories. One big barrier remains. To fully post-produce and enhance an immersive story, a journalist must have computer programming and applications expertise, rare in all but the most tech-savvy newsrooms. Our prototype is a step towards solving this problem. The managed plugins we've developed for the Unity 3D game engine do all of the back-end work without the user needing to know a single line of code in C# or Java. We've made it easy to drop in a video and integrate a variety of enhancements, be it text, graphics, or 3D elements. Here's how the prototype works.
So one question you probably have in your mind is, well, why wouldn't you just do that in something like After Effects? And we have had those conversations. We felt like what we're doing has a couple of advantages. One is this interactivity question, that our tool does allow you to get a degree of interactivity that you wouldn't get from just a video rendering engine. And also the idea that it can export as an application, not just as video, and again, has more potential for more immersive context. The next steps are adding the ability to have binaural sound and audio, to have more 3D elements, and to improve the output from our tool to the headsets and other platforms. One problem that we did encounter was when we were working with video that was longer than about 45 seconds, we were finding real problems with how the tool was working. So we had to use a workaround where we basically have now a plugin for our plugin using AV Pro. So we're working on sort of a licensing issue there. But we hope to work out the bugs we have and have some newsrooms and hopefully journalism schools start to try to use it by the end of summer. Thank you.
Thanks, RB. And last but not least, we have the unflappable Tom Kent, who's going to help us with our compass navigate the treacherous waters of standards and ethics in this field.
Thanks. Yeah. Well, I'm glad it's about standards and ethics. That's what we're going to talk about. The first years of VR, we all know, has been mainly experimental, and we're just trying to see what the technology would do. And every project came up with its own ethical concept, its own constructs, which is just fine to start out. But now baby's grown up, and VR news is something that it's part of our lives now. And in the next few years, maybe the next 1-2 years, millions of people are going to be forming lifetime beliefs about what VR news is. So it's time for a conversation about VR standards. When you talk about still images, people understand that an image can be the event itself, or it can be an artist's impression of the event, or it can be a commentary. But those things can blend together in a VR presentation. Producers do start with reality, but there's a great temptation to take some artistic license. Some people say the medium requires a certain amount of artistic license. And the sheer immersive power of VR can pull you so far into the scene that you emerge with a strong political or social opinion, probably the one that the producer intended. One of the biggest VR producers makes a point of doing news coverage that leads viewers to take action. Riot says it shows you what's going on in the world and what you can do about it. So that's the first standards question. Will there be a space and a market for objectivity in VR news? Or will VR news production evolve principally into tools of persuasion to get people to donate money, to sign petitions, or to join a cause? My own view is that there's room for all of that, but providers need to be transparent about what they're trying to accomplish. The second standards question is how real VR imagery should be. Here's a presentation by the AP, my company, showing a super luxury hotel suite. This is 100% real. Everything is photographed precisely. You can walk around objects and see them as they really are from any side. Now, compare that to a couple other projects. This is a production by The Economist, designed to recreate a museum in Mosul, Iraq, that was destroyed by the Islamic State group. Producers digitally rebuilt the museum, room by room in CGI, and then they filled it with the original art objects. Well, sort of the original art objects. They recreated them in 3D from photos taken over the years by tourists. It's a fantastic use of VR to bring back something that had been destroyed. But the photos were taken by different tourists from different angles in 2 dimensions. So while the 3D objects look authentic, the VR creators acknowledge that they're not close enough to the original to provide scientific archaeological value. Well, here's a VR scene by Jamie's Emblematic Group of an explosion in Syria. It also was created from 2D video. But the other sides of major objects were verified with additional photographs. It wasn't done by guesswork. But in the future, hey, not all producers are likely to be as painstaking as Emblematic. And if some of their imaging is pure guesswork, what do the other side of objects look like? Will they need disclosures? Will they care about disclosures? And what kind of disclosures would they be? Some kind of pre-roll text maybe saying that this work is a recreation based on a true story. Or maybe producers will start to come up with devices other than text for disclosures. Here's that piece we saw yesterday, and again, a bit of it today, recounting the domestic violence incident that ended in a murder-suicide. The producers extensively interviewed witnesses as to who was standing where, even what clothes they were wearing. So that was just as precise as you could possibly make it. But what about, say, the facial expressions? I mean, that's really hard to know from witnesses what everyone's face looked like at the same time. Well, uncertainty in a situation like that might be conveyed by obscuring the exact expressions. to make clear we don't know what they are. Well, that makes for a crummier experience, no question at all. But, you know, is that one of the trade-offs that we will learn to do for the sake of absolute reality, or conveying that we don't know the absolute reality? Then there's a question of recreating an event that different witnesses saw in different ways. Dan Archer created this VR, retelling the death of Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri, from the points of view of several different witnesses. You can use the map in the upper right to walk around through the scene and talk to different witnesses to get different accounts of what happened. The VR adds power to each witness's account, but the final decision on what to believe is up to the viewer. So here's another standards question. Should VR producers show the viewer everything the camera captures? Here are the bodies of migrant children 3 months ago on a beach in Turkey. Still and video photographers can select their angles. So if they want to avoid the children's faces, they can. But a VR camera sees everything. Traditional journalistic standards say you should never manipulate the content of a photo. Well, should that apply in a situation like that? We ran into that situation a lot less tragically in the recreation of that luxury hotel suite. The suite's bathroom had so many mirrors that we couldn't help the VR camera becoming part of the image. Now, someone might argue, well, hey, just take it out electronically. After all, hotel bathrooms don't usually have VR cameras in them. But image integrity is pretty sacred at our organization, so the camera stayed in. And what about inducing trauma with VR? Here's a report done by Animal Equality and Condition 1 about the suffering of pigs in a factory farm. If you're immersed in the slaughterhouse, as this VR lets you be, with all of its sights and all of its sounds around you, can be a pretty scary experience. And someone told me the other day that after watching this production once, she became a vegetarian. And some might have a strong emotional reaction to this look by The Guardian at a solitary confinement cell in an American prison. As you turn around in the VR, you see exactly what the prisoner does. A drab cell, no distractions, where prisoners might be kept alone for days or weeks. So the science of VR on our brains is still very young. We don't know exactly how people can be affected by trauma within VR. But the more we learn, the more we may have to pay attention to warnings that we have to incorporate pre-roll or within VR about where to look, where not to look. There's a question of mobility. A lot of virtual reality is set up so you stand in one place and you look 360 degrees around you, as in this New York Times production on the suffering of refugee children. You can see everything as you turn around in this bombed-out classroom in Ukraine. But you're still rooted to the spot that the producer chose to begin with. If the VR technique lets you walk through a scene, you're still in a walled world, selected by the producer. You can only make those turns the production allows. Should the producer provide some context about whether the solution was different a few blocks or a few miles away? And then some news companies say the complexities of VR force them to stage events or re-stage events, something they may never have done before. Here's a comment on that from an editor of the New York Times. Again, it raises the question of what VR is: actual events or their recreation, maybe with a little variation from the original. All of this is not to criticize experimentation in VR journalism these days. There's a lot of brands of journalism, and that may be fine when producers are transparent. But we can only gain, I think, from making sure that the conversation about VR ethics develops as quickly as VR itself.
So we're keeping these folks from drinks and dinner, so we'll be super, super interesting. This is, we don't have a lot of time, so I do want to take it to the audience, so I would encourage you, if you have questions, to come up. And in the meanwhile, I have a question for the group. Maybe start with Jamie and Carla. At Emblematic, you do a lot of CG, and some of these images still seem kind of blocky, and where is that going, and how does that play in with Frontline? Because I don't know how comfortable you are using CG as opposed to video.
Sorry.
So we are actually in the midst of our first project, and this is definitely an issue that we were grappling with as well. And I think there are advancements in the technology. I mean, as Jamie said, that was like the prehistoric era when they did the hunger one, and the technology has come so far. So like 8i, for example, which allows you to have a bunch of cameras capture an actual person that you are interviewing in a 3D form, allows you to use the actual person as opposed to do an avatar version of them. So that's something that we are really keen to pursue, because again, when you've got these animated characters, so an issue that would come up for Frontline, and again for our standards, and we have like long established standards on our website, and we've been doing visual, again, documentary for many, many years, and so this is not new actually for VR. We've grappled with many of these issues before, but something like ascribing emotion, as you were alluding to, is a line that we might have to draw if we don't have the goods to be able to verify. Or it's the same thing, that guesswork you were talking about. We do a lot of homework, reporting homework and investigative legwork. If we don't have what it takes to say, this is how they moved over here, then we'd have to draw the line. But this new technology like 8i might change it for us.
Yeah, I agree with Carla, and we're really excited to be able to start making these kinds of situations that now look as real as if you had photographed it, still photographed it or videotaped it. I would just to be devil's advocate for a second, though, I don't think the fact that what we've done so far and some stuff that we may continue to do is made kind of invalid or irrelevant because the aesthetic or photoreal quality of the environment is lacking somehow. We're all sort of assuming that VR is sort of a version of video, right? And it falls into that kind of genre of story. Or maybe it isn't. Maybe it's a kind of infographic, right? Think about this. So I remember discussing this with my boss at the time, Graydon Carter, at Vanity Fair. It must have been 4 or 5 years ago, about the single greatest pieces of media we'd seen that year. And one of them was the account in the New York Times of the escape by David Rhodey, who had been their Afghanistan correspondent and had been kidnapped by the Taliban. And he eventually escaped from this compound where they'd moved him to Pakistan. And it was an incredible, and this is like old school newspaper reporting at its best, right? And the story was so good, they serialized it. It was over the course of a week. It was a big story every day, and I couldn't wait every day to open my New York Times and read the next chapter of the story. And it was like a classic Hollywood heist, right? They were in this compound. He was with 2 other prisoners. They figured out how to get a piece of rope from somewhere. They made their own rope ladder in secret. They had to wait for like a 30-second period when the light was off, and they ran across and put this rope down. So, all great. But the 3rd day in, they did this fantastic video graphic, which showed you the dimensions of the compound, right? The physics of it and the geometry of it. And that was like, yes, right? You just get it suddenly in this different visceral way. So it's a very, very long-winded, so I'm sorry, of saying that even though this volumetric piece we put you in might not look real, being able to just illustrate to you the dimensions and the spatial orientation of everything can still be a super powerful thing.
Just to say one thing about the ability, I'm sorry, could you just say one thing about the ability to recreate things as if they actually happened. There are all sorts of moments, for example, the contact of some sort between Donald Trump's campaign manager and the person at that rally that could be retold in different ways with VR, all of which will look like they're the real video of what happened when they may not be. I think we will wind up in a situation soon where we will see all over our social networks 4 or 5 different versions of what happened, which will all look absolutely photographically authentic. And that is why I think it's so important for journalists to build strong VR brands so that people know that when I see 4 different versions of what happened, I need to look for a certain brand or organization. Because otherwise, unless we do that, if they think that even known brands are sort of making things up, there'll be a real problem in knowing what's true after a while.
So I think those are all really good points, and obviously we all want everything to look as realistic as possible. But I think it's important to remember that, remember in the trough of disillusionment, things went back in the research labs. There's loads and loads of research out there in VR from research labs over the last 20 years. And one particular thing that people should be aware of is that researchers know that this sense of presence, that when you say, like, I feel like I'm there, when you have an avatar or something that is reflective of reality and it's moving, that you react, your lizard brain in some way reacts more strongly to realistic movement than it does to quality graphics. So I think a lot of this actually is kind of the genius of what you all are doing at Emblematic and kind of prototyped. Having very high quality motion capture is pretty critical, and that if you get that right, then people will really they're going to forget very quickly that man who fell and went into the diabetic coma, looks kind of hokey. You forget about it. Trust me. Once you're in that, you have that realistic movement.
Yeah, and I would add to what you were showing earlier, Jamie, that there are situations sometimes you just don't have a choice. You're not there. I mean, I remember just having been an interactive news designer for many years, having to sort of recreate 9/11 and the towers coming down and how that happened. And also remember, Tom, with you, when bin Laden was captured, and a lot of news organizations did a reenactment of how he was captured, but of course none of us really know what happened.
Right, it was fantasy. It was a made-up movie about how it might have happened.
Although some people did it very responsibly, but yes. So this isn't a new question, I suppose, and I think you're spot on to point out that maybe VR is an information graphic sometimes. Now, we have some of the world's top VR journalism people here. Now, this is your opportunity to ask them questions. You got a few more minutes. I think, do we have a question here? Come on over.
I'm Crystal. I'm a first-year journalism student here at UT. Arby Brenner's my professor. In the terms of the effectiveness of virtual reality, how do you think it will be distributed to the masses considering it's expensive? Do you think the fact that it's limited to few individuals change how the story is told, and the timeliness, since it does have to be relevant for a long time, considering it takes a while to make the virtual reality?
Well, I'll start back on that. So I would go back to Dan's initial slide where you think about these stages. When I first put on a virtual reality headset, it was when I was at Stanford in 2010, and it wasn't quite as archaic as what you saw, but it was pretty close. And when I asked them how much does it cost, the last thing that flashed through my head was, oh, this is going to be great for mass media. That was not that long ago. And look at where we are in terms of both price of headsets, the fact that Google Cardboard distributed by the New York Times. So if we've come that far and that fast, think of where we're going to go. And I think just like everything else we're discovering in journalism, the mindset of a journalist now is what best serves the story, how do you balance quality and time, what's the best delivery platform, and you make those smart, informed decisions.
Okay, great. Does that answer your question? And I think we have another question.
Hi, Eleanor Holmes. I work at the CBS affiliate in San Antonio. I'm a producer. I wonder what you think, if any, VR's place in local news will be. It looks as though these are really good for nice produced kind of headline stories, documentaries, things like that. Obviously, the shooting of like you showed the Michael Brown and the Trayvon Martin. Those were local news at some point, but became bigger, and there was time to kind of produce it. Do you think it could be something that we could implement on the kind of hyper-local level?
I mean, shooting these videos is going to become easier and easier, so yes. There's a camera out there. I don't recommend using it just yet, but it's called the Ricoh Theta S that is like maybe like $280. It has 2 half-spherical lenses on it, and it gets, I think, 1080p video. And so for something that is really, it can fit in your pocket, by the way. It's smaller than your phone. For something that's really, timely, if the quality, the quality is not as important as kind of just getting, the story out there, and if a reporter happens to be there, then I think that's what we're going to see. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's even just little add-ons to phones, and if there may be, special 360, video capture phones coming out. So we'll see a lot. This is very compelling content right now because Facebook now, even without VR, supports 360 video and YouTube. And I think that we'll get to a point where people are going to expect, even just in a browser, to be able to click around. It'll be kind of like when you see, kids going up to monitors and trying to swipe, and it doesn't swipe. We might actually all see video that way at some point. And
it's not only going to become easily accessible and usable by local news producers, it's also going to become available for citizen journalists. And not just with 360 video. At CES in January of this year, Qualcomm demonstrated chips that will be in consumer phones by the second half of this year that will allow you to do a 3D scan of a room like this, for example, with your phone. So, citizen journalists will be able to make volumetric VR in the not too very far distant future. So the bigger question to me, honestly, is not, when will smaller scale news outfits be able to use it? It's like, where's the bar going to be? But we're going to go through the same evolution as we have done with YouTube in terms of where does professionally produced video sit alongside, what do you call them now? We don't say amateurs anymore. But, user-generated video. The same exact situation is going to happen with VR. So the bigger question is, is there sort of a difference? I'm going to walk off the cliff right now. Okay, so bear with me. So there's a great story in the New York Times Sunday Magazine today by Clive Thompson on Minecraft. You all know what Minecraft is, right? This collaborative computer game. He paints a very compelling picture for this incredibly powerful community of people who are sort of building essentially alternate universes, right, and sharing them with each other and figuring out issues of governance as to how they sort of control and allow access to these environments. It's going to be like this, that they're going to be doing that in VR, right? I mean, I actually think we're about to enter the metaverse, and I say that with a straight face, right? That it'll become a daily.
There's some people who are already in it, actually.
Well, yeah, well, and I think no, it will become a daily habit, certainly for that community, and then spreading of like putting on the headset and going into this other space, which will become essentially a reflection, but as an alternate reflection of the real world, right? Google. Okay, any news story you see now anywhere, right? You can plug in a Google map, and it's helpful. It gives you a sense of what the geography is. So Google Street View is going to go into VR. It's already going into VR, right? So we're pretty soon going to have a sort of a VR virtual version of the entire planet, right? So, yeah.
Then what's real, and what do you report on that? It's just people hanging out in the metaverse. If things happen. I mean, this actually started happening in Second Life. Does anyone remember Second Life, right? The people who started Second Life are actually working on things in VR to create what you're talking about.
Third Life.
Yeah, I don't think they have a name yet. But, it begs the question of, okay, in Second Life, there were cases where people would create their little islands and then, vagabonds would come in and like mess things up. Yeah. And there were protests and everything. And that, for a short period, that was still sort of news, right? The fact that people would come and protest something and then, damage, they were virtual spaces, but they're still real. I'll never forget when so a lot of the people, of course, using Minecraft, including who are coding in Minecraft, are like 9 years old. One of them is one of my kids. And a girl, by the way, so this stuff is very gender neutral. And I'll never forget the moment we were all like waiting for dinner, and she's on the computer, and then she logs into her to some Minecraft server that she'd visited, and she'd created this beautiful creation. It looked like something from Rivendell and Lord of the Rings. I mean, it was just like gorgeous. And she had showed it to me the day before. And then she was in tears because somebody had come in and done what's called griefed it, which means they came and kind of knocked it all over. And that was like real to her. So I think with that generation, we're going to see, a big difference.
So, okay, we can talk about how to do 360 video, how expensive it is to make volumetric, blah, 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 right? The bigger question is, how is that generation going to get their news? That's like the big, long-term issue facing all of us in this room. It's a totally different paradigm. Yeah.
Sir.
Thank you. Actually, during these 2 days, I have got the impression that everybody is talking that variety of news organizations in the United States kind of struggle. Printed versions are going low, interactivity is needed. Aren't you afraid that after all, newsrooms, judging the complexity of the VR and the ethical issues, will kind of let it go, and the real gain at the end of the day will be like for companies like BuzzFeed and other entertainment stuff. But again, it will not be the solution for the serious and meaningful journalism.
Well, yeah. Well, I think it's a very fair question. I think the question now is whether VR is going to be used where it really makes sense instead of just because we can do it, and what kind of serious standards we're going to put around it. And everyone gets, a free year or two to play around with it. I mean, that's understandable. But, what we do from now on in the next couple of years will determine that, what kind of credibility it's going to have.
Can I say also, it's not just about the caliber of it, but it's about where it lives too. So some of these kids, I mean, millennials right now get their news oftentimes on Facebook, and there's an algorithm behind that. There is a machine that says what gets viewed and what doesn't, and with YouTube to some degree too, and our videos are on Facebook. But I think there's a larger issue too with just distribution. As these networks, collapse, and as these big mega platforms have put so much money into making what's happening today happen, do they have control over like the kinds of stories that are actually going to be seen?
I will be really, really quick. I'm a storyteller from Ukraine. Hi. Thanks for the great session. I just want to ask, when we had the same thing going on, user-generated content in my country, we had a lot of legal aspects of connecting to this issue. Can I ask you how you will work with this in general? Because when a journalist is doing this, it's basically that journalist has a mandate to do that in a way. But when a another person would be doing that, it will face some legal problems.
I can address at least some legal issues. So I try to bring these up in my class too, so that students who are going through, with 360 video in particular, are aware that there's an area of law called unintentional capture, where even just with a regular phone or a camera, if you take a picture of something and then you capture something that you didn't intend to, but which violates some privacy, someone's reasonable expectation of privacy, you still get sued and you still lose. So what happens now when the camera's looking everywhere? So you think your attention is focused here, but something happens back here, right? What happens when you put the 360 camera on a drone, which we've had students do, and it's flying up here? Well, even with a regular 2D, like 2D camera on a drone, this is an issue to be aware of. You see into someone's backyard, there's something that you capture. It could even just be a kid's birthday party. You get sued, you lose, because they would expect it to be private. But what if it's the entire neighborhood? Because it will be. So that's kind of just one example. Another that I'll bring up, and I'm curious to hear what others are talking about, is as we start doing more 3D model capturing. All right, so I could go up to you today and I could 3D scan you, and I could 3D scan parts of this building and recreate it and publish it. It turns out that if you were to 3D capture certain buildings, the architectural diagrams for those and the models are copyrighted, you can get sued for that if you're not careful. So it's like all these things you wouldn't think of that come up to be aware of, which isn't to say you shouldn't try, but there are some issues, new ones.
Fun times ahead.
Nice job, everyone.
Thank you very much. This was wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm tired. You're tired. We are tired. So let's go. And here we work hard and we party harder. So go to the party. And tomorrow we have still the 9th Iberian American Colloquium of Digital Journalism, which is a spin-off of this conference in Espanol. And it will be at the Billow Center for New Media starting at 9, breakfast at 8. And I put in the thing here that we have a date for our next symposium. So the 18th ISOJ will be on April 21st and 22nd, 2017. So don't miss it. Put in your calendar. Mark your calendar. Thank you to everybody. Thank you. Thank you to everybody who helped. Thank to all the volunteers, the Knight Center team, the wonderful team of the Blanton Museum, the Texas Student TV. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much. The best shirt of the conference that we had to import someone from Silicon Valley to notice that. And Kathleen and everybody, thank you very much. Amy, thank you very much. Ian, thank you very much. Adios. Bye-bye. So long. Farewell.